Oh, yes, there it is. StreamYard has just let me know that I'm live, but now I'm just going to wait for YouTube to let you know that I'm live. But for those of y'all that have been waiting, and some of y'all been waiting for at least half an hour, thank you. You
Really?
see that I am not alone tonight. I am not alone. I got a few of my favorite creative friends with me. First, we got Shelly Save today. How you doing, Shelly?
I'm doing awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Next up, we got Shannon Vlogs. Hi, Shannon.
Hey.
Hey. And last but not least, we have Red Romina. Hi, Romina.
Hello.
Hello. So I'm supposed to have a couple of more guests, but unfortunately they won't be able to make it. So it's just me, Romina, Shannon, and Shelly tonight, which is no big problem. So how are you ladies doing tonight? Crazy time we're living in, right?
You could say that.
Yeah. I think we're adjusting to the new normal. I actually just before this call, I hosted a virtual meetup on Zoom for like Seattle YouTube creators. So usually once a month we would try and get together and learn something and be together with creators. But now with everything going on, we can't. So we tried to at least do one virtually. So that was nice to see some familiar faces, local people that, and see how they're doing and checking in with people.
So I've never really used Zoom for like group meetings like that. So how many people can you have on a Zoom meeting?
I spend a lot of time with you.
Well, I do pay for it. So if you have 2 people, then it's unlimited time. If you have 3 people or more, you usually get the first 40 minutes for free on the free accounts. But since I pay for it, you can have up to 100 people for up to 24 hours.
Oh, wow. Okay. Alrighty then.
That's a lot.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you can pay for like an enterprise like version where it's like more than that, I think. But I would never have that many people.
You never know. One day.
All right, let's see who we got. Go ahead.
I think if we ever do get to that point, I hope that by then we have VR, and we can actually have like like chat rooms that we can like with our avatars that we can walk, and there's like a virtual space to walk around in, so it's not necessarily like just like 1,000 little squares and everybody talking at the same time.
Have you guys started watching Upload? I've started watching it. It's actually kind of a funny show, but you upload your thoughts and consciousness after you die, and it's people walking around in this kind of virtual reality. It's an interesting, the creators of like The Office or some of those like funny Parks and Rec type shows. It's a weird twisted kind of humor, but if you're into that.
That's interesting. Yeah. I kind of like that. There's a music video by the artist Lorne. It's animated, and the song is called Anvil. And the premise of it is exactly what you just said. It's basically you upload your consciousness. So like your urn is like your consciousness that is uploaded onto like a social media that's only for that kind of thing.
Well, this idea of the singularity has been around for a while. So I mean, I've always wanted to have my consciousness uploaded to anything after I die, so I can still have opinions after I'm dead.
You cannot escape my opinions even after I die.
Yell at my kids from the
for your kids forever.
Are you really gonna wear that?
Yes, Mom. I'm 72.
That's me, though. That's me. Yeah. I've always wanted to do that. I don't know if we're there yet, but they say it's getting like we're close. Apparently.
I mean, well, the content's already out there. We got shows like Upload, so they're definitely going in that direction. Let's see who we got out here in the chat tonight. Got Tech 702. What's up, man? How you doing? Got Alex Jackson. What's up, Alex? What's going on, man? Got Will Barlow. Hi, Will. How you doing? We got my man Genosins, of course. What's up, Genosins? How you doing? And Tech Man. What's happening? Got my man Battery Powered out there. What's up, dude? What's up? Who else we got out here? Blah, 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 blah. El Jefe Reviews.
And El Jefe.
That's right. I saw Christina out there somewhere. Gabe, what's going on, man? How you doing, Gabe? How you doing?
Every time you say Genosis, though, I swear, like from the very beginning, I always thought it was Genesis. And every time I see it, it just reminds me of that. And then I hear you say it. I'm like, yeah, every single time I am wrong.
It's all good. Trent, what's going on, Trent? And there are the Reds, Christina and James. How you all doing tonight? How are y'all? Yeah, it's funny because I see him in other people's live streams, and it's kind of funny listening to them trying to pronounce his name. But it's definitely Genosis. That is what it is.
Oh, I believe you. I'm just
Oh no,
saying.
no, I'm just saying that.
I'm dumb
is.
and I always like read it incorrectly.
Oh look, we got Shannon down there too. Hey Shannon. Oh my God. So I am curious. Shelly, I'll start with you. Obviously, we are definitely living in a different time with the whole pandemic and everything that's happened with that. So, um, how is your life different from what it was before all this craziness started? How are you holding up?
Oh, you know what? For me, my life is not that different because I'm an extreme introvert and I stay home a lot anyway. The difference is now that I don't do any like grocery shopping, like so my husband, because he's like, he'll be like, I can't trust you not to touch all the things when we go out. So he does the grocery shopping and he goes out like every couple of weeks and then brings home all the stuff that we need for the next 2 weeks. So literally, I've been home since early March, and I've only gone home once or like left the house once, and that was 2 weeks ago because my father unfortunately passed away. So that's really, for me, like nothing has really changed. And you know, all of that bucket list that you have of the things that you think you're going to do when you have more time and you're at home, none of that has proved to be true. And you would think I would have like more time to make videos and do stuff, but that hasn't also been true either. And I think there's this whole weird thing where some people think you have to be so productive and get 100 things done, and some people are like, I'm just trying to survive. And I think both are okay because it's just a weird, unprecedented time that we're living in. And you know, fortunately, I am able to work from home for my job, and they have told us that we will probably expect to work from home until the end of the year. So it's just kind of a new normal, getting used to all of that.
Let me get this straight. Did I hear you correctly? Did your husband put you on grocery house arrest? Did I hear that right?
Yes, I'm not allowed.
I did the same thing to my husband. He's not allowed to go out either. He'll do the same thing. He'll, touch everything and won't. He's not as thorough as I am.
It's not that I'm like a toucher. It's just I am not as dedicated and thorough. So like if on the grocery list, I have to give it to him ahead of time, and he has to have it like on a piece of paper because he'll put his phone away in his pocket and he won't look at it or bring it out until he's back home again. So anything that you missed or text, like you don't get it. So it's a very like specific process. And then the stuff that comes home, there's a whole processing of all of it. You know, like items for the pantry have to stay at a certain part of the house for a good 4 or 5 days until they're later able to be again wiped down with Lysol wipes and then put back into the pantry, and only stuff that goes in the refrigerator. Like it's a whole process. It's a big process.
I have a 2-day grocery quarantine. I do. I mean,
hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Now, I'm definitely afraid to ask Romina because I saw the last live stream that you did. You said that you did. When I want people asking you these questions, I'm not gonna ask. I want to say to you, Romina, that I'm glad you're here tonight. So thank you for showing up.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how fired do you want me to get right now?
How what?
How fired?
You can get however fired as you want.
So I guess for me, like not too much has changed. It's interesting because I feel like, I mean, I've always worked remotely, so I'm used to the fact of like not having to commute somewhere else to do a task. But I do go to cafes, and then I do travel a lot, and I do a lot of things that are not actually in my room. And doing so the as far as like my workflow, like that hasn't really changed. Like stuff has pretty much stayed the same. And like Shelly said, like, you know, you think, oh, you have like more time to like do this stuff, but that isn't necessarily true. I mean, at least not if you still have work to do. But then there's always stuff to do because like if it isn't work related, then it's like personal stuff. So I separate my calendar, like my schedule is separated between work tasks and personal tasks. And so work tasks is anything that's like work. So anything that brings money. But then the personal tasks is stuff that has to get done, but isn't for money. So it's like housework. It's, you know, cooking. It's stuff that just needs to get done. Like organizing photos, if you're going to do scrapbooking, like, you know, those kinds of things that maybe are things that you want to do or things that you need to do, but aren't really, quote unquote productive. But if they don't get done, then they don't get done, so I think like, even if, you don't have the work aspect, there's still so much to do, which I think I sort of tweeted something about this before, where I was like, I don't understand how people get bored. Because I've been seeing a lot of people saying that they're bored. And I'm like, how is that possible? Like, there's just so much. And it's not even like there's so much to do, like, productive wise. But I mean, like, there's just so much. There's so many possibilities to do if you have access to internet. Like, there's just, I mean, and this isn't just like Netflix, right? This is like, I'm talking, we've got Masterclass, we have Khan Academy, you can learn a skill, you've got Skillshare, you've got Udemy. If you want to sit on Twitter all day, then you can, but there's plenty of other things to do. You can pick up gaming, you can play a game, and, it doesn't have to be like a first-person shooter. You can play like a smart, like, smart game, like puzzles. Like, there's just so many things that you can do day in and day out that are just stimulating for the brain, as well as just, sitting and meditating and thinking and journaling. Like, I spend hours journaling sometimes, like 1-2 hours, just like me and a notebook and like pens. Like, that's it. So as far as like how things have changed, it's just been a matter of setting, I guess. That's like the biggest thing, not being able to have a more versatile scenery to look at.
Mm-hmm. I can understand that, definitely. Shannon, how about you?
It's really strange how much things have stayed the same and how much things have changed, because I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have a 9-month-old baby. She is adorable. Every once in a while I will post a photo of her on Twitter. But I try not to, I don't want to overload people with my cute baby photos. But yeah, anyways, so I just mostly take care of her, but it's so weird how much I've actually taken up this idea that everybody has, that you have so much extra time. Why don't you take up some hobbies? So even though I literally have exactly the same amount of time as I've ever had, I actually was like, what am I going to do? I'm going to take a course online. So I started the NASM. I don't want to be a personal trainer. I don't. But I want to fire my personal trainer.
Wow.
So I am taking the NASM course. Well, I don't know what he's doing. He follows me around the different machines and watches me while I do stuff. And I'm like, what am I paying you for? I want a program. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm on module 5 out of 20. So that's pretty good. I'm a quarter of the way through, about a week and a half in. And so I'm like, I'm going to take a certification to be a personal trainer, even though I literally have zero desire. My background's in project management. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to go to the nail salon anymore. I can't go because obviously they're closed. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to learn how to do acrylic nails. So I bought a kit online, acrylic nails.
Boom.
And I've been watching. Oh my God. You think that's hype? Let me show you.
Oh, wow. Let
me show you the disembodied practice hand I bought. Ooh.
Wow.
I'm scared.
I'm not going to practice on my own hand first. No, I'm going to practice this when I first do it, right? So I bought a kit. I bought a practice hand. I'm going to learn how to do my own nails. What else did I took up gardening. I just planted some carrots today. We planted a bunch of squash at my mother-in-law's house. I'm like, wait, did I really have this much time before? Or maybe she's just getting easier to care for as she gets older.
Of all the things to start gardening with, why carrots?
I don't know. I remember. Burpee, the seed company. If you go on the website, they're sold out of so much stuff. So I just bought 7 different things that they still had, which was squash, carrots, beans, and one other thing I can't even remember. But yeah, they were sold out of so much stuff on there. So I was like,
I just think it's funny that carrots were in stock. Like that's the thing. Like, you know,
that was in stock. At least there was one thing for me to actually play. Like literally, there was like they were sold out of. So I would be like, oh, that looks good. Oh, that's sold out. Oh, that took me 45 minutes to complete an order. Oh. So I don't know. I was like, I'm gonna do all this stuff now, even though I must have had the same amount of time, and I've been writing more in my blog because affiliate money.
Right.
Gotta make that money. Yo, shout out to Alex Jackson for the super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Alex. I like your beanie. Techman in the chat, he says that carrots take 2 years to grow. Is that true?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no clue, and that's fine with me. I have all the time. All the time I have.
Shit's like I ain't going nowhere. We're good.
Yeah.
Right. You need to write down the date, and in 2 years from now, we need to have a live.
Oh yeah,
follow up. Yeah, we gotta know what.
Get my beautifully acrylic nails hands dirty.
Boom. Shout out to Battery Power for the super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right, we got to back up real quick. Because if you got a personal trainer that is just stalking you around the gym, have you asked him what is the purpose of what he's doing? Have you asked him? Have you talked to him about this? Shannon?
I'm sorry, what? You like cut out for me. Like massively. It was like
so I'm talking about them personal trainer that you don't like. If he's just stalking you around the gym and not really instructing you, have you talked to him about this?
He's a good human, right? Well, no, it's the same thing that all trainers. I've had like 3 different trainers from this particular gym, and they all do the same thing. They like just tell you, like they tell you what to do, but I want a program, and I want to feel like they don't really get paid that much, like. So I can see why they're not motivated employees. The club takes all the money. I spend like $80 an hour, and the club takes 70 of it or something like that. Not really a great deal for them.
Yeah,
I did have a good trainer once, but he actually decided he's like, I'm going to start my own thing, and he's out of my price range, frankly. So.
He got smart.
Yeah. So no, he's a really nice person. He just I want a trainer that's going to create a program for me, and I just can't, for what they're getting paid, expect that kind of service out of them. Like, just honestly, I wouldn't ask them to do that for what they're getting paid. So, you know, I'm like, whatever, I'll learn how to do this myself. I've got however many hours it takes to complete this course. So far, it's about 3 hours a module.
How many modules on there?
There's 20. So I'm at module 5 right now. So 20 modules. I imagine it'll probably take me a few months to get it done and then finally take the exam, because there is an exam.
Yeah.
So if my brain is wrapping around it correctly, you are going to become a certified personal trainer just because your current trainers are a bunch of monkey crap. That's what
I just want to know what I'm supposed to be. Maybe he's doing everything correctly. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe he's doing everything perfect. But I've had several trainers from this gym, and one of them was really good. And he actually did, like, he made a program for me and everything. And I sucked at it, to be honest with you. More the consistency issue, you know. Having a 9-month-old baby it's a little bit difficult to make it to the gym all the time. But my current one is actually, I also have new goals now too. So back when I first had my baby, it was more like I was focused on my mobility and stuff, because I was still like really overweight and like trying to, you know, get there. And now I'm focusing on like gaining strength, and I really want to be able to do like tricep dips. That's like one of my goals. Mm-hmm. And I want a program that's focused on that. I want a new program that focuses on my new goals, you know. But that I'll be able to create that for myself, hopefully, once I learn what I'm doing. And I'm already learning a lot. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but I'm really excited about the possibility that I could write my own program better for myself than anybody else could, because I know myself better than anybody else.
Gotcha. Hey, you sometimes you gotta take care of yourself. So I got some interesting questions here. I know Sherry is over there enjoying the Gary V Pinot Mignon, whatever, however you say that. Somebody just mentioned Romina's big solo cup. So what you got over there, Romina? What you drinking tonight?
What's happening? Oh, tea.
Of course,
Yes.
of course, it's
Cheers.
tea. Come
What
on.
kind of tea?
It's the Anise Star.
And
I was
Shannon,
going to ask you, with your obsession with tea, have you tried the Spice Market Pike Place original blend yet? It's for people, they say, for anyone who even doesn't like tea, but I imagine for a tea lover you might like it. So it originated at Pike Place Market, but it's got like a cinnamon and clove kind of taste. So it's always really popular at Christmas, but it's actually one of my favorite teas, and I'm not a super hardcore tea drinker except for English breakfast, so I was going to suggest one of these days give it a shot.
her face. You got her full attention. You got her locked in. Man. She's all about it.
I want to try that.
Mm-hmm. Now, Shannon, I thought about a water with it, but you got that big old steel cantina. So what you got over there, Shannon?
This is just an Earl Grey. I love David's tea. If you guys are familiar with that, it's actually a Canadian company, but I love them. So I'll order a couple times a year from them, and this is just their Earl Grey.
Okay. Whoa, where did this dude come from? Look at this cat. Medal for breakfast. Long time no see, dude. What's up, man? Thank you for the super chat, sir. Appreciate it.
Jason, we were talking about you today in the Seattle YouTube meetup. We were saying that we're volunteering you to lead one of our next ones for a TikTok, all the ins and out tutorial / whatever. So hope you're ready.
Yeah, man. You're
being voluntold.
Get ready, baby. Get ready. Oh my goodness.
Go do it for free if you're good at it. Get that masterclass money.
Ever what's that thing Joker said in The Dark Knight? If you're good at something, never do it for free. Mm-hmm. Man. So are you ladies watching
I'm on YouTube for free. I don't make any of that AdSense money, not on YouTube anyway. My blog does, so.
So I know we were talking about Upload earlier. Are you ladies like partaking in any other like shows that you weren't before?
I've been watching a lot more documentaries. And well, I guess shows. I'm still watching Star Trek. I'm on Deep Space Nine and Voyager because they both aired at the same time. And yeah, I guess that's it.
Now, how far along are you in your Star Trek journey?
Whew. Do you want me to pull out the spreadsheet?
I mean, we got time. You got the time. We can pull out the spreadsheet if you want to. That's up to you.
I won't make everybody suffer.
Shannon and Shelly are quiet. So I'm guessing not.
I don't even remember what I'm watching, so I'm literally looking through my Netflix and being like, "What am I watching?" And I watch a lot of like true crime stuff. Guilty pleasure, Lucifer.
Ooh, there we go.
Out. Okay, so I will be watching that. One of my, and this I don't know what this says about me. The Babies documentary, the baby. I don't know. It's on Netflix. It's literally called Babies. It's adorable. But it talks about like research about like what babies can do with their minds. It's actually really good. But guilty pleasure, another one actually, and I don't know what this says about me, but I really liked this one I think it's called Mastermind or Evil Genius. That's what it's called. It's called Evil Genius. If you haven't seen that on Netflix, it is a mind.
I have that on my list. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, if you're interested in true crime stuff, like you're gonna be like blown away. Like it's pretty. Especially the first couple of episodes. If you don't like it after like the second or third the second episode, I would say like you can drop it.
I would say if you guys need any recommendations, I am always a big proponent and fan of Orphan Black because Tatiana Maslany is a goddess. She's amazing. And we finished The Mandalorian, as did everyone in the world. So we're starting to watch the behind the scenes, the documentaries that they created, the 8-part series about it. So that and Upload. We just finished Upload.
Is Orphan Black on Netflix?
I think it's on BBC. I think you can on demand it there. And if you guys don't know Orphan Black, she basically plays a clone of herself, and she has to do all the characters. And it's set because, yeah, she's amazing. You got to go check it out.
And Upload is not on Netflix either, right?
Upload was maybe
I'm
a
looking them both
Hulu.
up right now.
Maybe it's either no, it might be Amazon Originals.
All right. Well, that's cool. I have
Yeah.
obviously everybody who doesn't have
Yeah,
who doesn't have Prime, raise their hand.
Exactly.
Like-
Upload is on Prime, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I'm not sure. I think you can still get Orphan Black though on BBC.
All right, cool. I got them written down.
Nice.
I'm always up for a recommendation.
Yeah, I told you guys before, or those of y'all that watch me regularly anyway, but you know, I've been watching a lot of Chicago Fire and Chicago PD. Those are my jams. And it goes quiet. So Shelly, you gotta tell everybody about the that special cool retro looking mic you're using tonight.
Okay. So this is the Shure MV51. I do really like this one. It has a micro USB port on the back. You can plug it into your cell phone with USB-C or a Lightning adapter. So if you have, you know, some other iDevice, you can certainly use it with that. And then the USB, so you can use it on your computer. So I think it has a cool retro vibe, and I really like this one. So I think it's modern, but it looks really retro. So this has been one of my favorites for streaming.
Okay. Uh-oh, Romina. Romina, what is going on out here? What are we looking at here? Oh my god.
wow.
Well, this is a spreadsheet. So it's not actually updated completely because I'm in the middle of watching these seasons here, but this is a spreadsheet, and the total time for watching everything is, and this doesn't include the newer stuff like Picard. So this is 23 days. These are 23 full 24-hour days. So 23 days, 20 hours, and 46 minutes. That's how long it would take to watch the entire franchise. And currently, I've watched 15 days, more than that, because there's stuff I haven't counted. But 15 days, 0 hours, and 36 minutes, which means that I have 8 days and 20 hours and 10 minutes left. These are full days, full 24-hour days.
Wait, did you just say you have like 8 days left? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, the full days. So that's like 24 times 8. It's a lot of. It's 212 hours.
Have you rated each episode and like done a little synopsis? And
Excuse me, you are asking too much.
oh no! What do you know? I'm just saying because it's such a beautiful spreadsheet here. So if you'd been like this episode, didn't like this episode, I mean, you're literally counting down the days until your episode is complete. You know.
No, I mean, honestly, like in retrospect, I really should have like at least made like a podcast or something where I talk about
that would be cool.
Like each one, but I really just wanted to watch it, you know? And I started with the first one, and the very, very first episode, like the pilot episode in the original series, is not really the best one. So it was hard to get through that one. But then when I watched the actual first episode after the pilot, I was hooked, and I just couldn't stop watching. And like, to me, it wasn't even about like creating content around it or like making it like a huge deal or anything. It was just like, oh, I just want to, you know, I just want to watch it.
Hi, puppers.
There is a puppy on the screen.
Yes.
If I don't pick them up every once in a while, then they start screaming, and I'm trying to avoid that. So you have to give them like a certain amount of attention, like every so often. This is Casey,
Oh
by
no,
the way.
I would give it attention
all
the
the
time.
She gets all the oh, thank you. Yes, and her brothers they both got their quarantine haircuts today.
Oh.
Their little shaved bodies, except they couldn't get we can't get down to the legs and everything, but the bodies they did that. Yes.
Oh. That is so cute.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And her brother's coming over. Here, I'll see if I can get him. Oh no, now he's mad at me. All right, we'll see. We'll see in a second. He was whining just a second ago, so I had to like lean down and pet them. But does anyone else have high maintenance pets? Like, they're pretty high maintenance. Very small but very loud. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I know, Shannon, you have a cat, right, or a dog?
No, I have a dog. And she's adorable, but she's not super high maintenance. She just wants to go outside and have treats, and she's simple.
She hasn't been asking for any extra loving during the whole.
She's blissfully unaware, as I wish I were. Yeah, I really miss like traveling. I would love to just go somewhere. It's literally, and maybe this is irresponsible, but as soon as they open the border,
You're gone, huh?
I'm going back to Canada. Yeah.
Just don't be like those crazy people in Florida, like crowding beaches and stuff. That's
I plan to wear my face covering, and I might even get goggles. I'm not sure, like for the plane. I'm not sure.
That actually isn't happening here, by the way.
That's not happening?
Closed. Yeah, the beaches have been closed. Miami Beach has been closed since like mid-March.
Or maybe that's somewhere else. Apparently, somewhere some lakes or beaches are open and people are just
in St. Petersburg.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it was like up there.
So speaking of traveling, Romina, we need to have a little conversation real quick here. I thought of live stream, and I know you were asking a question before about what to do next, because you obviously your content is travel based heavily, and now that you can't really travel, I know you're trying to figure out what to do next. Any headway with that yet?
I guess my dilemma is because I didn't really want to go back to doing like list videos, like, you know, top things to do, blah blah blah. But that's really the thing to do, I guess. Like if you want to actually if you want to favor the algorithm. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, I've just been taking it I've been focusing more on like my writing stuff, which is originally where I started on my creative journey. I started with writing and I had like my camera. But yeah, so I've just been focusing more on that, I guess.
So I'm curious, when we are allowed to travel again, Romina, where's the first place you're heading to?
You know, I really don't know because, I mean, like I had a lot of plans for this year, but a number of them have fallen through because of this, because they were planned around like personal like events. And those events have since been, you know, postponed. And so I don't really know. And then there's also the dilemma of like, well, when they do open up, like some places are not going to be open up, or some places will have restrictions, and you know, like, so it really depends on, like, it's going to have to be day by day, you know, like something where it's just like, well, whatever is available, you know, because you can't really plan too far. I mean, I can't even plan what I'm doing tomorrow, you know, because like I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we're still in very uncertain times. So like, it's kind of hard to plan anything right now. We just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I had a friend who she was supposed to get married in August, so I was going to go to her wedding, but because of all this, like they were waiting until the last second, since it's all the way in August. You know, they figured, oh well, maybe like it'll be fine, but either way, like we're already at the end of May now, so that only leaves like 2 months for them to plan stuff. And it's like, well, it's either we try to do it and then like only a quarter of the people come, either because like they can't travel, or because they're scared, or because, you know, for whatever reason, or because of like economics reasons, right? Finances. So like they were just like, yeah, we have to postpone it until next year because there's nothing else to do.
My friend was supposed to get married mid-May, and unfortunately that just isn't happening.
I have a friend that was supposed to get married too in May, so yep, not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's kind of sad. With all the weddings that having to be canceled or postponed because of what's happening right now. It's like, damn,
Well, not only that, you can't even have funerals.
that's even more sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my father died 2 weeks ago, and well, we can't have a funeral. So
Wow. I'm so sorry about that. That's rough. That's rough. Yo.
I didn't mean
Shannon.
to kill everything. Sorry.
No, no,
Goodness.
no worries, no worries. Shannon, you recently started a second channel for Magic the Gathering. How is that going?
That's a project. I keep it very quiet. I'm not trying to drive traffic to that.
Oh no, there's traffic now.
I do it for fun. I did start a second channel because I wanted to like just have one channel where I just did whatever. And honestly, like it just ended up looking like crap. And I aesthetically find just having my Lululemon channel just Lululemon based. And if I'm gonna have, I can have like no El Jefe, I'm not looking and I could just have this Magic the Gathering channel. Like, if you guys don't know what Magic the Gathering is, it's a 25-year-old game I used to play with my father, who I also lost recently, killing the mood again. And I know.
That's a weird flex, but okay.
Romina, you got anyone that's died recently you can type up?
My dignity.
So I started again. I started getting back into the game. Because he left me a bunch of cards and and some of them are worth money. Like that, if you want to like really dive in, you can like. There's this like one card that's worth like $20,000 or something. Like really for real. So,
you sounded like a mobster saying that. You were just like, yeah, you know, there's like a.
So like I don't care. Like it's like there's like $20,000 card. Yeah, whatever.
You know, some of the decks though, they're very expensive. Because there was a story recently about a Seattle Seahawks player. This was maybe last year, and he had his deck in the car, and it got broken into. And you know, he put out this big like message, like, guys, I just want my cards back because you know some of them are valuable. And Wizards of the Coast actually saw that video and they were going to give him some cards. But it's amazing. I mean, it's everywhere. You know, you got this professional football player, and you've got like every walk of life that you know being like not enough mana.
Like there's literally only 3% of females that play the game. At least the reason that we think that is because that if you look into the analytics of people who have Magic the Gathering channels, it's all dudes. I'm like, or if I'm in the chat of like some live video where they're talking about it, I'm like one of like 2 girls. Like there's like 50 other people. So ratio checks out. But I really like the game, and I used to play, and I took it back up a year and a half, 2 years ago or something, and I've been just cracking boxes and cracking packs and I did like one video where I like told my opinion on some new product they're coming out with. But yeah, it's I wasn't gonna talk about that. My approach is it's very like low key, just kind of doing it for fun. Of course, that's kind of my YouTube channel. I'm just doing that for fun too, but at least I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of get what you were saying earlier. Like one of my things that I ran into, which I'm sure I've talked about like a billion times already, with Red Romina. I obviously have a lot of different interests and things that I like to do and talk about, but the problem is that like because of the different topics, the algorithm does not distribute those videos appropriately because like if I'm talking about specific stuff like travel and then all of a sudden, you know, make an ASMR video, like for example, the YouTube is going to be like, oh, wait a second, that's weird. Like you don't usually do that. So we're just going to send that to like 10 of your subscribers and see what they think. Which of course like doesn't help with the whole snowball effect, and then that video like nobody sees it.
And I found that actually since I've taken literally everything else except for like a couple of videos that obviously were helping people that are like actually had like some views, like have some views on them. I took everything except for all the Lululemon content off of my channel. I just like private or delisted it. So like if you really wanted to find it, you probably could go through my old tweets and still find all the videos. I'm not like embarrassed of them. I'm actually going to probably post them on my personal blog. But I took them down because clearly YouTube, not only do they not know what to do with these videos, I believe that it also throttles the performance of my Lululemon based content, which is the primary focus of my channel, because reason being, I've gotten the most views on my following Lululemon videos after I've taken down all this other content. All my Lululemon videos are getting more views. So I think that it was just like an overall channel mess up free. I'm trying not to swear.
Yeah, that algorithm is so picky, man. It's like you said, you got to train it to know what you want it to do. Otherwise, it just does whatever the hell it wants.
Train the algorithm.
Yes, literally, you have to train the algorithm. Like train your dragon, you got to train the algorithm. Yes.
And you got to train it not to caption your videos in Dutch.
Oh, let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's not do that. Oh man, yo, Paul, how you doing, man? What's going on, Paul? In the building, what's happening?
Hi, Paul.
You're so close to 100. I'm rooting for you any day now.
Paul's gonna get there. Hey, Tech Lover Mama, how you doing? So for those of y'all that are asking about channel links, I put all their channels in the chat. I did not put the Magic the Gathering channel because Shannon doesn't want that one on blast. We're gonna leave that one out.
Second of all, I don't think anybody's really like interested in that. But also, it's like, I don't know. I'm just gonna post videos there, and if everybody wants to watch, you can go watch. But yeah,
I did the same thing with my
I enjoy making the videos. I enjoy.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, though, about having to separate, because I tried for a very, very long time to have like a variety channel, and it's so hard. Yeah, and so now I have to have, unfortunately, because I have varied interests, 4 or 5 channels, and it sucks, and it's, yeah.
Wait. You have 4 or 5 channels? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so do I.
Wow.
Yeah. What? So I've got like a separate beauty channel called Shelly Slays the Day. I've got a singing channel, which is Shelly Sings All Day. I've got the vertical video channel, which is Vertical Video Vixen. I've got, I've got all these different channels, because if I end up putting, something that is so completely different than what either, the algorithm or whatever has been trained to like, it just tanks everything. So way back in the day, I would do a beauty unboxing, and then I would do an iMovie tutorial, and then I would throw up a TubeBuddy tutorial.
Where is that at now?
It's on Shelly Slays the Day.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
So
that's exactly where I'm at too. Because like I used to post all types of different stuff, like singing stuff and like everything, like on my one channel. But now if my channel plateaued just because of that, because I kept doing that and not realizing that it was affecting my engagement. And so now it's like, if I do anything that's wildly different, like it tanks. So that's why,
and if it tanks, then the next video that comes out, it can also affect that one too. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's a snowball effect.
All right, hold on. So clearly, I am behind the times. I know I've been busy a lot over the past 2 years, but I'm way behind what you guys in your channel. So I knew that Shelly had the regular channel that she does. I knew of the beauty channel. I just forgot because she doesn't really do content to that beauty. I knew about the vertical vintage channel, but I didn't know about this singing and this other stuff. What?
Yeah. Oh, I have a channel for my podcast, like episodes when I do that, so I can have a place for that. So there's a channel for. I have an actual vlog channel, which I've got like 2 videos on. So that's another channel. So I've got like 6 channels, and all of them have not enough content, I will say. So
and then Romina, like what? You got like, I know you have the HMR, the ASMR channel. Obviously, you got your regular channel, but you got more than those 2.
Yeah, I have Red Romina, I have Remote Romina, I have the ASMR channel, and then I have Romina with a side of fries.
Romina with a side of fries? What is that? What is that about?
Currently, there is only one video on that channel right now, and it's just me making animal noises, because if I tried to put that in my main channel, it would have killed my main channel. But I really wanted to post that because I'm really good at making animal noises.
So let me betray. You just made a channel to post one video.
Now I'm going to say something. Here's the thing: is like 70% of traffic on YouTube is watched on a phone. Okay, so we know this already. Now, when we actually,
you messed up, bro. You messed up.
No, it's fine. And there's actually a report out there from Scientia Mobile. It's the MOVA report, which is Mobile Overview Usage Statistics report, that is going to say that even most of the majority of the time when people are on their phones, even on a video platform site such as YouTube or whatever, they're going to hold their phone in a portrait orientation. So a good 80% of the time, they're not going to rotate their phone. So you could do something to differentiate yourself and actually be able to have videos that take up the entire screen. It could be something that could be also useful for the future, as well as then you don't have to work as hard to repurpose your content when it comes to IGTV, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitch, all of those sites that accept vertical video. And they've done a whole bunch of different stories and reports that will show that like $100 in ad spent on a vertical video versus a horizontal 16:9 widescreen video, it actually costs more money to convert less traffic on a widescreen than it does a tall. And then they'll also have reports on like Snapchat where it shows that people are 3 or 5 times more likely to complete a story or like advertisement if it's done in a vertical way. And with everything that's exploding with TikTok and everything like that, there's so much money that is on mobile. And then you got a lot of products like a Swell water bottle that really need to be probably showcased in a vertical format. So it's not for everybody, but it is for a certain group of people that they can make money on it. And I think that there isn't enough people talking or teaching about it. So I want to be known in this area as like an educator and someone that would, you know, be paid to come talk about that with people. So it's not for everyone, but I think it's for a good group of people.
I'm sorry, she just felt like the last 3 minutes bodying you, but you brought it on yourself, bro. You brought it on yourself.
No. And it's fine. There's a big traditional, like a lot of people, they want 16:9 and that's cool. And then Peter McKinnon was like, yeah, but if you did 2:1. So it's just a different paradigm shift. Some people are always going to be vertical only or vertical first. Some people will be only horizontal, and that's totally cool. I'm just saying it's a really great way for people to kind of find a way to differentiate themselves. So a lot of people will rotate their phones, but statistics show that 80% of the time people do not, even when they know that they are supposed to, so that they can enjoy more of it. And I'm like, if you can be taking up the entire screen and having less people scroll, why wouldn't you want that attention faced on your video?
I love how she has.
But I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just educating to the point that there is a lot of money that probably in the future, because a lot of that video is vertical, that's where a lot of the money is going to go.
No, she's just over there dropping knowledge bomb. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
We got you. All right, back to you, Romania. I'm not done with this yet. So you made a whole entire channel to poke one video, and I hit it right?
No, I mean, the point of that channel was to post like funny stuff, like random weird funny stuff. But it just takes, you know, to do stuff right, it just takes time. And I'm posting, I feel like my focus is remote Romina because I'm trying to educate as many people as possible with that. And then secondly, I think the ASMR channel, because it's just relaxing and I feel like it benefits people in a very positive way. So I just want to contribute to that. But yeah, I mean, the idea behind that channel was just because it was just a place to post weird, random stuff and not care, you know, just to post stuff. And like that animal video, I had been wanting to do it for years, but I never did because of like being afraid of posting it on my channel and then ruining the performance of any video that followed after.
Yeah. Apparently, Roberto Blake is sending people over here. We have Living with the Goop and came from Roberto. All right. What's up, Roberto? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, Living with the Goop. We're just hanging out. Me, Romina, Shannon, and Shelly talking about YouTube and life and everything else in between, hanging out tonight. Thank you, lady, for hanging out with me. Been a while. Glad to have you back. Don't have you on here nearly enough, but
yeah.
work on that.
Oh, I just noticed all of us have black hair.
Ooh.
I have like a dark brown, but yeah.
Okay, none of us are blonde. How about that? None of us are blondes or redheads. Okay, we got that in common, right? Are you gonna agree on that one?
You're supposed to say yes, Shannon.
I was trying to make.
My bad. Next time, you know what? I'm gonna go dye my hair black.
Okay.
And
yeah.
So,
and then I'll be able to.
I mean, technically, my hair is really dark brown.
Yeah, mine's like a chestnut.
But it's just so dark. It just whatever, it's black.
Yeah, it goes up that way.
Yo, Janosis, my hair is it's currently missing right now. It's on a milk carton right now, Janosis. So we trying to find it right now. It's not here, and I had to let it go. But when it's there, it's usually black. It's usually black.
I will say my hair is actually like a lot of it is coming in like silver, white, gray. So as I'm getting older, I think I'm gonna end
That's
up with
cool.
just all white, silver hair. It will be very
I
like
like that.
Storm. It was just like
Yeah.
So we
Maybe
are
like an
literally.
enemy.
So we
I
are
like it.
literally getting rated by Roberto and crew. I like this. What's up? How y'all doing? We got a Piper Planet vlog. How y'all doing? How y'all
Hi,
doing?
Piper Planet.
Yeah, Matt Cooper out here. What's up, Matt? How you doing? How y'all doing? Welcome to the show. We're just talking about anything and everything, mostly YouTube and things like that. I was not aware that all these ladies have like multiple channels. Here I am, my two little channels, and they got like 4 or 5 channels. I'm like, damn.
You
Crazy.
have to though, and you've recently, well, not that recently, actually, a few months ago, you decided like only Apple, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah. You used to do lots of other things too, but you have to niche down
Yes.
for the algorithm.
Because as you guys have noticed, vertical video, not vertical, I think vertical video, variety videos on YouTube are dead, as Roberto Blake would say.
It's
Variety
catching
videos
on.
dead.
Everybody, it's
Yeah.
catching on.
Variety videos are dead. You cannot have, actually, no, variety channels are dead on YouTube. The algorithm will not allow for variety videos. I mean, if you don't want to grow and you don't care, then sure, you can do variety video. But if you actually want to grow a channel on YouTube, variety videos is not going to get it done. So you're right. I decided to niche down into Apple-centric content, and we're seeing how that goes.
And before anyone gets in the comments about like, well, what about this? Okay, it's like the exception, not the rule. So we get it. There's an exception or two out there, and you're going to try and name them. But I'm just saying, in general, we have always found that niching down is probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you can still grow if you're a variety channel, but it's going to take you a lot longer.
Oh, yeah, a lot longer.
Yes.
And you have to post a lot. And it's
I think
kind of
it's
just
more-
like throwing darts, like blindfolded and just. But yeah, I mean, when you do niche down, it makes it a lot quicker and definitely even within a niche. So like if you look at like an ASMR channel, like for example, you have like different types of niche within that.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see that the ASMR channels that grow really quickly, like within a matter of months, like get to 100,000 subscribers, are the ones that are doing the same types of ASMR type things in every single video.
Like eating or
Right. Yeah. Like
sleep
they're all doing, like Disney characters, right? So it's like that's all they do, right? That's an example. I don't know if that actually exists. That doesn't sound like a good ASMR channel.
I'm sorry, Roberto Blake raiding the channel, just hilarious. All of y'all that are coming from Roberto, hello, how you doing? I am Viper. I am the man about tech. You are on my live streaming channel. I am being joined tonight by some of my favorite female creators. We got Shelly Saves the Day, who does YouTube coaching and iMovie tutorials and things like that. We got Shannon Vlogs, whose entire channel is dedicated to Lululemon tips and tricks and things like that. And we got Mrs. Red Romina over here, who has a channel dedicated to traveling, and she also has a remote channel that teaches you how to work effectively remotely. So awesome female creators. Definitely check them out if you guys have a moment. And again, thank you, ladies, for joining me tonight. But damn, shout out to all of y'all that are joining. Somebody tell Roberto that if he has time, he can come on here and join us tonight. I mean, we here chilling.
Yeah, we'll make an exception.
We'll make an exception for Roberto if he wants to come and join us. I don't know what he's doing
Absolutely.
over there. No doubt. So, Shannon, so you got the Lululemon channel, you got the Magic the Gathering channel.
Yeah.
If you had to make a new channel about anything else, what would your new channel be about?
Education.
That's
I
right.
did
That's
make
right.
a couple of videos that I really liked that I took down. That I'm gonna throw them on my blog, on my personal blog, but they were very meaningful to me. I talked about college and how to get good grades, and they weren't like these conventional tips like, oh, just hard and stuff. I was like, no, like there was a bunch of stuff that I said. I don't want to like rehash my entire video. And I forget there was one other video that I made that was really impactful. I don't know, that it was just important to me to make those videos, and I put them on my channel, and they were really good in my opinion, if I have to say so myself, but they're not going to get the views that they that I just think that people would really benefit from them, especially like if you're going into college or you're thinking about going to college. One of my videos was about like, is college even right for you? And I think that's important for people to even consider or think about. And I gave the parameters by which to determine that. And I'm going to throw them up on my personal blog, and if somebody wants to see them, they'll be up there. But,
Would you do like note taking tips and stuff like that, or no?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that there's, I think that's pretty much been done. I have kind of this alternate sort of perspective on college because I've had such a crazy life. I've been to school. Oh, hello, Roberto. Roberto decided.
Oh, we got the Emperor. No, Emperor Roberto. What's up, Roberto? How you doing, man? I appreciate the raid. I dropped the link in your Twitter DM if you want to come join us tonight, Roberto. So the link is there if you choose to use it. Appreciate you, man. I
College
appreciate
versus university, like the Regina show is saying. Like I have been to a community college. I have been to a university. I have 4. Well, it depends on how you look at it. I either have 3 degrees or 4. I have one that has a double major. And a minor. I'm overeducated. It's ridiculous. But that means I have a lot of experience and I know what I'm doing. I also got most of those degrees within like, I finished my complete education within 5.5 years. So 4 degrees in 5 years is I think that's pretty good trade on time.
Whoa. Before I bring Roberto in here, what do you mean you're overeducated? It's not even a thing.
I think it is a thing.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yes, it's totally a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Roberto,
I think
Roberto,
that's
Roberto.
actually the number one question that I got from employers when I was applying for jobs was, "Why do you have 4 degrees?" Like, and I was like, "I don't know, because I could." Like,
Roberto, can you help me out here? I
they're
don't
all
think there's such thing as being overeducated, Roberto. Help me out here, man.
Hi,
there is.
can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Hi, Shannon. Been a
Hello,
while.
Roberta. Long time no talk.
Yeah. Wait, can you guys hear me loud and clear?
Yeah.
We can.
Okay.
Oh,
Fine.
yes.
All right, excellent. So I agree with Shannon from the perspective of the employer, and this is also something in corporate that I learned is like there's a sweet spot where you can be overqualified and they will screen you out because then they don't believe that you are committed, because corporate life and employment, they're looking for lifers, they're not looking for floaters. And so if you have a lot of degrees, a lot of interest, a lot of background, it's like, yeah, you were committed to education, but it also communicates, well, maybe, especially if there's divergent paths there that don't overlap, that, well, you haven't found something that you're really into or passionate about or committed to. You've kept going from thing to thing, and they feel like you won't be invested in the company. And companies are very possessive, but I think some of that culture is changing now. So that's just another perspective.
I think for some companies, why would they want to hire someone that's 5 degrees into a job that only requires 1 degree when they know that that person can get sweethearted away from a company 1-2 years in the future because there's no loyalty, because they're then qualified for this other job. So I think a company would rather hire someone who is just qualified or underqualified because they feel they'll work at it really hard, versus the person who's so overqualified and be like, F you guys, I'm out of here because I know that I can be treated better or go to a different place. And that kind of bravado about I don't need your job is kind of the thing that turns off a lot of employers.
So it's a leverage issue of they need to have enough leverage over you to be able to feel like they can keep you, or that they won't have to work too hard to keep you in that relationship or start a bidding war over you. The exception is if you are just that good. And I love this point Charles Smith brought up, overeducated, an excuse to pass over on someone as an employer. An employer finds intimidating. Those are the employer's issues. They have the internal calculus to not train, mentor their replacement. I couldn't agree more. That's actually valid.
Yeah, no, I've worked in like Fortune 500 companies, so obviously somebody was willing to hire me. But yeah, I would agree with that, in that they have the internal calculus to not train or mentor their replacement. Absolutely. There were some times where I was like, I was brought on once for sure to replace the manager. So Yeah, but it was the director level that was hiring me. So
I mean, from an employer standpoint, I could definitely understand like having a candidate that's over educated or overqualified, but from like a self like a
I
self
do want. I
go ahead.
just have to qualify. I have to clarify that because I just want to say that all of my degrees have some type of overlapping into each other. They're
Nice.
all basically international focused.
Gotcha. I'm just saying from like a self growth like perspective, I don't think there's any such thing as being overeducated, but definitely in terms of an employer looking at you or looking to potentially hire you, if you are so overqualified that like they don't know how long you're going to stay in that spot, then yeah, definitely.
That's fair. That's a completely fair statement. Like if let's go again. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna, as an example, I was doing hiring for a very big box retailer, and you're a high school student, you can push some buttons, input something, and count back change to people. Okay. And I had people who are educated as like masters. They were trying to get teaching positions, but they couldn't. And they're working my customer service counter. And do you think that, like, yes, absolutely. Why the F would I not hire them? Because they're not a child and they're going to show up to work on time. But at the same time, it's also like, you think if a job opened up at a school where they could get a position that they wouldn't take that in a heartbeat because it's what they got their degree in. Yeah. So there's no real loyalty because he's not going to be like, you know what? I do want to go full-time returning people's stuff, or I do want to move up to the next thing where I can be the person that comes up and steps up after the person's like, I want to talk to your manager because I won't return your, wireless charger. And, I want to be that person that gets, screamed at by the customer and then had like stuff tossed at them because that's what I got my master's for. Yes. Choose me.
Yeah.
Like for 25 cents more, like that's not going to happen.
Yeah, there's definitely a case for that too. Like you don't want to be so, but here's something I heard this somewhere. It said A's hire A's and B's hire B's. So if you're a B, like let's say you're like a middle management type and you're not really your career trajectory, like you've been there for 20 years in that same position, you're not moving up in the company. It's the same thing as you're not going to hire somebody that could possibly replace you. You're not going to hire an A-type personality, which is like, hi, over here. I mean, all of us probably, right? You're not going to hire that high achiever when you could hire somebody that's more like your speed, but if you are like a high achiever and you're like, I'm going to be a director next year anyways, so I may as well hire this person that's obviously competent, and then I can tell them what to do next year when I'm the director.
The exception is entrepreneurship, because that's why the saying goes that A students work for D students.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
and the difference is
that's a different thing. I think trying hard in school is completely different, and you don't even need to try hard in school anymore, given the proportion of A's that are given out for free, practically.
Well, there's that, and then there's also the fact that school is evaluative in terms instead of diagnostic. At least in my opinion, my thing is that school is no longer diagnosing what someone is good at and what they are capable of learning and where their strengths lie. They're grading them in a very rigid format of, here's the thing we presented you and you're good at it or you're not, and by this amount of degrees, and we deem you useful and valid as a human being or not based on that. And if the answer is no, we throw you away and we tell you that you have no value and that you have to work at things you suck at. And that is, I think, or I find that to be a problem. Do you guys have thoughts on that about evaluative versus diagnostic in learning, or just thoughts on education?
I you know what, Roberto, I think we have very similar opinions on the value of education, even though I have a ridiculous amount of it. I was thinking about doing this video where all I do is just like take my degrees to a shooting range. They're literally because that's how much they say about me. They literally say nothing about me. They say I was really good at regurgitating stuff that I was told. That's what they say to me. They don't tell me I'm smart, because, I mean, the number of A's that are given out, just because I had a 3 not whatever GPA doesn't mean I'm smart. It's 30%. The amount of people that get A's is 30% now. It used to be that you would look on these people graduated summa cum laude, and it was like 2 people. Now it's like half half the or like not half the, a third though of the class, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, the value of education has gone down while the price has gone up.
Do you think that with the price going up, though, but also with the government's intervention in student loans and the banks with predatory lending, though, because I think part of the correlation between the number of people that used to get A's being less was that education used to be something that was, in many cases, it was very rare to go to college. We now
Yeah,
market
I
it
was
to
just gonna say
everyone,
that.
and we market it to everybody when it's not made for everybody, but it's more profitable, as we all know. It's more profitable to say that this is for everybody and you're no good if you don't do this, and that's a large profit center. And the price has increased, the quality hasn't, and to your point, even the quality of the people that we get as graduates hasn't necessarily increased, but the amount has. And I think that that might be an exposure kind of thing and the marketing of it to the masses versus college was considered a specialized thing for more generations than recently. And I think that's a big difference. What are your thoughts on that being the impact of what you're seeing?
There's a lot to unpack there. Of course, you always give us a lot to think about, but um, I can't even concentrate right now because I'm so passionate about this issue because I do think that college is over marketed to people. I think that there are so many people out there that would do really well in jobs that don't require like trade school on entrepreneurship, real entrepreneurship. If you take $100,000 loan from the government, instead of them saying you have to use this for college, they could say, oh, you have to use this to start a small business. You know how many small businesses that would create from people that genuinely are talented and can be their own boss, or people who you can learn how to code, you can be an amazing coder, but you have to go to college, you have to have a college degree to get a job anywhere. There are a couple of companies recently that have really taken the lead on you not needing to go to college, and I'm pretty sure Google has done it, and I think either Facebook or Apple. But these couple of, I know, thank you, Charles, I see. But some of these companies have taken the lead and said, no, you know what? You don't need a college degree to come and work for us if you're an expert coder. And I think that's the way that it should be. Like, if you're really, really talented at your job and you've been doing it for 20 years or something, why do you need a college degree just to go and work for someone? Like, it doesn't, you never needed this before.
There's so to go to film school costs a lot of money. And if you go to one of the best film schools, which is, USC, if you go to school like that, you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to go, when you could probably spend $50,000 and make a movie.
Yeah, exactly.
And you've learned a lot. You have something on your resume, if it's good. And you send it to film festivals and you learn. And you've already gone through the process of what it takes to be a filmmaker. And that's on a creative level. But I think like one of the biggest problems that I see is there isn't a passion for education. And one of the things that I'm worried about is I am also an advocate for people thinking twice about going into higher education, especially if you are someone who is able to do, you're able to start your own small business or can, work for yourself, or you're just a go-getter. But then at the same time, I feel like there is also this culture of, which I think is important because it helps to spread this movement of, well, these schools are overpriced and what they're selling is not of value anymore. And like from that perspective, I can see the benefits of this movement. But on the other hand, I feel like it also fosters this idea of like education not being necessary or education not being important. And I think that as we create this movement of, hey, you don't actually have to go to like this building that was made, 400 years ago, in order to learn and to get this piece of paper to work. While we do that, I think we also have to foster this growth of, hey, learning stuff is something that's eternal. It's something that you have to do for your entire lifetime. You don't ever stop learning. And I have this very deeply rooted love for education, for learning, and I'm constantly trying to learn new things. Like as I read, if I don't understand a word, like if I understand the context of it because I understand the language, but if I don't really know what a word means, I will open up the dictionary and see what it means, right? So to me, that is education, right? It's not, hey, I'm gonna send an application to 20 different colleges and like write this essay about like why I belong at their school, and then come up with like, well, like I'm a minority, or like trying to figure out like all the different avenues of how I can get into this building so that I can get a piece of paper so I can get a job after 4 years.
It's not even that you get a job. It's a ticket to a job interview. You don't even get the job. Right. You still have to compete with all the other people that have the same that has the same ticket as you.
Yeah.
So now you go to college, you have to differentiate yourself. God forbid you have to work, because then you won't have time for the extracurriculars that make you look like a well-rounded person.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
No, I am totally on the same page.
I can't even. Like my entire life, I was like, oh, I have to go to college or else I'm going to be poor. I have to go to college. I have to go to college. Like my entire life. And I had no money. I looked at the piece of paper. Congratulations, you've been accepted. It's estimated $32,000 a year. And I was like, well, bye. Like, I can't do that. And then finally I actually get a chance to go to a community college where it was only like $2,000 a semester or something. It was very inexpensive. And I got my first, little diploma or whatever. And, finally I got that. And then I was like, well, how do I get a job now? Like, I'm just like, am I worthy? Am I okay? Am I good enough for you now? And meanwhile, my IQ has not changed. I've always been as smart as I am now. Here, like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, marginal increases perhaps from my slight increase in improvement in education over my 5 or 6 years or whatever since I went to college. But you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Yep. Shout out to Brave for the super chat. Thank you, sir. Shelly, jump in there.
Thank you.
I think that some people like to confuse education and correlate it only corresponding to college or university in some way. And I don't think that that's true. I am someone who went to a 4-year university and graduated with a bachelor's. Sports psychology for the win, because that's useful today or ever. So like there's that. And you know what I did with that degree, with my bachelor's degree in sports psychology? I worked at Best Buy selling printers for $9 an hour, which I could have done as a high school student at 16. So, and then many, many, many moons later, I went to a coding boot camp and I did a year-long program with an internship and then, all that good stuff. And then at the end of that year, I didn't even get a job in coding. So there's that. But that's not to mistake that education and that process wasn't valuable in learning. But I think that a lot of people think that unless you're coming for a 4-year university and there's this like disdain for going to community college first, which I think is extremely smart, extremely cost effective.
I paid cash for community college. I'm a
community college
dropout.
My 3-year diploma or whatever. My 3-year went, actually 2 years of that went to my next degrees. So, and it only cost $2,000 a semester.
For most of my adult life, the fact that I went to community college and paid cash by working mostly like 2 jobs and did full and half and part-time course loads over a number of years and stuff like that, and still didn't even finish. I was a few credits shy, but I went directly to the job I was planning to apply to upon graduation anyway. I got hired by the company directly out just on my portfolio. So
exactly.
I was looked
and you
down
didn't
on.
go have $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 in debt.
Zero.
You were already working and getting the money. And I think a lot of people also confuse, like, there are internships, there are apprenticeships, there are trade schools, there are things that will get you trained exactly for the thing that you want to do, whether that's coding or whatever it is going to be. And I would say if you know that there is something that you would like to do, let's say it's software coding and you know you want to do JavaScript and you can sign up for Code Fellows and be done in 9 weeks, why wouldn't you do that versus going to a university?
Learning.
Yeah, and here's the thing is, we've had some people who have worked at some of the big companies that I have who didn't know how to do anything when their first, like, Git merge happened, you know? And they're like, oh, F, what do we do now? I've never had a merge conflict before. And that's something that you learn just by actually doing the job. So if you had actually been self-taught, go out there, get a job, and figured out what to do when those types of situations happen, you would have 4 years of experience versus the customer, or, you know, that CS student that came out and knows how to do a bubble sort, but doesn't know how to actually merge any code or you know, like, can tell you the theory behind, like, why you do a loop the way you do, but it has nothing to do with the fact that, like, that's not what you do in your job. So if you can actually have practical hands-on experience with the type of work that you want to do as well, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I think that, you know, there is a big lie that has been pushed upon us that college is for everyone, and I don't think that that's true. And I don't think that it needs to be, you know, if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or something like that, yeah, you should. But if you want to, you know, do graphic design, do you really need to go to a 4-year university to get a degree in graphic design when you could be spending 4 years of your life working, freelancing, being on Fiverr, working up through the ranks of whatever company that you get a job at and doing social media for others?
I believe it.
I gotta go, guys. The baby needs me.
There's a baby.
Oh.
Your baby needs me.
Oh, we got a little Shannon. Well, thank you, Shannon. Shannon. Yeah, you gotta take care of her, little Shannon.
Viper, I'm actually curious about what your experience in school was like.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Shannon.
Bye, baby. Bye, baby.
So before I get into that, I'm gonna agree with a lot of you all. I think it's so unfortunate today that there's this whole push to go to college, especially with the options that are out there today. I would say probably at least 50% of the population don't need college if you have an internet connection. I mean, you can learn so much from YouTube and just researching different things and topics on the internet. There are so many ways to figure out how to do things on the internet. There's online courses and things like that. Like Shelly was talking about, there are trade schools and apprenticeships and internships and everything else that you can just use to completely bypass college. And the big issue I have with college as it's currently constructed is the fact that they have these whole curriculums and about 35% of it has nothing to do with what you actually need to go wherever you want to go. Like if you want to be a computer science person, if you want to be a programmer or coder, why the hell do you need to take
everything
English?
That's not liberal arts should be vocational in nature. Anything that's not a liberal arts degree, anything that is not humanities or sciences should be vocational in nature. Like if you're going to be a coder, a graphic designer, a filmmaker, a photographer, you should be doing it in a vocational manner, and they do not need to re-quiz you on everything you learned in high school. And to be honest and everything like that, let's be very real. If you're going to be a photographer, a graphic designer, you're going to be a coder, you're probably a more well-rounded human being than most people on your own time. You don't need to pay for it, let alone go into debt.
Like when I went to college originally, my original major was computer science. I had to take courses in like English and Western civilization and history. I'm like, this stuff has nothing to do with computer science. Like, can I just take the courses that I actually need to get me to where I want to go? Why do I have to take all these general education courses that I'm not going to need? What the hell am I need with history? What am I going to need with whatever else it is? Like, it's pointless. It's just a way to get you to waste money and get in debt when it's not required. I love the fact that now there's this option to go bypass college, like do your community college or whatever, or do your training or use
or
the
go
internet.
To a coding boot camp,
or teach yourself, right? Or go into a boot camp or teach yourself. I love the fact that we can circumvent education, the formal education that existed for so long that we had to have, that we no longer have to have because the internet had pretty much killed the whole need to go to college if you don't want to go to college. Why the hell would you need to send to college for 4 years if you want to be a creative person? You don't need college for that.
I literally train creative people and creative entrepreneurs every day and everything like that. And it's funny. I'm a creative entrepreneur. I make multiple six figures. I'm a community college dropout, and I'm not an anomaly because I haven't used the thing that makes me an anomaly yet. I haven't used. Romina knows about my master plan a little bit. She knows I haven't built the Death Star yet. I haven't done the thing that I will be truly known for yet. We're still many years away from that, many moons away from that. The things that I did are the things that I teach everyone for free and that can be taught and learned by most people of an average level of intelligence, not necessarily to the degree where you need to make six figures, but to the degree to where you can make a living. And the thing is, my methodology is scalable because it's not salary or a wage or whatever. I teach people transactional income. And it's funny because I even teach people who have MBAs in business about business because they learned from people who never built one. They learn. It's funny. People have all this skepticism and scrutiny about online learning, online courses. You know this as a coach yourself, Shelly, that everyone wants to scrutinize this and see results and proof and all of this and everything like that. But if you're a tenured professor, you never have to work the actual job a year in your life. You could actually leave from university, work for the university, become a tenured professor, and never actually have any industry experience. And they will literally allow you to teach people, especially in the business world, by the way. They will allow someone to teach entrepreneurship and business who has never built a business, never hired an employee, never fired anyone, never done payroll, never paid taxes on a business, and they will let you teach it. And they will have people pay and go $60, $80, $100,000 in debt to learn from someone who never built a six-figure business, and no one questions it, and it is absurd. And the job placement marketing, because I know about marketing, they lie to you because they will count the person going from college to tending bar in their job placement case study.
All of that they're teaching sometimes from that professor's point of view, it's theoretical. They're not taking the multimillionaires
Yep.
and making them the professors, you know what I mean? And so a lot of people want to take all this business advice, but it's like, why would you want to take the business advice from your college professor who's never built a business? Why don't you actually take it from someone who has built a business, who has gone through the tax financial struggles, who has had to hire and fire people, who has had to actually go through the ins and outs of it? It's like, you shouldn't take advice from people who have never been where you want to go. If you
Amen.
don't want their life, if you don't want their business that they've created, if you can't follow in their footsteps in some way and then learn something and change it to the way that you need it, why would you do that? And if that person was so good at teaching you how to make multi-millions of dollars, why would they be probably at that university teaching for $60,000 a year?
That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Why would they be there? They'd be all running living
Unless
their own
they're
life.
retired.
That's
Unless they're
it. That's
retired.
about it. That's it.
Or unless it's also that they are doing something as alumni, because there are such thing as alumni professors, and I don't want to throw them completely under the bus. We get the same
Not all of
criticism.
them. No, not all. Yeah. Not all professors.
Exactly. Hashtag not all professors. We even get
Hashtag not all
criticism-
professors.
Yeah. We Shelly, you and I get criticism as coaches though, because people ask, and you can answer this, why would we teach all of our secrets and enable our quote unquote competition if we're so successful? Why would we teach anybody else? I'd love to hear your take on that.
Before she goes into that, shout out to Bandrew for the super chat. Thank you, Bandrew. You know me, I'm just doing my thing. Mr.
Bandrew.
Podcasters himself. That's what's up. And I just find it interesting that one of the smartest dudes I've ever met on the internet never finished college. He taught himself.
I was wondering if you were going to point that because I saw a couple of comments that he had. He's
Yeah.
amazing.
Renee's
and all
amazing.
of that, right? Self-taught, self-taught, self-taught.
Yep.
Self-taught.
Love it.
Yep. Then she got
Truths.
into product marketing, self-taught, video editing, self-taught, writing, self-taught. Absolutely.
Renee Ritchie is a true self-made success story in this community, and anybody who says anything different, I'll cut them.
Get him. Get him. All right, Shelly, you're up.
Okay, so the question is, why? What do you give away for free, and how do people actually
Like, yeah,
respond
why-
to?
Yeah, why, if we're so successful, why do we teach people as coaches? And why are we enabling our quote-unquote competition?
Yeah, why are you giving all the secrets away, man?
Well, here's the thing: is I can give you a blueprint to build a house. It doesn't mean that you'll do it. I can tell you how to
Yeah.
do anything, but it doesn't mean that you'll do it. It's the execution that falls down for so many people. So I don't mind. Take everything that I have. I will tell you everything. I won't hold back. Because innately, I want to see everyone succeed. I know that some people may think that I'm just mean and cold-hearted inside, but no, I don't think there's one success pie. I want everyone to have it. I want everyone to live the life that they want and be as successful as they want and get everything that they want. That's not a thing that I have where I don't want you to succeed. So I'm going to give you absolutely everything that I have, all the advice that I can. And then it's up to you if you want to take it, if you want to believe it, if you want to execute on it. I can't make you do it. And that's all internal on you. But I'm not going to be the person who's going to be like, well, for $1,500, I'm going to give you some different advice than what I give for free. It's not. It's like, I'm going to be more tactical about how I say I do it. I'm going to be more specific on your situation, because I think that I like to be more tailored in that way and say that,
Right.
yes, everyone is different. But I think there are a lot of general principles that do apply to everyone. But like, I'm not afraid to give everything away. Like, I don't care. Like, some people will be like, what do you give away for free and what do you charge for? There's no real distinction for me. You would see the same stuff. I would tell you the same things. It would just be more pointed to you. So that's the thing, is everyone wants the quick fix and all this stuff. And it's like, it's not. It's just do it, implement, repeat, look at the analytics, try it again, listen to more advice. I mean, and that's the whole thing, is I want to like be very clear that just because you pay Roberto or you pay me or you pay anybody, doesn't mean all of a sudden it's like guaranteed success. You know, there are a million factors that come into it. But for me, like, I have a harder time, and maybe this is just a personal thing I see, and I did a post about this recently on my Instagram. I am horrible when it comes to being able to fully execute on something, because I hold myself back. I have a lot of like self doubts and fears, imposter syndrome that comes out because I'm be like, I'm not as smart as Roberto. I'm not, you know,
sure.
as good a coach. I don't have, you know, the people underneath me that have had all this success, that I have as many accolades and recommendations. And so that, to me, sometimes will cripple me to the point where I'll be like, nobody wants to listen to what I'm saying. I shouldn't really say anything. Why would they listen to me when they can go to listen to Roberto? But here's the thing, is like, a lot of what everybody is talking about sometimes is the same stuff. It's just sometimes packaged in a way that finally hits home for you, in a way that you can digest and understand it and be able to execute on it. And that's really the only thing, is you just got to find someone that you jive with. So it's really taken a long time for me, because there are a lot of things that I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to create an e-course, and then I was like, no one's going to buy my e-course because they don't believe in me and as an authority. I have to build more respect first. And then I was like, oh, I want to do, you know, this other coaching program. And then I'm like, oh, I can't do a group coaching program because I don't have a ton of people under my individual. So like, I have all of these crippling anxiety, like fears
I
when
will
it
help
comes
you
to
with that,
feeling,
'cause I had
when
none
it
of
feels
that
like
when
I
I
am not good
did it.
enough, all the time. And like,
Yeah.
I've talked to Salma Joffrey about this, you know, because she and I both coached for Sunny Lenarduzzi, you know this, and,
Yeah.
and Brian G. Johnson, and all these people that have, and Trina, you know, everybody
Yep.
coached for Sunny Lenarduzzi. And if you look at any one of them, they've all created these huge programs for themselves and money. And it's just like,
It's
I
the
have
imposter
held
syndrome.
it's the imposter syndrome. I am scared to tell people, like, this is what I charge and this is how much it is, because I have said, like, I give it all away for free, and they could just go look at my channel. But then someone was saying, like, what you're paying is for the curation of it to be all collated together. You know, what you're paying
Not-
for is the clearer blueprint, the better
Yes and
execution.
no.
Hey,
Yeah,
Shelley.
but I'm just saying, yeah, I have a lot of imposter syndrome when it comes
I'm
to
gonna
that.
set up a call with you, for me, with you, and me and Andy specifically, because she's a great mindset coach as well. Like, me and Andy are gonna, like, no extra. We're gonna talk to you for a minute about that, because I really know that I can help you with that, and you are more than capable, Shelley. You are much more than capable.
Thank
and
you.
Imposter
Hey,
syndrome is a
Every
real-
time I'm
real-
on any panel, I'm always like, holy shit, why did they invite me? And it should be,
Hey.
oh, I'm female and Asian. Got it.
Hey,
it.
real quick though, Shelly, I felt that same way about 2 weeks ago when Roberto asked me to join his live stream when he was like helping smaller creators like grow their channels. He was giving them tips, and he invited me on to be like a co-host. I'm like, dude, why you invite me? I got like 3,000 subscribers, but it was so funny. Like, he invited me, we did the live stream, and like, even though I don't have the growth that he has, I was still able to sit there and give them tips, because I've been doing it for 3 years, and even though I don't have the biggest channel in the world, I still have learned a lot along the way that I was able to imbue upon the people that are watching that night. So it was kind of a perfect fit, even though I didn't think it would be.
Yeah.
People
I
loved
think
you,
one
Viper.
thing, and I think one thing that really I'm still working on is that I'm not responsible for people's success, even if they pay me. And that's hard, because I feel like if someone is paying me, like, I want it to be worth it to them, you know? So I want to be like, oh my God, look at what this person did after they worked with me. But now I'm starting to realize, like, that's not my problem. That's their problem. That's
There's
on
a
them.
difference
You know what I
between
mean?
success and improvement, by the way.
Yeah.
And what I believe is I'm facilitating improvement. Success is down to you. success is down to you and your execution and your work. But the thing is, what I believe is, if you work with me, will you have a better process? If you work with me, will you have been given support? If you're with me, have you been given structure? If you're with me, have you been given systems? If you're with me, have you been given strategies that can aid you? And so if I've given you structure, support, systems, and strategies, then I've done my part. If I've provided you with those things to the best of my ability, what you do with them and your success is yours. I will have no ownership of that. That will
Exactly.
be wholly yours. All I did was give you a very good foundation to build whatever you want on, and it's your choice what you do with it at that point.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm working on, because I have held back because I was like, I don't have enough testimonials. I don't have enough, success stories and all this stuff. And now I was saying that, like, I'm jealous of people that have done this, like I'm jealous of Salma and Trina and people who have these businesses, and, watching from the lens of, it's because it's all thinking and not executing and not enough messy action, as Gary Vee would say, and I feel like, had I made a lot of those mistakes, blunders, whatever you want to call it, in my entrepreneurship / coaching others journey, I would be so much further along than just sitting where I am and feeling so like less than in most situations.
Shelly, all of my friends who are coaches are multimillionaires, and I'm not. And I know exactly the imposter syndrome you're going through. But the thing is, I realized is that my execution is different than theirs because they made an intentional commitment to scale, and I didn't. I still fight in the trenches, scaling the unscalable, as Gary Vee says, and building this amount of depth instead of width. And the thing is, I could do it at any time. You and I both know the only reason I'm not a multi-millionaire is that I don't sell a $500 to $1,000 course. And the minute that I do, that will be the beginning. And I have had reasons and reservations for that. The least of which has not been, it has mostly been imposter syndrome. It has mostly been imposter. Romina can tell you about my imposter syndrome all day. Like, we had an almost dedicated 30 minutes of our co-hosted podcast dedicated to my imposter syndrome specifically. Like, but Romina, I'm curious specifically because we've talked so much about imposter syndrome, and I know you're actually moving into more education and more coaching and more courses and everything like that. I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Sorry, I just want to say malevolent elephant. It's not that I'm saying it's not my problem. I'm saying that I'm trying to tell myself that I'm not responsible solely for their success. There's a difference.
Yeah, it's a matter of, it's like, I'm not a parent, but I realized something. I've realized the difference in my mom and dad's parenting style is that my dad would take it hard if I lost at something or didn't do well, because he would then feel and internalize my outcomes as a failure on his part. Whereas my mom didn't view them as a failure. She viewed them as another learning opportunity, and that she didn't believe failure exists if I keep trying at something until I've decided, and that even quitting isn't a failure, it's a pivot. My mom doesn't necessarily believe in failure. She believes in learning. My dad was more scarcity mentality and more black and white thinking, and he would take anything where I didn't absolutely crush it and see it as failure, and then he would blame himself and feel like he didn't do enough of a good job to prepare me to win. And that's especially strong in an immigrant family and in an immigrant household. That's a very cultural driven thing, but it's not only limited to that culture, by the way, but like, it's a lot of people feel that way. So that's what Shelly, if it was lost in translation, it's that a coach, much like a parent, can internalize the things where you would be proud if someone succeeds, but if they don't get the success or the results, you ask yourself, where did I go? Oh, where did I go wrong?
I gave them bad advice. I did something wrong.
The best way I could. I tried to raise them the best way I could. Where did I go wrong?
Renee makes a good point, though. I mean, there are billionaires out there who probably have imposter syndrome right now. I mean, I think it's just a natural human emotion, more or less.
I will say, I'm sorry, Ramina, I know it was your turn. I think I probably have had it forever, being as like an adopted kid as well. There's also this, I always wanted to be the person like with the answer, to be like very smart, to be like, to feel worthy. And like, I I guess that's the best word, is like worthy of someone's attention or reward in some way, that like I was still like important. I was still worth keeping around. You know what I mean? Like there's that sense of
Yes.
that. I want to feel. I don't know how best to explain that, but there is a feeling where you just feel like not good enough in a lot of ways, not just imposter syndrome, but just not good enough, period. And so it's always like trying to overachieve and overprove and be overprepared and be like all of that.
Validation of your existence.
Yeah,
Validation
like
of your
I
existence.
exist and I'm okay to be here, and this was a good,
And
you
I
know,
was worth it. And
I was worth it.
Yep.
Exactly. So there is a lot of that
I
that's
know.
internal. That's a big thing that's on me. That's not on like any external pressure. That's all like internalized. But that's just an additional layer on top of being a female, being Asian, being not a computer science graduate and working in a tech company. There's so many layers when it goes to that. But that's just another layer.
I know what we're going to talk about when I have you on my podcast, Shelly.
Go ahead, Romina. Jump in there.
I think that what you're feeling is natural, and I think there's it's the acceptance that feeling exists is okay, but not allowing it to hinder you when it comes to execution. So, for instance, like you talked about, it's about wanting that validation, which I don't really like so much using that word, because it feels like if you don't get the validation, then there's like, well, then you don't feel the validation, which isn't necessarily true, because you might still feel validated, like as a human, like, you know, especially if you come from a loving family, like hopefully you feel like you belong, right? But then there is like that sense of like, well, it's like being part of a family, right? You want to show that you can contribute. You know, you want to show that you can bring food for the dogs that you have, you know, little puppies. It's like this continual thing, and it's never going to end. So I think as long as like a person doesn't get hung up on that feeling and doesn't go down that hole of like, well, I'm not worth it, you know, or it's not enough, then that's when it becomes dangerous territory. But as far as like imposter syndrome, like it just, I think, I mean, I've definitely felt that in a lot of ways, but I definitely don't feel like I felt it as strongly as other people make it out to be when they've talked about how their experiences with that. I feel like I have doubts about whether I'm doing things correctly, or if what I am doing is worth it, or if I'm wasting time. And Roberto knows, because I think I messaged the group like 2 days ago and I was like, guys, like, am I crazy? Because I made up like this huge business plan for my company. And I just like sent them a screenshot. It was like this huge long like image of like a bunch of numbers.
It's exactly
and,
like
all
my
this stuff.
whiteboard. So you're not crazy, but I'm biased because that's exactly like my whiteboard.
So yeah, so that's like the thing that's like, I feel like that is like the extreme of how I feel on most times. It's just like, oh my God, like, what am I doing? Like, is this the right thing? Because maybe I should just go to Best Buy and sell printers for $9 an hour, right? Because it's like, well, that's there, right? But then it's like, but there's so much more that I could be doing, right? So then there is that sense of like doing it, and part of it too is like I've surrounded myself with a community of very of go-getters, and they are people who are just doing so many wonderful things. And in my brain, like I'm like, oh, well, I should be doing that. Oh, I should be doing that. Oh, yeah, I know I should be doing that. And then like I have other friends who will just like text me randomly, and they're just like, why haven't you done this? Like, why aren't you doing that? You know, like stuff like that. And I'm just like, well, I know that I should be doing that, but there's only so much that I can focus on at a time without spreading myself thin. And then also there's that balance of, well, I don't always want to be doing that all of the time. You know, there's other stuff I want to be doing, like watching Star Trek. Like there's just other things that I need in my life, right?
Yep.
Viper, you missed it. You have to see the spreadsheet. She has a spreadsheet. It's amazing.
Oh, Roberto?
No, you mean Roberto missed it.
Oh, right, Roberto.
I think Roberto's seen my spreadsheet. Roberto, you've seen my Star Trek spreadsheet, right? Or no? Maybe I think he might have seen like an earlier draft of it.
Just send me the new one and I'll like via Google Drive.
There you go. Hey, shout out to Taycon Talk for the 99 super chat. She says it's human nature to desire to teach in some form. When people think you're giving info away or giving away info, they're thinking in lack. Folks want someone to look up. They want to look up to someone, and providing that energy exchange is a part of life. Amen.
I'll
Well
also
said.
tell you a secret about free versus paid content, and or even content that's just in a different platform, because what people don't talk about is that these social media platforms, if you're going to teach instead of entertain, like here's something these platforms are good for, but only recently, Viper, only since we really like got StreamYard after Google Hangouts went away, has there been a great tool for a conversation format, right, in live video.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something that needed to happen because the native tools in YouTube didn't facilitate great conversation by themselves.
No.
Right.
So that, that was a where another tool comes in. The difference between free content on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch or wherever you are, like the difference between free content there, if it's education, is that it's video on demand. Video on demand outside of tutorials is not a good idea for a process. It's only good for a single serving piece of content for like a tutorial or for a concept or an introduction, because you're getting what you need when you want it, but that's not the same thing as going through something from the beginning in the right order, which is very different, You don't know what the right order even is if you're a beginner or if you're inexperienced, or even if you're self-taught, you may not know that there's a structure or a process to doing these things or learning these things that would make it easier or faster, or where the things would stack on each other, to where doing that first means that you're prepared when you do this. It's one of those things where if you try to cook and you don't do prep first, it takes you twice as long to finish the meal, and you may make mistakes along the way. If you don't do the prep and do things in the order, if you decide to just go ahead and start, it's a little too late when you realize, oh crap, I should have washed the vegetables first. If you start chopping the vegetables because you looked up something on chopping instead of, oh, I should have washed them first. Oh, I should have seasoned the meat first. I should have done this. It's about the right order. And a lot of people take that for granted. And then, okay, well, why can't you just give people that on YouTube? It's not made for that. The algorithm isn't made for that. The culture of YouTube also is one where the culture of YouTube is not a great learning environment. It'd be like trying to learn something. It'd be like taking a study book to a concert or to a football game. YouTube is full of these distractions to give you the next viral video, to give you the next thing, to go into the comments, to do that. That's not a learning environment and not a learning experience. You're not isolated enough. Learning is about concentration. YouTube doesn't aid concentration. It's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
So
I think
I will say though that I actually do chop my vegetables and then I clean them.
I think Romina brought up
What do you mean why? Because then the inside, like everything is clean, because like if you clean it first and then chop, only one side of the vegetable is clean. You know what I'm saying? Like you get a bell pepper, right? You clean the bell pepper, you're only cleaning the outside. What about the inside, man?
I'm only worried about cleaning off the pesticides. The good insides are fine.
The pesticides get inside.
I think Romina brought up an excellent point earlier when she was talking about
myself.
Sorry, I'm sorry. We're not talking about. Well, this is for another live stream.
Yeah.
So Romina brought up a good point earlier when she was talking about surrounding yourself with motivating people. I think that's a big part of it too. Surrounding yourself with successful people that are where you want to be, because then that gives you more motivation. Because there will be times, no matter what your goals are, there will be times where you feel defeated, where you don't have that motivation. And it's much easier to continue going when you look around you and see that everybody else is being successful and doing what they want to do. And it just kind of lights a fire up on you. Like, all right, if they are where they want to be and they're successful, there's no reason why I can't be successful and get where I want to be. I just got to keep putting in the work like they are. So
it cripples you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was just gonna
it's
say,
one of the two.
if it's from like an outside perspective, it might cripple you. It might discourage you from doing stuff as well. That really depends on you, how you react to that kind of content. I know that there is a specific type of content that does trigger that kind of thing in me, but it's more on a personal level than it is career wise, and that kind of thing. I feel like I'm pretty good at just like cutting stuff off. So it's just like as soon as like the mute option was available on social media, like I muted like everybody. You know what I'm saying?
I would
like,
say it's a really good idea sometimes if you find yourself feeling less than when you go onto social media. Sometimes if you're not inspired, if they're going to put you in a headspace where it is literally going to send you down a shame spiral, stop following them. Stop, like put them on a different list and check on them later, because it can be anxiety inducing and actually just cripple you, because all you do is see these successful people. And remember, everything that you see most of the time on social media is they're talking about their multi-million-dollar businesses and their amazing coaching programs and all these people who've had this success. And the more you watch that, the worse you feel about yourself. So sometimes for your own mental health, the best thing you can do is to not look at them and to not follow them.
Is there a type of content for any of you that does that or creates that that feeling in you?
Which feeling?
That feeling of being less than, or more importantly, specifically, the feeling of being less than, but also I like the word, well, I don't like the word, but I like the way that Shelley put it, that there's instances of that can make you feel ashamed of where you are. Like, and I'd like to dive into that idea. Do any of you feel that way? And is there content that you see, and you don't have to call it any names, but is there like a style or presentation of content that makes you feel that way? Because I guarantee you that probably wasn't the intent of the person who made it, but that's the result. So I'm curious about that. Is there anything that makes you guys feel that?
Success testimonials of other people's coaching programs.
Is it because
only because they have them and I don't have them?
So it's one of those. Okay. So that's all right.
So when I see pages and pages and pages of my next round of enrollment is here, and look at all these people who've had like so much success, it only reminds me that I have got like my testimonial list is like this big because I've worked with this many people, but they've worked with thousands, hundreds and hundreds of people or something. And so it becomes a bit like, what am I doing here with my small fishing pole? Like, I should just go home. so that is the content that makes me feel bad.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, it's more personal stuff, like personal types of milestones, types of things. Like if I see someone with a dog, no offense, Shelley, like, like that kind of thing where it's like just like personal milestones. And it doesn't even come from like a place of like jealousy or anything like that. It's more of like feeling like, oh, like, am I behind? And that's kind of the thing. But that's really mostly it. Like, like I could watch freaking like Tai Lopez like all the time talking about his like Lamborghinis, and I really don't care. Like all that stuff, like doesn't, to me, I understand that there are different levels to success and to businesses. And so like in Shelley's case, like if I was to see other people's coaching successes, like to me, it's just, okay, well, I'm just getting started, or not enough people know about me yet. So I understand that I wouldn't have those things to talk about, to post about. And, like going back, I wanted to mention, you were talking about social media and how there's, people, most of the posts that you'll see are stuff about their successes and positive stories and all of these things, right? Like the things that people want to share. And if you go into like this introspective mindset, you realize that you yourself do the same thing. So it's not really something that's like, these people aren't flexing. It isn't like, I mean, some people are, but there's most people, I would like to say, safe to say, that they aren't really trying to be like, haha, look at me, like I've got blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's more just because those are the things that they just want to put out there in the world. And there's nothing wrong with that. And we do the same thing. It's very rare that any of us will talk about our, our hardships, or like when we have a bad day, or
It's
if
funny
we
you
do,
say that
it's
because I feel like it's almost all the content I post in Twitter and Instagram.
well, there's been a lot of that from you. I would say more recently than before.
But my entire Instagram is mostly that too.
Yeah.
For the entire
Well,
time.
I don't look at anything on Instagram. I actually don't. I haven't had Instagram.
Shelly knows what I'm talking about.
I wish
haven't
more
had
people
Instagram on my
would
phone for like 2
like post their struggles sometimes, because it would make me feel less
Yeah.
alone, or less like I am the only loser that like feels this way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it is isolating to be like, oh, everyone has success. Everyone feels good about what they're doing. Everyone is like, oh, I'm going to raise my prices because I'm having so much success and I can't work with the amount of people that I
Wow.
have. And I'm just
Great
like,
flip.
oh, I'm working on a client.
I think there's also this like, I feel like people will go to social media as an escape. You're working on your computer and then you're like, I don't want to work on this anymore. So then they go to their phone and they start, scrolling on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. And then it's like the last thing that they want to see is bad news, right? So this kind of, especially like people like us who are constantly thinking about this kind of thing and want to be surrounded by stuff that's motivating and inspiring to us. Like it's hard to post stuff like that because, it kind of feels like it's negative, sometimes, where it's like, well, if I put this stuff out here, like I know that people relate to it, but then there's also this very fine line of like, is there too much of that?
I try to
Am I
find the silver
scaring
lining.
people away?
I try to find the silver lining and make sure people don't think I'm a negative Nelly or anything like that, or that I try to make sure, because I can talk to my friends if I'm having a bad mental health day. I don't need the entire world to know that. And I'm the kind of person
Right.
where, and maybe it's the way I was raised, where I just don't like ever feeling like people pity me. It's the thing that kept me from opening up a lot. And it's why I struggle with vulnerability up until now, where I've done it more recently, to your point, Romina. And more recently might be a matter of what platform you follow me in, because Shelly, as you know, it's probably the entire reason I have a strong Instagram following and this is a minor flex, 10 times the comments of people 10 times bigger than me, or twice the comments of people 10 times bigger than me, because I am real. I reply to those things, and because I'm making it, or trying to make it, okay to have the conversation about those hardships, and I want to normalize that instead of making everyone think that they have to fight to have something to flex about, versus I would much rather we have a realistic view of someone as a person instead of a persona or a personality. I'd rather we actually know that there's a beating heart under there.
Yeah.
Because especially when you inevitably mess something up or get something wrong, we will be able to look at it and say, well, that's out of character, or that was a bad day, or that's not who you really are. That's a bad day. And I really hate that we're in a society and a culture that literally will weigh 5 tweets over 5 years of your life and your consistency, and say that that's the real you, versus the 5,000 times you are on the record doing the right thing. No, these 5 times are the real you. You're exposed now. No, that's called a bad effing day.
And I appreciate the more honest and raw Instagram posts, because they're kind of like blog posts, and like sharing of feelings and situations and stuff that has happened. And it's a different side than what you see up on stage on a YouTube video. And it's just a different facet. And I think that people forget that like we're all complex individuals, and we all have this entire range of emotions and feelings. And I think that a lot of people only see you in a certain way in those parasocial relationships, where they only see you as this person on YouTube, and this is the way that you speak to people, and this is what you speak and talk about. And it's really comforting sometimes to see like a softer or different facet of people, because it makes them more real. Because, I could be honest and be like, all the time, if I'm on a panel with Roberto, I'm like, no one's going to listen to me. He's sitting right here. He's going to say all this stuff. Like, why am I even here? Or I can be like, he's got all of this money and coaching, and, like, again, why am I here? Why would someone talk to me? And so it is hard because you play the comparison game a lot. So I've appreciated.
I'd rather listen to you than have to hear my own voice when I edit.
Thanks. I hate my own voice when I edit too, so.
Like,
But
like-
I'm saying I appreciate being able to know a different side of you and really get to piece together some of this stuff and be like, this is not always the same person, or this is the same person, it's just a different facet of them.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
YouTube and social media presents people as two-dimensional caricatures of themselves versus the depths and layers to like I've spent more time with Viper than any other content creator because of our live streams, I believe. Like in terms of raw hours. The exception might be Jason because we've been roommates on the road whenever we travel. So I think the exceptions are maybe Jason and Owen. I might have spent more time with because of just all the conferences and spending multiple days together. But it rivals, like Viper might be the person outside of anybody in Awesome Creator Academy, because Andy spent more time than me probably with anybody else. But Viper is the person I've spent the most time with. Viper has a very clear idea of who I am as a person and individual and some context on me. And I actually have loved getting to know Viper through spending time with him for hours upon hours upon hours of conversations.
Right. But if like, I think all of us have kind of been able to, I mean, I haven't really spent a lot of time with Shelly and Viper, but like each of you and then, you know, whatever.
Well, you and I have been
like,
camping together.
Right. So there's like,
Yeah.
you know, each of us have like as a collective have hung out with each other and been able to get to know each other in a more in-depth way than what is available on social media. So, I mean, like Roberto definitely has a different perspective of who I am as a person than like Shelly does. But because Shelly and I have been able to interact in this way through Viper's live stream, then she has a different perspective on who I am as a person than somebody who's just watching my videos on my YouTube channel or just following me on my Instagram or just following me on my Twitter. So I think that like what Shelly is saying does have some kind of depth to it where sharing these things is important because the people who don't get to know you, Roberto, they get to know you through those posts, or they get to see, oh, he's not just, you know, this guy who's only talking about TubeBuddy all the time, right?
I think it's really important that none of us are just this. You know, I'm not just the iMovie girl, or Roberto's not just the creative entrepreneur, or you're not just the travel vlogger. Like, there's so many sides and intricacies to all of us that make us all really, really exciting. And I think that it's sad because a lot of people only see, you know, 7 minutes on a Sunday of the video that I posted, and you would not know that behind my crippling anxiety, I'm an extreme introvert. I'm crushing, like, I'm horribly shy. I'm so awkward in person. If you meet me, I will literally stand there next to you and just be like, hi, are we done here? Like, I am awkward.
If people didn't come up to me at events because I'm a speaker, I'd probably never talk to anybody.
Oh yeah, and I think that a lot of people, like, they probably have this idea of what people, you know, YouTubers are like. And the only reason that, like, some of us, I think a lot of introverts succeed on YouTube because we're by ourselves. We can cut out as many times as we want, and we're literally only like interacting with ourselves, imagining what people would say to us, so we respond to that. But then you see us in any real setting, and it's just like, for some of us, it is so awkward and so like, oh my God, did they like me? Did I meet their expectations? Was I a complete fool? Am I just an idiot? Like, those are the things that happen when you come up and talk to me.
I'm
Like,
gonna jump in
Be a
here.
neurotic mess in real life.
I'm gonna jump in here because I got
I am
video.
awful in person.
I
And
got
just know,
video
I don't.
evidence.
If you ever see me in person, I am awkward, but like, it's not about you. It is because
Bullshit.
I am
That
an
is
awkward person.
Bullshit. I got video evidence on the contrary about you, Shelly. I got video evidence on the contrary. You are not awkward in person. I got video.
I am an ISTJ, Charles Smith. Just FYI, I'm ISTJ.
I got video.
I mean, this is exactly the reason why I created Create IRL, is because creating, particularly for YouTubers, is an isolated process. But I believe that is the case for a lot of creatives, whether you are a dancer or a graphic designer or any other kind of creative field. I feel, especially now more than ever, it's so much more of an isolated process because we have the internet. So if you are a designer, if you are an artist, all you have to do is just create, right? And then you do it on, you open up Procreate, you open up Illustrator, whatever it is that you're doing the thing. I'm in my room still, right? I do the thing, I'm drawing, whatever. Oh, I need a little bit of inspiration. Let me let me go over to my phone and play some music or something. All right, now I'm listening to that. And then I'm back to illustrating, and then I'm done with my creation. And then I go over to Etsy, and then I throw a mock-up of a mug with my design on it. And there it is. And then I go over to social media and promote it. And then, my 10,000 followers are looking at it, and they see that I have a new mug on my Etsy shop. And all of this is happening, and I'm still alone in my room. And so the reason that I created CreateIRL is because I wanted to create a bridge between these people who are creating by themselves and may not necessarily want to collaborate or meet other people who are doing the same things that they're doing, right? Because we also want to broaden our horizons and not only be friends with YouTubers, we want to be friends with other types of artists and people who maybe are like-minded but also creative. And in the same way, we're able to branch out and collaborate with these people and be able to do something that's really different and that really makes an impact. And because of people like you who might feel, you, Shelley, who might feel more uncomfortable, being around people, which maybe once you're in your atmosphere, when you're around other creatives or when you're at a conference, if you're at VidCon or whatever, then it's totally different, right? The vibe is different than meeting someone at a networking event from Meetup, right? It's it's a different vibe. And so, I think that once you find those groups of people, you're opening yourself up a little bit more to them, but it's still a very, very isolated process.
And I think that there's also a misconception that I can turn it on for a little while at a time, and I can go be, I think, charismatic and loquacious and all that good stuff, but then I'm tired and I need to recharge. And there's a difference, and that is definitely one of the signs of being an introvert, is it takes a lot out of me to maintain that level of I'm interested in you, I'm keeping eye contact with you, I'm trying to do all the things to let you know that I am in this conversation, but I am tired and drained at the end of it. But there's also this misconception that because I'm an introvert that I don't want to talk to people and I don't want to make connections and I don't want to be friends with people. And that's not true, because if I have that feeling of familiarity with you, I'm gonna be talking all the time, but it's just I get more guarded if I don't know you yet, and it takes a while. But I have all these expectations again on myself about how I need to be up and energetic, and I need to be this conversation needs to be worth having, and I want them to leave and have a good feeling about this, and I don't want to disappoint anybody, or I don't want to show up and disappoint someone's expectation of what they thought it would be to talk with me. So I'm trying to please them as much as I can, but then at the end of it, I'm just I am so tired. At the end of VidCon, at the last day, I literally went to the hotel I don't even know, mini mart thing. And I was I've had 3 days of social contact with people and I can't do this anymore. And they're 1 large pizza and 2 sodas. Got it. Your total is $15. And I was I'm going to my room and I'm not talking to anyone for 4 hours. And that was the end of VidCon for me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't go to the big soiree at the very end of it. And I was just I was done. But it's not I didn't want to go. I still wanted to go and talk to people, but I can only handle so much of it. And that's just me. That's me talking. I can't do too much of it.
It's why you guys don't see me upload right after a conference or an event, is because I'm dead at that point. And my friends tell me I'm an INFJ introvert. And one of the things people don't realize is that some of us introverts, we cover in public and social settings by doing something people don't notice is we'll talk about anything but ourselves or anything personal. We'll talk about any subject matter at length except anything personal.
Excitedly, absolutely, with vigor. And you will be oh my God, she's a sparkle zazzle. But I have told you nothing about myself. You know nothing about my personal life. You know nothing about my internal workings. But you would be she's a great conversationalist, and we talked about lots of things. And yeah, it's just
7 years, 1,400 YouTube videos, 3,000 live streams, and nobody knows hardly jack about me. if you think about it. Like that, the stuff that really matters. Romina knows and has like been to my house. We've gone on trips together, us and Audrey and Justin and Jason and stuff like that. Like, you know, Viper knows stuff about me that we've talked about offline. But think about it, 7 years in the public eye, and there's very little anybody knows about me as a human being.
That's true, because even though I've known you for many, many, many years, I don't know as much as probably, you know, Viper and Romina know about you. Like, there's not a ton that I know about you, but I have known you for many, many years.
Exactly.
You know what? That's probably for the best because you don't want people knowing everything about you online. Oh, no. Some things you just need to keep to yourself. Yeah.
Facts.
And you know what? To be the truth, like, I think it's kind of the same. Like, there's a lot that people don't know about me. Like, you know, they don't necessarily know, like, well, now they do, like what I studied in college or some jobs that I've had or, you know, about my family or personal life. There's a lot that people like don't know. And a lot of those things shape who you are and how you react to things. And it's not one of those things that you can just easily explain to someone because you don't have that trust and familiarity with them, but it's just something that you just keep from people. So, you know, again, what you guys think of me is only a perception of what I have given you in the last hour or on my videos or whatever it is. Like, you don't get to see the rest of it.
I'm getting there not with personal details, but with creating personal context as to here are things that I can relate or stories I can tell that help you understand what shaped me. Like even just talking about the fact, like with the relationship with the difference in my mom and dad's parenting styles and how she doesn't even believe really in failure, except aside from like, okay, these are experiences you had that you will grow from. That's what she believes in. Whereas my dad, as an immigrant and always feeling less than and looked down on and so on and so forth, especially as a man, like being, you know, with the whole stoicism thing. You didn't get what you were supposed to, or what was this, or you didn't get this level of success. Where did I go wrong? And internalizing that as a failure and then being angry and then, all right, time to triple down and everything like that. Go harder 10 times this, that, which is not always the right thing. And that put a strain like that. When I say that, everybody I think understands me slightly better just on a like, okay, your mom was this way and that's where the optimism and this comes down. And this is where your like aggressiveness and your no excuses and your triple down comes from literally your drill sergeant father, literally a Marine. Like, think about it, guys. The fact that there is a drill sergeant Roberto Sr. makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it?
It also terrifies me.
Wait. So VRA says that I want to be successful without being famous, but maybe that's impossible. Dude, there's a ton of successful people that are not famous that you've never heard of.
What is your definition of success?
And what's your definition of famous?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are under the radar that are very successful, man. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah. You gotta
Great
get
hang with you tonight, Shannon. We all miss you.
Yeah, Shannon, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Shannon, super chat.
Yeah, there's plenty of YouTubers that are pretty big that haven't done face reveals yet.
This is true.
There are plenty, and then there's plenty of successful people who aren't famous. There are plenty of people who you don't know them. Their brand is famous, but they sit behind the brand in terms of an e-commerce thing and everything like that. I mean, we know that LeBaron is a world of popcorn. Most people in the world who buy from him don't. He's not the face of the company. He's not a public-facing owner in that regard. But we know him. But like most of the world doesn't. For a long time, no one knew that Elon Musk was part of and behind PayPal. It's like, you know, most people couldn't name the PayPal mafia. They didn't know who Peter Thiel or Elon Musk or any of those cats were.
PayPal mafia.
Yeah, no, the PayPal mafia is real. Serial entrepreneurs who you can all trace back to the founding of PayPal that have done multiple ventures now and everything, and are many of them multi-billionaires, if not multi-millionaires. Yeah, the PayPal mafia is real. Look into the PayPal mafia.
We have all been vetted by Buzz as legit. We are all legit. Appreciate it, Buzz. Appreciate it.
We live to lie another day.
Shelley, you'd make an excellent villainess.
Man.
You know, you'd make an excellent villainess. Like, you know, I think you could pull it off.
Actually, a friend of mine, her name is Jennifer Yen. She was the villainess in the Power Rangers.
Oh, she was what? She was Rita Repulsa?
Vipra.
Vipra. Oh, okay. That was
Vipra,
a specific season. Okay, that was.
She's probably one of the sweetest people ever, and that just That just always reminds me of that.
Dude,
She was a villain.
Shelly will cut through somebody, man. It would be nasty.
I will, with nothing but my wit.
It's like
I
used
want to
to.
know. I want to know what Buzz thinks about us now that he's seen us and our mannerisms and facial tics. Like, I'm concerned. I want to know what. Like, do you want to deal with me, Buzz, or?
I used to make the joke that I would bury people alive under the weight of my words, and that was the joke I used to make.
I was once told that the perfect way to murder someone, just putting this out there since I'm now villainous, is to stab them with an icicle because it will melt, and then your fingerprints won't be on it.
Wow.
I think I've heard that before.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I just want to let y'all know that Roberto can definitely flame broil somebody. I got video proof of that too. He used the plaque that night. He used the plaque, y'all. He used the YouTube 100K plaque to plaque somebody on the
It
live
became
stream.
a verb. I used that in like some sort of video somewhere where I think it was a Tube Buddy live stream when I was on their channel, and I said, if you want to, pull a Roberto Blake and plaque someone. I literally said it, I think, during a stream.
I don't even. The thing is, it's so funny, and I'm glad people appreciate it as a meme. And it's like 3 a.m. is super tired, is super not patient, Roberto. Because the thing is, I don't believe in flexing, and I don't entirely believe in beating someone over the head with your success to make a point. But that person really pushed me with their trolling, to where I went Cobra Kai on them, and so that was, which is another thing I might do, because like I have some Cobra Kai memes planned for the summer. I have a green screen for it and everything, but like, the thing that I don't like that it can be funny and it can be a joke, and I meant it more jokingly at the time, even though it's 3 a.m. and I wasn't thinking about it. But I also I never like the idea of, I don't like the idea, because I feel it means, unless it, and that's where 3 a.m. Roberto comes from at that point. I feel like the worst argument you can make is to hold your success over somebody's head, or to beat them over the head with it to make a point, to say, well, like if you were to make the,
yeah,
or to make the argument of like, well, I'm rich and you're not, is like, I think that's a bad argument. And I hated that argument even when I was on the come up, when I was working in jobs and in corporate, and I would have ideas, or I would say we are doing something completely wrong, or that it's not practical, or that will have consequences, and people would try to put me in my place by saying things like, well, if you're so smart, you'd be running the company, or if you're so smart, you'd be in a higher position, or if you were so smart, you'd be rich. And and the thing is, well, years and years later, but the point is, like, that was a poor argument then, and I don't think my switching roles with that person makes it a better argument now. And I didn't agree with it then. I don't agree with it now, just because I'm in a different position. And so, but I also, the way I executed that joke was funny. And it was so over the top that I don't believe anyone can take it seriously, because I was literally throwing out wrestling analogies and everything like that. Elbow drops from the top rope. I just but again, I just generally don't believe you win an argument by any other means than the validity and merit of the points that you're making, the argument playing out logically. And I also don't think you have to convince someone to win an argument. It's sufficient to be accurate, or to be historically correct, or to have your facts in order. And I always prefer to win arguments that way, but I'm human. I'll get impatient. And then if I get impatient, the thing is, I am ruthless enough to recognize here's where someone will be insecure, and here's where I will exploit that insecurity. And the biggest thing that we're all insecure of, to the point you brought up earlier, Shelley, is the gap between us and other people. And I know that. And the thing is, one of the worst qualities that I learned as a child, and it was my defense mechanism when I was bullied in school, was I realized that I can see through someone's insecurity, and if I'm pushed enough, I can find the truth, the kernel of truth that exists in the worst lie they've told themselves, stab them with it, twist, and just give them that raw, unfiltered truth in the ugliest fashion imaginable. And they'll, in a way that they'll never forget it, and they will never forget it. And the thing is, it's the thing that I think every now and again I lose a little bit of sleep over, even though mostly I only did it only up until age 18 through high school, and usually, again, defense mechanism against bullies. I'm a little guy. What else did I have for you, right? But I don't like that ugliness, and I don't like weaponizing the truth, and I don't like weaponizing words. I don't really believe in it philosophically, but as a human being, I know that it's that part of my killer instinct. If somebody pushes me, that's what comes out. That's my fighting back, and so I'd rather not. I'd rather try to take not the moral high ground. I would say the intellectual high ground for as long as possible without resorting to that. But I know it's in me, and I know it's gonna happen. So yeah.
I have a really hard time because I feel that innate sense that I want to be understood and listened to. And so I feel like when someone comes to my channel and then usually has some sort of hate comment in some way, I want to be like, no, 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 this is important because of this, or this is correct because of this. And I feel the need to like over explain, you know, and I try so hard to like, I've realized to try and almost be like, this is why I'm valid. This is why this reason is valid. And I've had some people be like, oh my God, she wrote this essay. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be misunderstood. And I'm trying to explain.
I struggle with that, and I was doing the same thing.
And I try so hard. And I'm like, if they understood where I'm coming from, then they would like not be coming at me with this anger or this vigor in some way. They would know what I'm saying is like coming from this different place. And so I've found myself sometimes like responding. Like this is after I do a TubeBuddy live stream or something, and someone was like, "Oh my God, can you even believe she said this?" Or why is she, you know? And because of that imposter syndrome, or like being like, I shouldn't even be on this channel, and then feeling like I need to over-explain why something has happened. Something happened with a live stream, and like, and I'm sorry, and I'm apologizing, and I'm coming on and be like, you know, I want you to feel like watching this stream was worth your time. And then I tried to say this entire long thing, and this person was like, "Oh my God, can you even believe this explanation?" And there is no sometimes changing someone's mind, and it takes a long time to kind of come to grips to the fact that like you can't change everyone's mind, you know, like that Dita Von Teese, you know, you can be that juiciest,
You have
ripest
to recognize
peach, and
that
you can't.
you have to realize that
You know?
you're not even the reason why they're saying these things or thinking these things. You're not even the
Yeah.
reason. If it wasn't you, it'd be someone else, which is, by the way, I'm bad at taking that advice. I did a collab with my friend Donna from Psych IRL. I love her content so much. We did a collab about Gary Vee. And the thing is, people used that video about Gary Vee, and also me commenting on Gary Vee and hustle culture and things like that, and the fact that what I believe is people have conflated hustle with toxic productivity when they're entirely separate, and it's a mindset issue. And that also Gary talks more about self-awareness, and always has, and mindset and happiness, than he has about money. And he's never even been about, oh, get rich or get rich quick or any of that. He's not even really selling anything to normal people. And people superimpose their feelings about capitalism and privilege onto Gary, and then even onto me. And let's really examine that. Literally, you're superimposing, but again, with no context, because they didn't bother to look me up. Just, oh, here's another internet entrepreneur. Oh, I looked him up and he's a big YouTuber. All right, you're going to superimpose onto a first-generation American, Black, Latino, child of divorce, community college dropout, a Black man in America, 3 check marks away from being some kind of cliche. The idea of privilege. Really, is that where we're at 2020? Is that the bar we set? And I literally went into the comments, not necessarily debating, but correcting people's facts on both me and Gary. And I felt the need to do it because I felt like, wow, you guys really just misunderstand, or you literally took 5 seconds of a thing and you didn't even give it any thought. Like, I made this line that I felt the need to defend about, well, being an above average person is a choice. And everyone wanted to fight me on this and tell me all the things that weren't a choice, when Donna did a better breakdown even than me about the interpretation of external versus internal locus of control. And I even literally quoted the Serenity Prayer about, like, you know, the courage to change the things you can, the serenity to accept the things you can't, and the wisdom to know the difference. I actually quoted that in the video. I just didn't attribute the quote to not trigger certain people. And it's common sense. It's extraordinarily practical. Gary has the same message about, you can't control being Black. You can't control that you were born in this country or that time era, or a woman or a minority or Jewish or this or that and everything like that. But what about all the things every single day, every hour, every minute that are a choice that you are or are not making? And what about taking some responsibility for that? And what could you do? And my whole thing was, well, if you have a ability to better yourself by doing anything at all today, don't you have a moral obligation to yourself to do that? Like, I've had a hard time dissecting the offense that people were taking to anything that was said, until I realized They didn't take any offense to what was said. They had a problem that they were projecting and superimposing onto
Right.
people that have a gap between them instead of acknowledging the gap and saying, what if I did those things? They said they wanted to make it luck. They wanted to make it even doing those things, or they wanted to make the assumption that, well, what about all these other people who did those things and they weren't successful? It's like they didn't do all of them. And that's
Right.
true. Or and the thing is, or they didn't do the thing that's right for them, because it's not about doing all those things. It's like, if it's not right for you, doing those things doesn't produce what's right for you, which we kept saying, and only to not be heard. The funny thing is, there were people that, given more context, asked questions and changed their perspective, or were thankful for the conversation. And there are other people who interpreted more as talking down to them or a debate, because they already were in this victim place of like. And so I get what you're saying, where you literally will write these essays, because I went in, even into, because again, you know me, I, on any collab video, reply to all the comments as much as I can for a while. I did that with Tim. I did that with Nick. I do it with everybody, because that's one of my to-do list on here are the 10 things you do in a YouTube collab, which is a video coming soon. But like, I get exactly what you're saying, where you felt the worst thing is not being understood, because we have this thing where we don't want to be misunderstood. We don't want to be ignored or not seen. We certainly want to be acknowledged, but not taken out of context. We want you to see us. We don't want to be invisible. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. We want to be known, but not because of delusions of grandeur or anything like that, because we want a way to. We need something else to, or we need that extra something or someone, and I hope I'm explaining this right. We need another confirmation that not only do we exist, but that existence has some kind of meaning and merit, and that merit and meaning is not something we made up in our own head,
Right.
but that it's something that's actually real. We have an existential belief that if we don't have confirmation that we're real, we might actually cease to exist.
Before we go any further, shout out to my man Janosis for the super chat. Shout out to Shelly today. Been listening the entire time. I'm not a creator, but as an introvert myself, everything you've said is very relatable. Enjoyed to share, no doubt.
Thank you.
I definitely, I mean, I can resonate with everything that you guys are saying, because, I mean, Roberto gets a text from me like every 3 days from someone on Twitter who just completely just takes something that I've posted, which really, I post stuff on Twitter because I love to engage in conversation, first of all, and I like to get different perspectives, and I like to share my own perspective on topics that I think are important. And I'm not really like trying to start something, I'm not out there like, hey, like, come at me, It's just like, hey, like, I have this idea of like how this is, and this is what I think of it. And people, I get just like the weirdest responses from people sometimes, where I'm just like, did you even read the tweet like at all? Like, and like Roberto brought up a good point where it's like, I mean, very rarely, and this is something that we've talked about before with Audrey, like very rarely when people are engaged in an argument, are they actually fighting over the thing that they are arguing over. And there's always subtext under every single argument. If you're arguing with your husband over the table and where its placement is, you're not actually arguing about the table. You're arguing about something else. Each one of you has a reason for why you're arguing, and it's not the table. More often than not, it might be the table, but more often than not, it's not that. And in this particular case, like talking about this victim mentality, when people attack me, like I am very aware of the fact that they're coming at me from their own experiences, and when they respond to something in a way that is unexpected to me, I I try to have an open mind, and I try to be an empathic listener, and I try to understand where this person is coming from before I attack them. But more
Put the
often
plaque
than
down.
right, exactly. More often than not, it ends up being like I'm the one that's not being listened to, and that's how I feel sometimes, even though I'm trying to understand where the other person is coming from. And one of my biggest pet peeves is being misunderstood, and I like that is something that like with any relation, like not even just on the internet with strangers or anything. This is like on a very personal, like in the most personal relationships that I've ever been in, like if I say something and I feel that I've been misunderstood, I want to know that I have been misunderstood so that I can rectify that. Because
Yes.
I feel like there's the sense of responsibility of if this person has misunderstood my message.
Then where was my failure to communicate it properly?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then that also is a reflection of me because suddenly now that is a truth, right? To them. It's like, oh well, Romina thinks this of that, or Romina feels this way about that, when that might not necessarily be the case. And so just being misunderstood is one of the most difficult things that I encounter just on a daily basis. So when I do tweet stuff and I write stuff that I think might have conflicting views, I think about it thoroughly, and I go back and I do drafts and I think about it so much, and I'm like, oh, this particular word might
It's
trigger
the
something that's
yeah,
like it's like the nuance
the
of the
nuances.
words.
It's the worst for truly thoughtful people like you because you'll internalize it as some kind of personal failing versus acknowledging that there's a responsibility for the person hearing it and that being offended is a choice, and not asking for clarification or not challenging you by asking a question versus making an assertion is also a responsibility and a choice that someone made. You can ask somebody, well, what do you mean by that? Or is this what you mean? Or when I heard that, I heard this. And then you could say, oh, well, that's not what I meant, or that's not my intention. And then you can clarify. You're given the opportunity. But that
Right.
requires other people to give benefit of the doubt, something that's not popular in 2020. So that, and it's not popular in certain ideological patterns of thought either. And so I feel your pain because that it's the same with me, and I'm sure the same with you, Shelly. And I've seen people even take something you say out of context before, like on just even generic things or YouTube related things, Viper. And like it's what people are choosing to hear, and they're holding you responsible for that. And it's amplified in social media because then that's done in a public way, and when they do that, they're signaling to people who are like them rather than people who might have a neutral perspective or be more thoughtful or at least question. And
Right.
that opinion is then taken as truth, as you said, and taken as fact. And where was it derived from? Not from the facts, but from their feelings.
Well, it's like Romina said a few minutes ago. When people are arguing, a lot of times they're not even arguing about what they think they're arguing about. Maybe one of them had a bad day, or one of them are just in their feelings, and the other person said something just at the wrong time that triggered them and things like that.
Or
And
maybe we're just on our period.
that too. But some of that kind of filters down into the YouTube comments. When somebody leaves a negative comment on one of your videos or something that you post,
Yeah.
they might not be mad at you. You might just like triggered something that you might have triggered something that happened to them in their day, and then they just decide to take that frustration out in your comment section on you, even though it's not your fault.
Or when they hit the dislike
Yeah.
button literally 1 minute after an upload, or 2 seconds after an upload, or 5
That's
seconds.
the only reason
after
they're subscribed to you, so that they can dislike
with
all of your
notifications
stuff.
on.
Yeah.
With notifications on, and have your notifications on in Twitter
Yep.
for when you promote the video there. I'm not even joking with you.
Oh, I bet.
I had a video recently. It's an 8-second tribute to my dad. So he passed away 2 weeks ago on Mother's Day. Bastard. couldn't even let her have one day. Like, just let her
That's
have her
dark.
day, you know?
dark.
Thanks, Dad. But I posted like a goodbye video, and on TikTok, not expecting, I had 1,000 followers on TikTok. No one follows me on TikTok. No one was going to see that. And it blew up, and it has over 1.3 million views now.
Lord, TikTok works in mysterious ways.
It's mysterious. It's very strange. Like, it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. And the comments that I've received, they're soul crushing. They're awful. And I felt the need to try and respond because of my need to be understood.
Yeah.
And
I
people
can't
are
believe
just
that. I thought I was going
vicious.
to hear the opposite of what I just heard.
No, they're vicious, and you know, like,
Yeah, I mean, TikTok is cancer, but
yeah, and it's a lot of like younger, you know, and I'm trying so hard not to. It's hard not to focus on the negative, but it's like, you're a gold digger. Why would you marry him? And I'm like, guys, this is my father. Like, and even when I try and say like, this is my father, have some respect, and people who are just like, I don't even know why you're crying, because like now you can go off on vacation and you have all this money, and I'm just like, holy shit, who raised you people? Like, and it's just like, I'm sorry, but like, I never even expected that this video would get views, let alone like, at the time I was like 800,000 views, and I was like, and someone was like, I don't even know why you would even post something. And I'm like, first of all, I didn't think a ton of people would see it. I have tried my hardest to like respond to everyone with like a heart or a comment, but like, these comments that people come in, and I can't even imagine being like a bigger creator that have these like all the time inundated on them, and it's just like,
Well,
it
that's
is
why
enough
most
to make
big
you want to
creators
like,
don't do
yeah, you
comments
just
at
want to
all.
like crawl into your body and just hide for a while. And I'm just like, I can't wake up to like 200 more hate comments on a video that I thought it was
People don't realize
nice.
why we go off sometimes even on one comment. Is it's one comment to the outside viewer, it's comment 643 for the day
Yeah.
to us, and that's
And
the thing.
I had to make a video about how like I was trying so hard to like comment or like all the comments, and then I realized that some of them are in these other languages, and so like they have a thing where you can long press on the comment and it will translate it. And so they'll put a sad emoji, but it's actually something like, she's such a gold digger, she's so stupid, I don't even know why she's even making a video. And then I'm like, oh, I liked this comment, and now it's like, I want to die because they saw this and they saw me heart it or something, and now like that's what the comment actually is, and people are like commenting on this or going back, and I'm like, wow, I feel awful. Thank you for that, because while in the midst of everything else I'm going through, this is exactly what I wanted to look at today. So I thought you were just trying to be like nice. You were being actually sneaky, saying that I'm an awful garbage human being. And I'm like, so first I have to look at the comment, translate it, read it, and then delete it. And then just be like, thank you, humanity, for that. And that's the type of stuff that, like, you know, if you're not mentally prepared, I would say, it can be tough, and you have to like almost be like ready for it, and like ready yourself for that onslaught that's coming.
New
Yeah.
business if I become a billionaire, a concierge service where we literally send out our own brute squad to deal with your online trolls, and we have them
No
go
doubt.
out like Jay and Silent Bob, fly out to the people, not like, knock on their door and everything like that.
And be
put
like,
'em in
so you said she's a
no.
gold digger, right? And
Yeah,
and
it's
and
like-
one of them, I tried to even be funny and be like, look, just because someone dies doesn't mean I get gold. I have my own gold, but like, it didn't matter, because, these kids are
Yeah,
13 or without profile pictures and just saying these things. And I'm like, some of them are shockingly disgusting, and you do have to delete them. But like, I have to read them first before I can delete them. So it's just,
yeah,
it's an
like
interesting world.
children are some of the most
Oh yeah,
Cruel.
Oh,
Some of them are
absolutely.
cruel.
they are
no
bad.
conscience. But I need
it's like
a
a-
name. I need a name for my concierge door-to-door thug service
go.
for you guys. Like,
So it's like
for-
Roberto was saying, like, it's unfortunate, but some bigger creators, they don't even look at the comments, and that's just the reason
And I
why.
could see
Because
that.
yeah,
yeah.
On that post in particular, now, like, I almost avoid it. Like before, when there was one person that was really, really mean, and I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of knowing that they really affected me that much, so I let their comment be. And like now, like, they're going back and forth with all these people. They're like starting trouble with like everyone, and I'm
Oh,
realizing
that's why I
like
delete and
it's
block
not
and
just
ban
me.
people. I do that to
It's
curate the
definitely not
community.
me. But it's like some of them, like almost some of the most extreme offensive ones, I almost want to leave just so that people can be like, this is what humanity has gotten to, is like they think that this is appropriate to leave this type of like stuff on this type of on any post in general.
You know what? You know why it is because these children have access to these profiles and have access to the ability to do that. So, but prior to social media and the internet, when kids did this, their teachers would find out, or their neighbors, the other adults in the neighborhood would find out, or their friends' parents would find out. Someone would find out, and they would alert their parents and be like, "Hey, you got to give your kid a spanking because they just did this thing to my kid, and I'm not going to allow it."
Oh, you were a bully at school? The phone tree got lit up back in the day.
Right. So,
and now today's parents are like, not my kid. My kid's an angel.
well, the thing is, the reason, Shelly, is because they don't know. They don't, my parents
now
don't know what I
discipline is
do or
abuse
talk
now.
to.
I know.
Nobody
right?
knows what their kids are doing online. So
There
all
was
they
actually-
see
yeah,
is
there
what
was
they
a
post.
video.
So they don't see like the comments that they leave on other people. They don't know that their kids are being inappropriate a lot of the times, because nobody is there being like, "Hey, your kid left this stupid comment on my video. What are you going to do about it?" Nobody's telling their parents that they're doing this,
Yeah, I shout out to the
And-
people who try and track down their people and their dads and their parents and try and tell them like what their kids are doing. I mean, what their parents do with it, that's their information. But there have been some videos that I've seen, and I'm like, thank goodness there are people out there that will still do this and be like, there was one, a guy, he was like, this girl, she's 13, talking about, very adult things, and so he went to the Instagram, found the dad, messaged the dad, "This is the TikTok that your 13-year-old daughter is leaving. Is this, just FYI?" And then that person's account got deleted. But there is this lack of accountability and this whole like.
Did you see
A
the
lot
one
of those
where
people
the
that I
dad
went,
made
ugh.
the daughter apologize on camera, and she's sitting there and she's crying, and it's like
About the 14-year-old who's like having like these explicit pictures sent to guys about like why she's messaging them? I saw that one, and I was
didn't
like,
see
"Thank
that
you."
one. I think it was a girl who said some like racist stuff.
Oh no, not that. I saw the one where a guy he had his daughter, and like on camera, basically talking about why, like and saying, "What did you do?" And she's like, "These are the pictures that I sent to grown men." And like I shouldn't have done it, and like what's happening now is like I'm getting my account deleted, or like all this stuff is being taken away from me, and I applaud that, and I don't think there is sometimes enough of that, because a lot of the kids, they all think words don't hurt and affect people. There aren't real people on the other side, because what you see online is just this unpenetrable like persona. And I think that a lot of people forget that there are real breathing humans on the other side reading these things, going through life experiences, and it's not just what people see online.
I have mixed feelings about like spanking or beating or any type of corporal punishment. I have mixed feelings about it, and there are things that I think negatively impacted me about that in the culture and the time that I grew up in. But I will say this. I will say that the lack of it has definitely created a culture and a generation that has no appreciation for the fact that there are consequences to their actions. And I think that everything we see in the current culture in the internet is completely a lack of accountability and a lack of respect for consequences and a respect
well, it's
for
also
other people.
contrarian to what, like, if you have a parent who is teaching their child that, then they go online and then they see Logan Paul like doing stuff, or like, and you have of these
being
other
rewarded for it.
I think when you
right?
make people famous for or infamous for bad behavior, for a lack of consequences, for being a maverick, for these things, I think that it does become a bad example and becomes a rallying cry for that lack of accountability and that lack of responsibility and that lack of consequences, and look at that personality and look at it being rewarded in life. It's kind of like how we used to grow up believing, and media fetishized the asshole and the asshole businessman and the asshole boss and it's God bless him as a visionary, but Steve Jobs was like, we all pretend he was a great man, but then we pretend he was also a good one. And that is an important distinction. And we have seen a culture, especially in tech and entrepreneurship, where people decided that's what to be. And then there are those of us who want to do the opposite of that and say, no, you can win and you can be successful and not be that. But the thing is, we don't have the megaphone and we don't have the billions and we didn't make something revolutionary like Apple, at least not yet. But when you see people that have a clear disrespect for others and a lack of consequences, and you keep seeing them win, it makes all the good examples, even the examples you have at home, look like, well, my mom or dad is hardworking and good, and whether they have the show for it, and they're just a loser. And that's also where, and that's not fair, but it's also why I definitely believe that good people have an obligation to become successful, because we need at least the numbers if we're not going to have the individual solo big Steve Jobs, Elon Musk impact. We need the sheer raw numbers by the averages of just saying that you can be very successful and be a good, earnest, hardworking person who respects other people.
I worry about the parents that drive their children to people's, celebrities' houses and, park them and then say and scream at the people being like, we made you. You deserve, we deserve this and you owe us this, as if because I put up 8 minutes of content every Sunday once a week or whatever it is, that you feel that you know me and you have the right to show up at my house, at my father's funeral, at whatever. It's a different, that parasocial relationship where people feel that they know that person more than they really do, because you are just a stranger to them, but to them,
and
you are this person.
And they feel entitled to intimacy that was not
exactly. Like, you don't really know me. You've watched 150 of my videos, but it doesn't mean that you've earned the right to, like, Brett Brock, have people show up at his father's funeral and expect photo ops. And you're looking at the parents like, why would you think this is okay? And the parents are like, you should be nice to them. They've made you. They've bought your merch. They've made your platform.
No, that's
they
stupid.
Pay your bills. And I'm like, what?
That's entitlement.
What is this? What is
exactly,
this?
Roberto,
like,
exactly.
that the parents can't even, like...
No, that's entitlement.
That's
entitlement,
They really want to freaking tiger uppercut those parents. And I can say that because they're adults and, whatever. And it's a joke, because a tiger uppercut is not something you can actually technically do in real life. I mean, you can, but there won't be the flames that you need to really get off there.
Into detail about this.
I'm saying we look at the parents to hopefully instill these types of values, but they're the
no.
ones driving them up to Jenna Marbles' house.
No,
and they're worse.
They're worse than the kids.
And then to tell them that you're entitled to this unearned intimacy and access to a human being's life because you're one of 200,000 people that bought a $25 hoodie, or because you watch their content or whatever and everything like that. How dare you? No, how dare you? And no, that was free content. You already spoiled and entitled because you got to watch that free content and everything like that. And the thing is, no one required that to you and everything like that. And it's like, we made it and we asked you to, but it's like, you're not obligated and everything. It's like no, you're not entitled to.
Preach.
Like, no, merch. Like,
Preach.
no, you're not entitled to.
Yo,
you're not entitled to that.
Shout out to DJ Fabry for the super chat, sir. Thank you, I appreciate it. But no doubt, Roberto. Sometimes, like you said, the parents are worse than the kids, man. It's terrible.
It's terrible. You know what's one of the thing is, how dare they do that, especially and whether it's a man or a woman in terms of a male or a female creator. But like, let's just even take that from the perspective of a female creator. That'd be like saying, well, oh, I did all these nice things for you, like you should go out with me. Or, well, I bought you dinner, so I'm entitled to these things and everything like that. And we'd be like, oh, well, hell nah, and everything like that. Parents are sending that exact same message to children when they say that. It's like that, oh, everything in life is transactional. And that's a very poor way to, like, I understand that from a utilitarian or like, but it's a very poor way to actually live your life in terms of acting on that. Like, no, that's not how we do things, and that's not how we respect people, and that's not how we treat people, and that's not how we value people. And you would never allow that to be applied to you or to your children in terms of those terms and everything like that. If I decide that everything is transactional, you will not accept that if I start going that route to its logical conclusion.
Never, man. Never. But it's the hypocrisy and like you said, the sense of entitlement, and people just, they lose their minds and they enable their kids to do these crazy, terrible things because they don't care themselves.
Oh, I like that idea from Just for Joy about that book title. Like one of us might steal that.
Oh my
The
God.
8th place trophy. That
Oh.
would be an ultimate book
Ooh.
title, just
Oh.
dressing down that whole. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible, and we see it in the culture and the community. David Dobrik, poor David Dobrik, is dealing with it all the time and everything, and people showing up to his house, be like, "Hey, let's get beers, bro," and it's like, dude, no.
Yeah, that's
like,
not
nah.
cool. I think Roberto, I thought you responded to a tweet a week ago about how I think a creator was commenting about people showing up at their work or job, and Roberto was like,
Oh yeah.
"No, do not do that. That's not okay.
No,
Under
it's not
no
okay.
circumstances." Mm-mm.
No, like yeah, it's a creator that like has had that where like a couple of people. She's a larger channel, and she, but her stuff and her humor, it's like being a large channel. You know that it's not always you're able to go full time, and she certainly isn't, and not for where she lives. The cost of living is pretty high, so some people figured out her stuff, and like this dude figured out like where she worked and wanted to act very familiar, and it's like her coworkers like kind of covered for her and let her go out the back so she didn't have to interact with him, and so he also didn't see which car she had or was getting into or could follow her or anything like that, because at that point you really have to think about somebody who would do that. You have no idea who they are. You don't know if they're stable. You don't know what the situation is. You don't know if they're really a fan or if they're a hater or a troll that's decided to take things to an extreme in the real world. You have no idea whether they're psychotic or not. You have no idea where, even if they're a well-meaning person, they might be off their medication. You have no idea. Not to stigmatize mental health at all. You know, I'm the last person who would do that. But the thing is, I have family members who have legitimate mental illnesses. And the thing is, you dealing with that, if you're someone who doesn't know or doesn't have that situation, can go sideways very quickly, or you don't know, and that could cause a lot of anxiety for a person. It's already enough anxiety for a stranger to approach you and then act with a sense of intimacy, but also you don't even know the context of whether that person's employees or employer knows about their YouTube life or their internet life or their career, or whether it's an awkward situation for them. So you're imposing in their life in a way that could have consequences for them that you don't even intend. And to think that you should be able to do that, you're not being thoughtful of that person at all. So how dare you even call yourself a fan and you don't respect their boundaries, you don't respect their lifestyle, you don't respect that, okay, you interact with them at their other job, you don't get to do it here. The fact that you can't even understand that.
Not a good look.
None of the places that I worked at knew that I had a YouTube channel. Like, there was one person as I was leaving my past job that I finally ended up telling. You know, some of my family members don't know that I have a YouTube channel, and that is just, it is scary. And then you end up in a situation like Christina Grimmie, you know, where she was just doing a meet and greet, trying to hug fans, and she gets shot and killed from an obsessed fan. You know, and that's terrifying because you don't know if the person there is mentally stable or has a weapon or likes you or hates your guts.
Do you know that that's specifically why I don't do meetups with fans, and that I only do meetups at paid events that already have a paywall behind them? That I do not do anything public that doesn't have a paywall behind it, because the
it
paywall
sucks
is the
that
vetting.
you have to do that. It sucks that you have to do that, but like I've had that scare before. Which I don't know if you know about that, Roberto. I don't know if I ever got to tell you about it.
I think we were talking about that. Actually, I think we did talk about that. If you want to, we can. But we talked about that when I talked about my female stalker.
Yeah. So I did have a guy who was following me, and he was one of my higher paying patrons, and to me, like, I thought that he was just another follower. I didn't know that it was something that was like obsessed or anything, because I didn't even think to like go through his profile or anything. But I noticed that he kept being more obsessive with his comments, and he would comment like constantly. And when he'd comment on my YouTube videos, like, they were these very, very long-winded comments that just they were incoherent. They didn't really make a lot of sense. And it was always very negative. There was a lot of like negativity behind it. And there was this one instance where I actually started to ignore him because of this. So on one day, he started tweeting at me, telling me that he was like walking around Los Angeles and like all this stuff. And it was like very weird and like contrived, because again, I think that this person, he either was developmentally challenged or he had some kind of mental illness. And he, so it didn't really make a lot of sense, but from the way that he worded stuff on his Twitter, it seemed like he was expecting me to meet up with him somewhere in Los Angeles. And apparently he was like walking around for hours and he was like live tweeting this, right? But like adding me the whole time. So like I was getting all these notifications of just this guy walking around Los Angeles. And I got really scared because like I have a mailbox and I had been sending, fan stuff to people. Like I don't let people send me stuff, but I did do a lot of giveaways and stuff. And one of the reasons that I stopped doing giveaways was because of that. Where I don't really do a lot of giveaways anymore is because I was really scared that this guy, he knew exactly where my mailbox was. And I was scared that he would just go there
That camp your
and
mailbox.
and camp my mailbox and wait for either my dad to show up because he knew what my dad looked like because my dad had been in my videos.
And then he could
that
just
maybe
follow back to the house or
follow
something.
him back to the house or who knows what else, or maybe like attack him or hurt him or hurt anybody at the mailbox, anybody who works at the mailbox because they don't know where I am or like, why isn't Rowena here? I don't know what he's thinking. And to me, it was very scary that this guy was just walking around that day. And like, I was freaking out because he was very, like his tweets were very violent that on that particular day. And so I was like, okay, is this guy gonna like kill himself? Like what's happening here, And like I actually called the police and I told them what was going on and you know what they said? They said, well, we can't really help that. Like if you're posting stuff online, like we have no way of like protecting you kind of thing. And I was like, but I don't think you understand what I'm telling you. Like there's this guy, like I know his name, like I can give you his address because like I had a friend of mine who like was able to look up police records and stuff like that. So like I knew about this guy and I was like, listen, this guy is like out there, he might kill himself or he might hurt somebody. And the police was like, well, we can't do anything about it because like you're famous, so like there's nothing we can do about it. Like this is like very nonchalant, like, well, it's whatever you were asking for it basically was his subtext, right? And so after that day, like I was just like, okay, this guy, like I'm blocking him, like I can't, this is too much for me. And so like it was only on that day that I had learned that this guy was only tweeting to me. So the reason that I hadn't like blocked him before or anything like that was because I thought he was just like a fan of like YouTubers and whatever, like he was just following a bunch of people. When I go to his Twitter account, every time that he was tweeting, it was always at Red Romina. Every single one of his tweets had at Red Romina either at the start or at the end of his tweet. So it was like a complete, like his profile was just dedicated to tweet to me. And it was very, very scary. And there was even like an instance where I, like this was like months afterwards where I was like, okay, like it's done. I went to a concert with my friends to go see Poppy, which I don't know if you guys know Poppy, but
I know
Poppy from
Poppy.
YouTube.
Yeah.
So I went to go see Poppy. She was doing like this very small thing, and I went with a group of my friends. I went with 3 other friends. We had a really great time. When I come home that night and I look on Twitter, this guy had tweeted a photo and saying like, oh, Poppy was like really great, whatever, like talking about the Poppy concert. He was at the concert and he was standing, he took a photo and he posted it on Twitter. He was standing right behind us, like where my friends and I were.
That reminds me way too much of that thing we saw on the internet with that the guy who ended up murdering that one girl that was obsessed with her, that like posted in like 4chan and Discord kind of egged him on and stuff like that. You remember the Instagram? I think it was the Instagram killer. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was
That sounds
basically, I
too
was
much like that.
it's really scary because it's like, okay, like if you were a fan and like I don't mind, like if you see me like at a Poppy concert, you come up, like a normal person would just like come up, a sane person would just come up and just be like, hey, like I watch your videos, or like I'm a huge fan or whatever, like let's take a selfie, right? Like whatever, I don't care, like you can come up to me, but like to tweet a picture like after, like obviously that is the mind of someone who is not well.
Yeah.
But I guess like fortunately, and I guess like sadly, he actually passed away, so my troubles are no longer
Yeah, I
present.
hear what you're
But
saying. That's the more morbid side of it, but I get the joke you're trying to make, the dark humor joke you're trying to make of like,
yeah,
oh, that's
I
that.
mean,
But
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, you know, I don't have to worry about him anymore. But it is sad. I mean, he was like a senior. He was older, and like, and clearly just like not well, right? But like,
yeah.
this is a testament to why you have to be very careful. And me, like, I'm extremely careful. Like, people, like, I never filmed outside of my house. Like, I didn't even give like tours. Like, if I lived in an apartment building, I never like showed my apartment building because people know. Like, if people live, I can tell in Los Angeles, like if someone's filming an apartment tour, even if they don't show their outside or their street, I know what apartment it is because I've seen the apartment listings and I know the format and the layout of the apartments and I know where they live.
I've had to teach YouTubers how to specifically um not create a scenario where it's easy to narrow down where they live. And I've had to teach them about Google reverse image search. And I've had to teach them about a number of things that you and I have talked about, Viper, and that we've talked about in smaller streams where we know, like, okay, this is a small enough stream to where we can get information out that helps people without telling the kind of people that we're worried about how to do things. You know, like there's, you know, because there's a lot of things that as a public figure you have to do to maintain a private life.
It is scary that you have to think about that. Like, you have to post
protocol.
later. You know, you can't post in the moment, and you have to post, you know, like
post in the
very
moment.
generic things like, I'm in Seattle, you know, or, you know, I don't talk about the specifics of what companies I work at, or, you know.
The biggest YouTubers have to buy their homes when they buy the expensive homes. They have to buy their homes through their company.
Yep.
Or through their parents or through a trust through the bank just to keep their privacy and to not have where they live exposed.
Because once it's leaked and put out there, then like
I don't give away my exact location outside the generic, oh, I live in Atlanta and everything like that. But the good news for everybody out there is that I live in a very, very conservative pro-Second Amendment county and neighborhood. Just so we're clear on that. And my neighbors love me. So
it's hard, man.
Also,
like,
getting to Roberto's house is extremely complicated. And
it is. And then you would still have to deal with my dogs, and they are not small. So.
It's hard though, man.
And my
like,
wonderful security system.
my dogs are
I know
very
when
small.
when I'm outside doing video, I am extra careful to make sure I don't like video anything that people could use to locate where I live at. It's like, but these are things that normal people just don't have to think about. But as a creator, being a public figure, you have to think about this stuff. You can't make yourself a target. You can't do or put anything in a video that people can use to identify where you live or where you are. You just can't do it.
And I don't want to have to pull the female card, but I feel like sometimes they do have to be a little bit more careful.
Oh, absolutely.
I think there are sometimes statistically,
if you're female or if you're a small-bodied person, absolutely.
Yeah, I think statistically, a lot of those weird, abnormal, paranormal social relationships tend to be more fixated on females. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen to men at all. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that sometimes it seems more familiar with some females.
It's due to it's because of the fact that a lot of it has to do more with mental illness. It's actually more across the board what people think, but it's underreported on the male side for many reasons that have to do with social stigma, or also there's a multitude of reasons, and also men just tend to deal with it differently because there's the emasculating quality allegedly to the, oh, you're afraid or you're worried about this, or you're a man, deal with it, or like, oh, just go to town on them, or oh, just do a concealed
toxic
carry,
masculinity. Like you should handle this, it's not a big deal.
Exactly. Which is what, like, toxic masculinity isn't saying masculinity is toxic, which is the talking point that people throw out as a straw man. It's saying that there are expectations that are unreasonable for how men are supposed to act, and that your individuality or your needs are being decided for you by other people, and which is a toxic thing to say, that it's like, oh, your male identity is held for ransom against this social construct versus you as an individual still being able to, have your man card and your manhood and still care about this or that or feel this way or react this way. And that's the thing that's stupid is, rules you didn't agree to, you're being held to. That's stupid. That's toxic. And that's where that comes from. So I agree with you. I had a female stalker and people would think, and I had another incident where it's like I was being sent pictures in an unsolicited way, not by someone who was just a fan either, but someone who was also another public figure. And I wasn't even sure that that person hadn't been hacked and that this wasn't a thing or any kind of like thing where they were being set up. And so I had never met this person, but we ran the same circles. And I basically kind of ignored it and played it off. And it's not that I wanted to hurt that person's feelings. It's just that I did nothing to ask for that attention. And I didn't engage with them in that way. And we'd never met in person. And so I didn't like, it's not even a thing of, it's not even a thing of, I'm flattered or nothing like that. I'm like, no, I have no way of knowing that this was something that you even did or have knowledge of or known. So it's like, I didn't hear anything when I alluded to her that in another platform in different DMs that, hey, like you might want to check and see if you've been hacked or anything like that. I wanted to see if she would respond or say anything about that, but it was played off. So I still to this day don't know if she did that or if something, or she was hacked or leaked. I lean more toward, because I went that route, she took it as a rejection and just didn't say anything about it. And then every other communication has been something more professional. But that was different from even my female stalker. But it's like, but men won't talk about those things because it suggests that
they're not in control and they're emasculated and they're not,
or it's emasculating, or it's like, or they like, again, it's like, oh, you don't want that attention, or oh, you're effeminate, or oh, what are you, like a quote unquote Nancy, or whatever, like, whatever people want to say. And the thing is, it's like, well, I'm old. I'm the 80s. We say things like that. Like, I'm old.
I'm with you. I think I'm older than you, Roberto, actually. What? So, like, what's even that? When you're like, I'm so old, I think I'm older than you are.
I'm sarcastic. I'm 35. You don't have to tell us how old you are, but like,
no, I'm older than you.
Okay, cool. It's like, but I make the joke. It's like,
sips her.
I make the joke.
It's okay. I'm legal. I'm legal.
Yes, right.
What are you drinking?
This is the bold Pinot Noir. This is the Gary V wine text.
Empathy. Empathy wines.
She fancy.
No, it's one that they had from their wine text. Where they text you every day, a discounted one. This was the one that they texted that day.
Oh, sweet, yeah.
All right, I got to talk about the guitar on Romina Wall. Do you play guitar?
Sure.
That delayed response, though. Okay.
We can start a lady band because I kind of play too.
She's like,
I do, but it's just like it happens like at 3:00 in the morning when I'm by myself and just that's it. Actually, my first like viral video was, I think it was like in 2008. I think it was. I mean, at that time, it was considered viral, but I got, I think, almost like 200,000 views on the video.
If you don't have a high level of subscribers, that's still viral, because I measure virality in thresholds versus a raw number for everybody. It's like, it's proportionate. So I
didn't have like any subscribers, because I mean, I was like, so exactly. But yeah, one of my, it was, I was doing a cover. And
yeah, in 2008, that's definitely viral in 2008.
I was using that guitar, which this guitar I actually bought at a thrift shop in Reno.
Oh, wow.
So that's that. That's the story behind that guitar.
You have a little bit of like UK memorabilia. Is there a story behind that?
Oh, yeah, I do. Look.
I love it.
Oh, you are decked out. Okay.
Yeah. So what's up with all this UK memorabilia?
I don't know. I just like it. Also, I really like the flag. I don't know. It just looks pretty too.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But yeah, I love the Beatles.
I thought it might be something with that.
And so, yeah, I guess it's just like the idea. I just like all that stuff. And then there's tea also. It always comes back to tea. So.
Hey, Roberto, you remember last year? I think it was over a year ago. the live stream we had, the Beatles versus Michael Jackson.
Oh my
Lord,
god,
I
that was with
remember
Jason and Painfully Honest Tech.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and
Oh,
it's
God.
it's a conversation, and I don't want to rehash it, but I still think that Michael Jackson is. I mean, okay, I don't want to get into it. But I actually had a conversation with someone the other day about Michael Jackson versus Prince, and that
I
it
can
got
see how that
heated.
gets heated.
It got heated. That's all I can say.
That's asking for it.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
They're very distinct camps, and
Yeah.
yeah, that was a tough one.
I could see.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to head out now. But
Aw.
We can discuss the Prince versus Michael Jackson
Hell
another
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, Vibe.
Thank you.
you.
I gotta have you on my podcast sometime. I have to hit you in the DMs about that.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
All righty, no doubt. Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, Roberto, that live stream. That was a live
Oh
live
my
stream.
God.
I was
That-
there. That was
that
a
got
crazy
hot.
That's right,
one.
she was there.
That got hot.
I was
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't on screen, but I was there.
You were in the live YouTube
was.
audience.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, okay, I don't want to get into it, but I'm saying Prince is still a musical genius.
Yep.
Okay. He played every single friggin' instrument. He wrote all of those things. He wrote songs for people that no one even like knows it was him. He paid for so many underprivileged people to go and like never talked about it. I'm sorry, but he is amazing.
Prince is a legend. Prince is
Michael
a legend.
Jackson
They're
was
both
good
icons.
too. I
They're
mean,
both
yes, they're
icons.
just
They're
different.
both- yeah, no, I mean, we contextualized even then the Prince versus the Beatles debate, but like, there's a romantic view versus a pragmatic view, and that's true for a lot of things. I mean, we talked about it even earlier tonight, looping back to the concept of where we stand in the idea of how education should be viewed. The romantic view is the one that's the predominant view, and that's the traditional view, but it has nothing to do with utility. And like, you know me, the ruthless utilitarian, like, F the feelings, like, and not to be toxic or stoic. I mean, I just only mean that from a decision-making framework of a financial, like, cause like, you're gonna have to say F the feelings when all that soul-crushing debt starts weighing on your mental health. Like, you know, my sister deals with that all the time. Like, that's a whole, like, thing. Like, there's like, oh my God. So yeah, the romanticism can be expensive when you make decisions out of like this, oh, blah, 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 and that kind of view without actually measuring and weighing the cost. Now, the thing is, there's no consequences for weighing that when you decide about something that's literally just down to personal taste, like the Beatles versus Michael Jackson or the Michael Jackson versus Prince. It's like, okay, fine. We can crunch the numbers and we can look at the impact that someone had on the industry or on other people, or we can look at the time period and scale and all that stuff, and we can weigh that. Or it could just be down to your personal wins and taste. It's like,
True.
or something, or like in Jason's case, it was like, oh, because of what they mean to me. Is the
Yeah,
entire
I think it
argument.
was very personal in that one, and I see that people are commenting about it in the comments. And I'll just say, as a final point, I think Prince was more musically talented and gifted, but Michael Jackson was a better performer and sold more.
And that is the kind of distinction that we appreciate and why we went with Team Michael. Isn't that right, Viper?
Yep. All right, so I'm gonna pivot this conversation a little bit to talk about something that's a little bit more kind of up you guys' alley. We gotta talk about this channel that blew up to like over 1 million subscribers in 2 weeks. I
I
think
just
what
did
Dad,
my
how do
entire
I?
live stream. That was my entire live stream
Yeah.
when we came and raided you. We came raided you. Like,
Oh.
chat knows what's up.
No, we
yeah,
were
I
actually
think-
talking about that in our Seattle YouTube meetup group today, about him and about how he's so special. He's this perfect storm of feel goods, and the fact that so many other creators have talked about him from like I actually first learned about him on TikTok from a creator who had like 6 million followers and was saying, this story is amazing. You guys have to go follow him. And so he has like really taken a strong like heart hold in so many different people's like hearts that like they went and talked about him, that
larger
he was able
creators,
to
yeah.
he was able
The
to
larger
gain like
creators,
1
we
million
all felt-
subscribers in like
Yeah,
3 days.
Casey talked about him and everything. All of us YouTube
Susan
educators.
Wojcicki
Oh,
talked
yeah.
about him. You know,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
all-
it's insane.
we're all rooting for him. And like, I know some people are going to want to pull the whole Janelle thing with him being another industry plant, and Susan tweeted him, so here's the conspiracy and everything like that. And I want to punch those people in the mouth. I want like, if I were 10 years younger, I'd jump in a ring and box them in a YouTube boxing match, but I swear to God. But I would literally take my happy ass to the hyperbolic time chamber and train for like freaking a whole year just for that. I'm not even joking. Like Roberto get all these gains 12 months in a day. Yeah. But I would, but the thing is, he did what I think is the right, not everyone can do this, and not everyone can blow up. Even I can't do this. Is what you have to do something, well, not without being contrived. You would have to do something that is worthy of word of mouth. And that was my entire live stream before we came and raided Viper, was the importance of someone's story being a reason to subscribe to them and fall in love with them. I'll use a real great example and everything like that. My friend Sarah Dici, when Sarah did the video about Casey, the story and writing the momentum of the story was the 4,000 to 100,000. She had done her prep work for that though, because her story was, look at this amazing young female filmmaker, creator, and look at her story, and she's living on her own in Tennessee. She's like leaving college to do freelancing. It's like, oh, sure, her story, oh, she got the Adobe residency before Casey. Oh, Casey shouted her out. Oh, she got to meet Casey. Oh, she's moving to New York. Oh, she's vlogging now. Oh, she was on Gary Vee. She built and literally built. She set up a story arc, and then when there were twists and turns and opportunities presented, she followed through and took risk and acted on that story arc, and that is an additional story. The idea that she left it all behind in Tennessee when she was already crushing it, left it all behind in Tennessee to go to New York and decide to make good and stay there. And they're like, oh, and she's got this thing with Adobe, and she's doing all this great stuff, and look at what's happening to her. And she got to go on Gary Vee and tell her story. You don't just get on Gary Vee, you have to have a story to tell. There is having a story to tell, become buzzworthy, become newsworthy. But people can't do that if they're doing generic content. And the thing is, the thing that separates Rob Kenny is his story. Anyone can do dad advice, how to, DIY. Not everybody can be Rob Kenny, and not everyone's going to do that advice and say, hey kids, and literally make you feel that's my dad, or I want that, or like, you know, and like, and the timing is smart. Look at the culture, look at everybody at home, and look at the culture
Everyone's at home.
of fatherlessness. There's
Yeah.
so many people who need a father figure or a dad figure, more importantly, in some cases. And the thing is, it's his earnestness. He's not just helping you and giving you life advice and everything. He's giving you encouragement and comfort. He's so earnest and so well-meaning. And why? Because his story is he came from a broken home. It's him and 6 siblings, and dad walked out, and he managed to not be like his father. He raised 2 children to successful adults, and now he is giving to anybody who needs it of himself. And he didn't set out for fame. He set out literally to do for anybody who needs it what he was able to do for his own children and what wasn't done for him. There is no way not to root for this man. There is no way not to watch his content and to subscribe to him. It's impossible.
He's so likable, and he'll sit there and tell you, he's like, I haven't made all the right choices. I'm not a professional. This isn't the best advice you could ever get on how to fix this stuff. It is literally just me trying my best. And everyone is just like, we love that. Thank you.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, I'm a child of divorce. I saw this and I'm instantly, I'm sold, subscribe. It's like, and the thing is, but I knew my dad, and now I have a better relationship with him as an adult, but I had a good relationship with him up until my angry teenage years and when things got harder for us financially after the divorce and everything like that. But I always knew who my father was, and I have a lot of very fond memories with him. And I remember us working on projects and doing exactly the same things. When I watch Rob Kenny's content, I'm sitting there and I'm having flashbacks to the fondest memories of my dad when we were working on stuff in the house, of when we were putting things together, when we were fixing things and furniture and stuff like that. And it's just so earnest, and it's just so, I'm like, good on you. I can't.
What you do, Roberto? What you do?
And he's not fake. He's not a character. It's just who
No.
he is. And that's what people love, is that he's so genuine and just, he is exactly who he is. And it's completely transparent.
Do you remember that in the early days of YouTube, there was this older gentleman? He was a World War II survivor.
Yes. And he told stories.
And he was it was like geriatric 22 or something like that. Back in the day, because I think he was born in like 1922 or something, like, or whatever, it was something like that. But like, he was the biggest YouTuber for a while, and he was just everybody's grandpa. He was everybody's grandfather on the internet in the early days of YouTube, and he was the biggest channel for like a good minute there. And unfortunately, you know,
Until
old
he
age, he
passed
passed away,
Yeah.
but everything like that. But it's like what Rob Kenny is doing with the Dad How Do I is kind of a spiritual successor to that idea.
I mean, you saw how that channel grew up of like, I think it was the grandma that was cooking, you know, I mean,
I
and
know
it was,
her, Grandma Potty Mouth, Grandma
Right?
Potty Mouth, Peggy Glenn. I have her cookbook
yeah.
signed, and she's a good friend. And yeah, Grandma Potty Mouth, yeah.
And that's the thing is like, you would think a cooking tutorial channel that people would be like, oh, that's such a saturated market, no one can make it, or just
But
like
no
how
one can be
to and
Grandma
DIY.
Potty
And
Mouth.
guess what? No one can be grandma. Exactly. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's encouraging that, you know, just being yourself and being exactly who you are and without any other pretense of just being exactly true to your core, it resonates with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Or it can.
We have some people here who are saying that they grew up without a dad and like that hit them, or someone else saying that like their dad was a carpenter and like when they saw that it like made them you know, remember that and they were happy. It's like, yeah. And someone else here is talking about, yes, God, I'm trying to remember who it is who I always quote that but came up with the hero's journey. God, why do I always forget? Is it God, why do I always forget this?
But I think it is aspirational for some of
Hero's
the people who
Journey
don't
is
have
Camden, I
that
think
relationship.
it's, who is it who
Dan
came
Harmon?
up with the who is it who came up with the hero's journey? I think it was Campbell, Joseph Campbell. Why do I always forget that? Joseph Campbell. Yeah, hero's journey. So yeah, the hero's journey. It's in. Thank you, Joseph Campbell. Thank you, Renee Ritchie.
Renee,
Joseph
you're still
Campbell.
here. Hey.
Yeah,
Hey, still
Joseph
here?
Campbell,
Wow.
The hero's journey. When you look at the most successful YouTubers, you can actually always see that it's the story that made people emotionally invested in them. Like, I mean, think of a successful YouTuber who that's not true, that there's not a story or it's not the story that ultimately made them.
And that's the point that we try to make about thumbnails. Like that's why it's good to put your face in the thumbnail because then it allows you to make that it allows you to make a potential emotional connection with a viewer or a potential viewer. So
The
we go.
video that I think people related to the most from me in the entire history of my YouTube channel is from broke to 100K a year and how this changed my life. Like that is it's not the biggest video on my channel, but it is one of the ones that drove like it by itself. I did that video I think 2 years ago. It drove 10. It's one video. It got 150,000 views. It drove 10,000 new subscribers to my channel though, of people who've never seen me before, and it got some of the most extensive long comments on my entire channel, and some of the most comments on my channel before.
There you go.
Stories matter. Stories will be the thing that people relate to. Can you imagine if every video I made had the emotional... think about it. I've made 1,400 videos on this main channel. Can you imagine if even 100 videos of mine had the emotional connection and impact of that video?
I mean, I just find it fascinating that this dude has only been making video for a month and he's already at 2 million subscribers. Like,
It was the word of mouth, though, of how many YouTubers...
It was other
with
people.
It was how many people with tens of thousands of followers that put him on. It was the word of mouth, but he was worthy of the word of mouth.
Yeah.
And that's
I
the
think
thing
people
that
forget the
people will
TikTok. Like the people that were on there, like I'm saying, they
And
drove
Reddit.
and
TikTok
Reddit.
and Reddit and Twitter.
Yeah, before
Casey,
Twitter, and then like a ton
saw-
of people. It was that, and people were like, "Oh, well, this guy has this many subscribers and this many views. It doesn't even correlate." And it's like, yeah, because people bookmark and subscribe to his channel as like,
But
I'm
also,
coming back to
the
watch
views are under. No one talks about that. YouTube underreports views initially by a large percentage,
Oh, yeah.
especially when you're getting it fast, and that's where the skepticism, and that's why
Yeah.
these conspiracies need to shut the f up and sit down and wait and like let YouTube and let experts and let educated people verify this before you open your mouth and slander people. Because
And I
was
could
really
not get
pissed
over
for
the amount of people who were so upset
Janelle.
by it. As
'Cause,
in,
like, it
like,
was the same
they were
thing with
pissed.
Janelle.
They were mad. They were like, I cannot believe this, and I can't believe that, like, they don't deserve this. And I've been making channel, you know, like, for 5 years. And I'm like,
That's
well,
just
maybe your
jealousy
channel
and
sucks,
saltiness and
Sally.
stuff. No, I
you
look
don't
at them-
know.
Again, remember. Yeah, no.
I'm
we're
saying
coaches.
that's just one thing. I'm saying, but maybe it does. Maybe you haven't looked at your analytics. Maybe you haven't talked to your people. Maybe you haven't actually made anything that connects with anybody. I'm sorry that your story wasn't as astoundingly
Look,
familiar.
Look,
Like-
I'm sorry that some people think that they deserve to be
They feel
known
as if
and
they
so
deserve it
deserved.
because I've been on for 5 years.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
that people have been grinding for 5 years and think that they deserve to be famous when they made a generic ass gaming channel.
Right.
I told y'all that Shelly cuts deep. Damn.
Like
Well,
Shelly
and
brought the
I
heat. I'm
tell
gonna be
people,
like, no,
here's
I'm
the
gonna
thing
say
is
it.
like, when it comes
I'm gonna
down
say
to people's channels, it's either your thumbnail sucks, your channel sucks, or your video sucks. Like, it's one of those three things. And people want to, like, how can I do this? How can I be better? And I'm like, well, do your thumbnails suck? What does your CTR tell you? Does your duration for average views and actually your 50% drop off? Like, where does that fall in?
I'll make
There
it
it is.
really
Like,
simple. I'll make it really simple, Shelly. It's like, why would we work? Why would? And this is literally 90% of wannabe content creators and everything like that. Like, okay, gaming is already a low barrier to entry because you can have a gaming system and not need equipment and not have any of this. It's already low hanging fruit, low barrier to entry, and everyone wants to do it, and everyone wants to be PewDiePie, and everybody looks up to them and everything like that. And tell me something. Why are we going to give 5 minutes of our life, 10 minutes of our life to your generic ass
You
gaming
haven't earned
channel?
there's nothing special about you, and I'm
When-
sorry. And
when
if
we
someone wants to
can
call me the
just
female
watch-
Roberto, like, I'm taking it as a compliment because I am a realist, and I'm not saying. And I said it earlier, like, I want everyone to be successful. I do, but like, you don't deserve anything. You don't deserve an audience. You don't deserve their 5 minutes or 10 minutes of your, like, their time. Like, you have to earn it. You have the right to earn it. You have the ability to earn it, but you don't automatically get it because you push publish.
And I'm
That's
picking
not how
on
it works.
gamers just because it's the low hanging fruit of YouTube and it's like the most competitive thing. And I'm picking on it because I'm like, is the lowest barrier to entry besides maybe just talking about other people, like aside from talking about other people or talking about events, it is the low hanging fruit because there's no to enter in. You don't need resources, you don't need experience, you don't need skill. Here's an example of comparison. You know why there's not a lot of business channels? Because the majority of people never build businesses, and 90% of people who do fail at them in the first year alone. So the barrier to entry to be a business person is high, which is why very few people do it. And then most people who do it don't have the temperament to teach anybody or don't want to. So that's why there are not a lot of entrepreneurship channels. There are not a lot of channels about success. There are not a lot of real estate channels because to teach real estate or to do that, you'd have to have bought a house that costs money. You'd have to be a successful real estate agent, which means swagger, which means you're also spending your time doing that versus doing YouTube a lot of the time. So again, that's why that's not as competitive, even though literally business has $20 to $35 CPM rates. Real estate, you can get like $40 CPM rates, and e-commerce has $40 to $60 CPM rates. It is the highest paying thing in YouTube for ads. But to do e-commerce legitimately, you will have to prove that you've sold a successful e-commerce store and done stuff before you sell, and you would have to prove that you made 6 or 7 figures and everything like that. Barrier to entry. Compare that to, oh, I'm just going to play video games. Now again, most people aren't good at video games anyway. They think that, oh, I'll pull it off with my personality or comedy because PewDiePie isn't even that good at video games and blah, 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 and everything like that. But you ain't got the charisma. You ain't got the swagger. And to be honest, PewDiePie made 100 videos to only get 2,500 subscribers. Y'all don't got the mental fortitude to go that long without being validated and getting attention because you didn't get enough hugs as a kid. So,
and we know Marquez Brownlee needed 100 videos to get 100 subscribers. And I'm going to
not
talk
even
about
100,
myself for a
74,
minute, right?
74.
Yeah.
74. Marquez was still a small YouTuber all the way to, what was it, Viper 2013? Like,
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
yeah.
Or even
like,
if you look at like Mr. Beast, like his
God.
historic, how long it took him. And then the fact is, like, beauty. It is a huge, huge industry. It's a huge channel niche
come
and
hard
all
like
that stuff.
Michelle Phan if you want it.
Right. And here's the thing is how I started was doing these beauty unboxings. So BoxyCharm, Ipsy, all of these monthly subscription unboxings because I knew that I wasn't talented enough to tell people how to do makeup in a tutorial because I can barely do it on myself. So people are not going to come listen to me about how to like do a jaggedy, like, no, it's just not going to happen. So I was like, the easiest barrier to entry is subscription unboxings because all you have to do is have an opinion on things that come out of a box. I can do that. I can have an opinion on stuff. Yeah. And then lo and behold, you don't have a channel that like exponentially like grows because why? Because who gives a crap about what was in the BoxyCharm in February of 2017? I'm not historically going back to be like, is that the same as what's in a box now? Like no one gives a shit because it's just the easiest thing.
The good news is that it's okay to start there and use that as the preparation to go.
And that's where I did. I started there 4 years ago. I'm not there now, but that's where I started.
Gillian Perkins did a channel that she then quit to do her new channel that she does now. Like, you know, but it was her start to where now when she came to do this channel, she knew how to do it the right way because she already, you know, cut her teeth and it's okay. Most of the big successful YouTubers, it's their third or fourth channel.
The easiest thing about that at the time, this is what, like my third YouTube channel, if you think about it. But the easiest thing about that is, guess what? A subscription box is coming every month. That means I have a guaranteed video every month. And that is what it was good for. It was good for making a video, editing a video, getting to publish a video, getting that experience. But
learning
like
just
because I made that video, I wasn't entitled to someone's 7 minutes and whatever to come watch that video when they've got a million other choices that they can also watch. And so that's what I think people have a really hard time with getting their head around is because you know, it is such a hard thing to do to actually hit record, to actually edit a video, to finally hit publish. But just because you do that, you are special in some way, but you're not special. Sorry to break it to you. Like, you have to do so many other things. You have to show up consistently. You have to do the optimization. And yes, and again, people are going to be like, but what about, it is the exception, not the rule.
You might even have to niche down, right?
And yeah, same with me. Like I was doing iMovie, I was doing beauty unboxings, I was doing all of these different things. And it was
we talked about brand confusion.
3 years. 3 years it took me to finally be like, you know, to break out of this, but I'm special and people will watch. And you know what? It's not true. So
I just love how she just eats people and then she goes back to sip her wine like nothing ever happened. It's lovely. I love it.
It's the truth. And it's just like, people are like, well, I can do it all. And I'm like, try it. Before you come at, you know, like this whole brand, like, and if you do, great, good for you. But if you actually want to like go any place quickly, you're probably going to want to have to like narrow that down.
Yeah, Shannon, it took me 2 years too, man. I was doing 2 years of variety tech.
I think 3 years it took me to finally.
And I'm okay with people doing it as long as they need it to get out of their system and to find their voice and to say, you know what, I'm going to do what sticks and I'm going to do what people really came here for and I'm going to commit to the audience for what they want and Like, yeah,
I think in the beginning you can be variety because you don't know what's going to stick. And if you're that multi-passionate person, you don't know maybe until you give it a shot. If you have an over-the-top
personality, you can pull it off. If you have a over-the-top personality to where like that will be the thing you're known for or stick, then you can pull it off. There are people who can do it. I'm not necessarily one of them, but I can do it in a different way. In some, like, if you start out to be a personality-driven channel, or if you've already been successful in a niche and then you decide now you want something that's you and you want people to come for you, you can get the loyal people in your tribe and then they will then put you on and then you'll have that because then everybody's watching is committed to that. That's what's happening with my Real Talk with Roberto Blake channel now. The ratios on that are, I have like 1,700 subscribers there and I have 1,000 views on almost every video upload. And that's because of the value proposition being, you're only coming here for Real Talk with Roberto Blake. The topic is irrelevant. And the thing is, there's no niche. It's all just like strong opinions and my interactions with people, real talk in the real world. I'm about to start doing rants on there. I'm about to start even doing reaction videos on there. But reactions to the things I care about, because I don't care about what most people care about, but I will react specifically to things I care about that are also big, like Joe Rogan.
Going to Spotify with the video. Yeah, good for him.
The real reason
Joe Rogan all the people like complaining and whining about being a sellout, and I'm like, first of all, do you know how many free years of content he gave you? First of all, you should say thank you. And you know what? If you're not okay with him being like able to go get his money on a platform that you can still access for free, what the hell's wrong with you? Why you want to say that you're a real fan and like a supporter of him?
Oh my Lord, this girl's on fire tonight. Damn.
And then I'm gonna dive into the real reason where it's like he is like YouTube didn't fight to keep him. YouTube didn't fight to keep him because they could have counter-offered. They bought out
Sure.
PewDiePie. They got an exclusive lockdown on PewDiePie. The God knows how much money they threw at him. They haven't disclosed that. It's not a small amount. So that's the truth.
All right, let's dig into this, Roberto, because I'm kind of curious about this myself. Him going to Spotify, I mean, I don't have any issue with him getting the bag. I don't have any issue with the exclusivity and things like that. Although I do think it kind of sets a bad precedent for podcasting because the whole like nature of a podcast is its availability on multiple platforms,
Syndication,
right?
distribution. I agree with you.
Right.
It does interestingly show you how much money is in the creator economy. If you like, it sets the ceiling. It's like, oh, try and say this isn't real or legit or valuable now, or try to say influencers don't mean anything now, or again, as I refer to us as creators, like, oh, or like, and then what we found out about what the deal was for the girls who started the call
Your
her
Daddy. Yeah.
yeah, call
That
her
is
daddy.
crazy. Have you seen that?
500,000 a year.
And they were getting $75,000 in their first year, and so they're already renegotiating their deals at these higher rates. And do you see that they split up, and now it's only Alex hosting
Yeah.
it because Sophia and her like Suitman boyfriend? Like, I don't even know this podcast. I don't even know these
And
people,
yet you
but
know
the
about the
story
drama.
is fascinating.
Yeah,
it is
and it's like
fascinating.
But I
read
also
about this.
so fascinated about the industry perspective of it, and also again the money in podcasting. If you thought everyone was already starting a podcast before, now, oh my lord,
where they were saying that they were losing $100,000 a week for every episode that wasn't going out.
yeah,
and I'm
because
sure
look
based
at
on
how
their
valuable,
advertisers and all that
but
stuff.
them
Yeah.
saying that makes the case for those girls could have went independent, which means they weren't wrong to want to push to renegotiate their deal if that's how much of a commodity. Think about it. If you're such a commodity that it's costing the company at minimum, and they could go higher than this, $100,000 a week.
But I don't think they were wrong with that. The intellectual property is what was so like. If they can't call them the Daddy Gang, if they can't call it that podcast, if they can't like
That
say all of
community,
that stuff in the
it's-
merch, that is what a lot of the money is about. And I'm curious to see what happens now that Alex is the only host on it. If they bring in someone else, if it just becomes someone, I mean, because it's really about that Daddy Gang and that whole community.
And again, you divided the community because you divided the fan base, and they came for the chemistry. Replacing a host doesn't always work, and everything like that. We've seen dynamics like that. We've seen that with Equals 3, where with Ray William Johnson. We've seen it with so many other scenarios where replacing people, changing out for another one. We've seen it with these companies that bought out YouTube channels like SourceFed and stuff like that. Where
If you
it's
look
like,
at BuzzFeed, where all the people like left, Sophia and like the Try Guys and all of these incubators that came and then like
and we've seen
have all
that
this
they
talent
became
dispersed.
independent and became
Yeah.
bigger names and became massively successful
The
without
fact
the
that
company.
Philip DeFranco had to buy his own show back with his name in it,
and
after,
he's bigger and better than
he's
ever.
bigger and better than ever, and created Rogue Rocket. I mean, it is an interesting time to
And
be in
you
social.
cannot, as a corporate entity, treat content creators like they're employees when they're the face of a brand, because they are the IP. The audience is loyal to them, not to the IP. The audience is loyal to them, not to the IP.
Boom.
And I think that if companies and media companies do not understand that, do not respect that, they deserve to fucking lose. Like, sorry, Viper, for that one.
Yeah.
I did so well with just keeping it to the light ones, but
It's all. Hey, okay. So, like I was saying, like I think that this could potentially set a bad precedent moving forward, though, because if like now his podcast is exclusive to Spotify, so what if like other like podcast outlets like Apple, try to lock podcasts down? Then you create this whole new dynamic.
So what? It already exists.
People
Like you
get the
can't get the
bag.
Mandalorian on Hulu.
It will. So
already
it's a bad
exists.
precedent. It is. Viper's not wrong.
Hello.
Viper's not wrong because the great thing about Codcast is it's decentralized, which means you can consume it in the way that you want as a viewer and as an audience, and that you're not locked into ecosystems and you're not locked into experiences on platforms that you don't like. The experience of using Spotify is not the same as the experience of using Apple Podcast.
Nope.
And they don't also have all the features either and everything like that. Even as a content creator, I'm like, where's the damn ratings and reviews?
Here's the thing: is
Spotify.
that the audience will decide. If Joe Rogan
understand.
goes to Spotify, oh no, I'm not saying anything against you. I'm saying if Joe Rogan goes to Spotify and totally crashes and burns, I mean that's going to be pretty telltale right there about like what does that mean
Yeah,
on
he
like
won't,
locking
though.
up
Oh,
exclusivity.
yeah, there's
and-
no way.
We just don't know.
I'm buying
There's
a
no way.
Spotify account. You realize I've literally talked to thousands of people there. Like, yeah, I'm getting a Spotify account just because of Rogan now. So like, that's
Yeah, there's
that.
no
I
way
mean,
he
but
failed.
you remember back in the day when Howard Stern took a show to only Sirius.
That's
Yeah.
different because of the scale and the accessibility
Yep.
of the thing and everything like that.
But back in the
These-
day, you had to have that that FM transmitter that only could bring in
Exactly.
Sirius. So I'm saying people had to buy additional thing. And here's the
now
thing, is people don't have to
now-
buy anything.
Exactly. Now I agree with you. So now it's down to the app user experience because again, that's why a lot of creators. That's why creators who were very big on Snapchat that didn't listen to me and didn't jump to Instagram when I told them to. Do you realize like that? One of the things that there were a few creators. There were like a few creators that I really heavily leaned on and begged and say, just if you trust me on nothing else, for the rest of our careers and the rest of our friendship, trust me on Instagram and Instagram stories. Trust me on that. I'm not telling you have to leave Snapchat altogether, but just trust me, and in 6 months you'll thank me. Carlos,
I
Gil,
do
and
know
Sarah
people
Dietschy.
who make millions of dollars from their coaching programs only advertising on Instagram. They don't even have YouTube channels. They
Carlos-
just started a podcast.
Yeah, Carlos Gill, Sarah Dietschy, and Jeannie Can Breathe listened to me about Instagram, and the rest, as they say, is history. Because look what happened to Snapchat.
So here's the,
Or
like,
Vine,
oh, thank
or
God.
Byte, or like pick one.
Yeah.
so here's the real dichotomy though, right? So most podcasts are consumed on Apple Podcasts, but
Yeah, I see
But,
that.
The
90%.
majority,
Spotify-
yeah.
90%.
Spotify has 100 million users.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
I agree. And the thing is, people are crossing over from the music side to that podcasting, and Spotify is becoming known as a player in the podcast space. And like, I don't believe in becoming the Netflix of podcasts. I don't believe in that model. I don't believe in becoming the YouTube of podcasts. But I do see Spotify becoming the number 2 player very easily in a realistic way that no one else has, and that it will be them and Apple. And I'm dead serious about this.
Yeah.
And I really feel that it will come down to be split between Apple and Spotify for the podcasting world. It really will. They have no intention of backing down from this, and they will become a major player.
Especially
It's like when Apple entered into the phone market, Viper. It's like when Apple entered into the music market when they got into apps. I see Spotify as a legitimate player. I am about to buy some more shares. Like I'm not joking. I'm looking at these things and I'm not even joking. All my extra money goes into my stocks at this point. Like at this point, anything that's not going toward saving up the money to buy my mom a house goes into my stock portfolio. And I'm looking at Spotify. I'm not giving anyone stock advice tips here. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Spotify, Shopify, Apple, Microsoft, AMD, Nvidia, Intel, and Qualcomm. And that's like Netflix, and that's my
Those are all communication devices, and if you
yeah,
think
and that's
about
my-
it, that's the heart of it is communication.
all the trillion-dollar tech companies, because I have fractional shares of Google and Amazon because they're too expensive. But just all the tech companies, because I'm like, tech is not going anywhere except up, and it's gonna scale. It's gonna eat everything. The emerging tech companies, the ones who have scale, the ones who have millions of users or billions of users, it's like it's the fabric of our lives. It's over. They won. Like everything else in the stock market died. Like, so I'm like, I mean, even I'm like, the only other thing I really invest in besides that because it's reliable as hell, is pretty much Coca-Cola.
I remember, Roberto, I think it was a year or two ago, me and you were talking about podcast becoming a big thing, and here we are. You're right. Podcasts are becoming huge every year.
The prophecy is fulfilled.
every year.
All right, Roberto, it's time to get messy. You ready to get messy, Roberto and Shelly?
Do it.
Let's get messy.
Okay.
So, on YouTube right now, we got a Clash of the Titans at the top. It's some messy stuff going on between H3H3 and Keemstar. You know what I'm talking about, Roberto, right?
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. what's your take on it, Roberto? Because there's some crazy stuff going on.
Oh, Jiffer, I already have index funds, but the S&P 500, you have to take the winners with the losers, and that's why even Warren Buffett is kind of bullish on that. And the thing is, I will get rich off of the dividend stocks that I have because of the multiple compound effect of that and the way that I play it. Not to mention that I have a specific criteria of where I mostly invest in things, aside from the dividends, I invest in things that have a 5-year average analyzed 15 to 18% return, with my minimum being 12. And I only invest in companies that I understand. And so I'll be just fine, but I do appreciate the concern.
Roberto will be fine. He's the emperor. He will be okay.
But yeah, Keemstar and H3, it's like,
wow.
I don't love this. I hate drama, and I don't like drama channels, and I don't like that kind of thing. I have some friends who are commentary YouTubers, and I kind of like understand their angle and what they're doing. But the problem is multifaceted in the sense of it's become a fan war absent of facts and absence of substance, and it's shown that the fan base's reaction to it has been toxic. Literally, Old Spice had their website hacked and held for ransom because they took H3's sponsorship away because of a quote taken out of context about what iDub said that would be considered using a partial slur that I obviously cannot repeat here or anywhere or ever. But it's a slur that like partly affects people like me and then another marginalized group and then combines them and everything, so we can offend as many people as possible. So it was a quote from iDubbbz that H3 was saying that was clipped and then taken out of context and sent to his sponsors over and over and say, hey, do you support this and do that? Which is it's a fake allegation. It's literally fake news of saying, hey, your boy said this, when it's like, play the whole episode.
And here's the thing is, a lot of what the debate is really around, Shannon, and maybe some who haven't seen it, is that people can disagree with each other, and that's one thing, but to almost take one group of people and then set them across the other people, but not just against the person, but against all the sponsors and everyone who works with them. And it became this whole conversation of, you support a racist, or you support a whatever, or you support a bigot, or,
and then it was
all of
taken
these
out
things.
of the YouTube community when proven to be effective to 4chan and 8chan, the worst places in the world in the internet, and now weaponized, and not just against these two creators, but all right, anybody that we can, just because it's the kind of people who want to see the world burn and want to take things away from people who aren't them, that have life maybe better than them. So now they're going after all kinds of YouTubers and sponsors and everything like that, and digging for dirt and seeing like, oh yeah, we can literally mess with people's money for fun. Let's do it and everything like that.
Whereas they went after their sponsors and told them not to do it, and then not to work with them. And then those sponsors ended up, they thought that the sponsors dropped them, but it turned out that the person was like, you know what, I'm going to remove myself from your website so that you as a brand do not have to deal with a backlash that this community is bringing to your brand.
Some of it is that, and then some of it's the other.
Yeah, so some of it was like volunteer, like, hey, take me off your website, say that this association is no longer happening, and so people will be like more satisfied with you as a brand, so that you don't have like your reputation tarnished.
But you're screwed either way, because the people who want to cancel that person will put pressure and say that you're supporting bigotry or racism or evil or a bad person, and then the fans of that person will go, well, now we're going to boycott you and attack you because you listen to these liars, and our boy is actually a good guy or whatever. And now it got to the extreme of where Old Spice, it's like, it didn't stop at, oh, we're boycotting you for supporting this, or we're boycotting you for not supporting. You're screwed either way.
Yeah.
Now it got to the extreme,
you can't come out and support to the person, and you can't be like,
of Old Spice having their website straight up hacked. People are committing criminal acts now. It's not just now lies and slander and and spamming and all this nonsense. Now it's escalated to criminality.
Okay.
And do you think a brand signs up for this when they want to like work with someone?
This is called the brands will abandon creators and influencers and leave the platform entirely.
Everybody.
And the community we don't want to deal with this. Begged Ethan and Keem, don't do this, don't escalate this war, and the community and people outside is like, oh my god, two of the most toxic fan bases in the internet. Oh god, we're all doomed now, because now the fallout is, oh great, everybody's canceled.
But is it right to go after someone's money?
No, and that's why I draw the line.
That's a whole different conversation. It's like
right. I'm not cool with that. I don't care how much you dislike a person. Do not mess with their money, man. That's just wrong. Like, because my thing is, if you wouldn't want somebody to do that to you, you should never do that to somebody else. Like, you wouldn't want him going after your sponsors. So why the hell are you going after his sponsors? Like, you can dislike somebody and not mess with their money.
You can say and do a response video on YouTube. You can put out tweets. But when you then go behind, not even their back, but when you publicly make these statements about, I cannot believe you work with this company and this influencer, you guys are the worst company ever, we're going to boycott you. What kind of position does that put any company in? It's not that they're policing the content that their creators that they're working with are making.
My mom has said, in defense of me, of like, oh, well, like, I couldn't see him, like, you know, ever, like, you know, murdering anybody and everything like that. And then she was like, well, unless it's self-defense. And then she went, oh, well, unless it's self-defense or you messed with his money.
And the big issue is that these creators have these million subscriber, follower, fan bases. They have to be more responsible about what they're putting out there into the public world, because you know that your fan bases take after you. They take after your example.
When you're that big, if it's even 1%, it's too many people.
Exactly. If you are perpetuating that type of negativity and you're perpetuating this myth of, or this narrative of going after that guy's sponsors, what do you think your fan base is going to do? They're going to attack the guy's sponsors. Wait, what are you doing?
And the thing is, Keem, in his defense, Keemstar said, no, please don't do this. And a lot of people think that that's reverse psychology, and he's saying, oh, wink, wink, go after it. But no, I take him at his word on this, because I genuinely believe that he does not want anything bad for the YouTube platform and community as a whole, because he's even defended YouTube. He's defended Susan Wojcicki. He's made points. He defended YouTube in the last couple of adpocalypse situations, and even had talked about the rock and hard place YouTube was in the last time when the Matt's What's Up guy did the YouTube wake up thing, where he contacted the sponsors about the predators and the things like that. And so that was the Keemstar was on the front lines of defending the platform, YouTube corporate, and the community with that, along with every other creator. No creator was in favor of that whole thing of trying to get advertisers to boycott, to pressure YouTube to do this or do that or whatever.
How entitled are those? I'm sorry, but like, how entitled are you to think not only is it nice enough that YouTube is going to give you a cut and share of all their advertiser money, which they don't have to. And I'm like, have you ever tried to host your own website and your video servers and try to get people to come to your own website and tell them to like stream your information, and you have to host it all and you have to pay for it every month? I'm sorry, did they give you a place to park all of your content, as shitty as it may be, for free? Oh, they did? Did they give you the ability to customize your own URLs and give them like tags that actually help the UI, like in the AI bots, crawlers actually know what your video is about and hopefully serve it up to some people? Oh, they did? For free? Oh, that's interesting. And you want to come up and say how they have like wronged you in so many different ways? Who are you? Shut up. Earn it. Everyone else had to.
Oh, man. Damn. Yeah. I'm like, if you cried to your grandparents with those problems, they'll take you out behind the woodshed and cut a switch. At least that's how they did it back in my day.
I don't understand some people. It's like, I've made 2 videos. Why do I not have 1 million subscribers? Because you haven't earned them, and because your videos suck and your thumbnail isn't good. And you named it Vlog 142 because who's looking for that? And who gives a shit about your life right now, except for your mom? Send it to her, and maybe she'll watch your video.
She did it again.
I don't know why you think anyone else cares that you had Cheerios for breakfast.
Oh, Lord, this is such great content. You know, one day, Shelly, you are going to be at the pinnacle of coaching, and I'm going to harken back to this moment. I'm like, this is where it started for Shelly. Right here on this live stream, this is where it started.
Oh, no, I've been an asshole forever.
No, but you're not afraid to tell it like it is.
And that's the thing is, I am not the coach you come to, and I'm not going to hold your hand and be like, everything you've done is the most amazing thing ever. I'm like, I'm sorry, Susie, you chose a font that is scripty and you can't even read it. You chose a title that is never going to be searched ever and has like no intriguing qualities to click on it. You made a video that actually talks for 5 minutes into an intro and apologizing why you haven't made a video in 5 years. And you're apologizing to who? Like, you have no real value inside of your video yet, so I'm not sure what you're complaining about that no one wants to watch it.
Damn!
And then just because you hit publish and you didn't share it on any single platform anywhere ever, why you're surprised that YouTube didn't serve your video to your 5 subscribers that it actually was 5 years ago since the last time they interacted with you. So get off your entitled butt and actually have to do something to earn those people who are watching you.
Roberto!
Shelly, strike me down in the spirit of all of the
That's what I was waiting for! That's what I was waiting for, Roberto!
So my coaching services are available for anybody who... I am not the coach for a lot of people, and that's something I'm coming to terms with.
But Shelly, that's why it's so perfect, because that's what most people need. They don't need to be coddled. They don't need to be cupcake. They need the real.
I don't do that.
Yes, they need the Shelly. They need to fire that Shelly and drop it tonight. That's what they need in their lives. That's why you're going to be great.
That's the thing is, people, they need it, but they don't want it.
It doesn't matter what they want.
They just want someone to tell them that, hey, if you buy my course for $500 and you use these keywords in long tail search phrases, and for the first 24 hours that you're going to have these green things showing because you got a bump for newness for your tags, that's success. Good for you. And that's what a lot of people make. That's what people make millions of dollars on. I've spent money on these courses for some of them too, and you know why the reason that they want you to post your tags in the first 24 hours is because they know that in the first couple days you get that bump for newness. So if you're ever going to rank for some of those search tags, it's going to be in the first 24 hours. So they want you to post that little screenshot so that everyone can be like, "Oh my god, you're
results.
doing amazing.
Oh, this works.
Oh my god, this program is so worth the $500 to $1,500 that I just spent. This is amazing." Because they don't know any better.
Yeah.
Damn.
And literally, they'll even tell you in the thing, and oh, this is different than what all of those YouTube gurus tell you, and blah blah blah, and no, it's not.
No, it's not. And
No,
I'm just gonna be honest
way,
that so many of those coaches, I was a coach for one of them. Okay, I've taken other courses from other people. Some of it's all bullshit.
The most popular, and it's not actually someone from the coaching world, but they have a YouTube coaching course, but they're massively successful. The theoretically probably best YouTube coaching course I ever seen literally covers everything that I've ever said about YouTube for free and put it in the right order, and it works, and they've sold it to I think 3,000 people and is very popular and beloved because it's not technically from a YouTube guru, but it's literally everything, every single thing that I've ever said about YouTube in free content and in my speaking engagements that I put out for free, and literally in the live streams where I've walked people through their problems. It's literally in this course. And the thing is, it wasn't someone, I don't think that this person took it from me, and I'm not even sure this person ever watched any of my content, but it's literally everything I've ever done for free. And I'm okay with them charging for it because I'm like, yeah, this is a good course and I recommend it to people. And I'm like, this is legitimate, but it's literally, it's not someone who's in the YouTube education space, but it's like, yeah, no, I'm good with this, and I'm glad this person made money off this, and they are, and it's why their channel has been successful. And I'm like, oh, really? It's really good, and it's very validating to see that literally everything I've given away for free is what everyone's excited to and happy to buy and has the best reviews and is the thing that nobody says is fake. It's like, great.
Right.
So when I make my course and I expand beyond what I've already given for free and package that, it should do well, right? It should sell 3,000 copies, right? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. But like but the point is, I love everything you said there, Shelly. And it's a funny story. It's funny. Oh wait, but first I have to. Your feeble skills are no match for the powers of the YouTube algorithm. I'm
just gonna say one thing. The last thing about entitled people, and then you can go into as much of a rant as you want. Okay, YouTube is looking for videos to serve up to people. It is not looking to serve people your video. There is a difference, a very big difference. And it's based on their viewing activity, their interaction, and their history. So again, just because you hit publish on any video that you've created, YouTube is not going out there being like, oh my God, Roberto just made a video. We have to find people for it. That's not how it works.
No.
Can you Shelly, can you do me a favor though? Whatever you're drinking tonight, just remember what it was. So the next time we go live, you can have the same drink on deck again.
Oh no, there is more truth in every bottle that I drink, and I've got another one.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord. Jesus.
Yeah. Here's some truth,
Lordy,
and
Lord.
here's some truth, and we got some more truth.
Oh Lordy Lord. But Viper, this kicked off partly with you talking about the war here and like,
Yep.
which the war that like Aunt Susan, thank God for Aunt Susan, stepped in and intervened and everything. Mama Bear intervened, but it's a little late. It's a little late because the cause has been taken up by people outside of the community. And again, they're just because these guys stand down doesn't mean their boys are, you know, because the 12-year-old army is fierce and everything like that. It's like I'm kind of reminded in this there's this scene in the movie Hook with Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman and Dante Bosco and Julia Roberts. Yes. My childhood crush. And so the there's this thing where in Hook where he's got Pan's children and everything like that, and then it comes out, oh, Peter Pan's middle-aged and like weak now, and he's like, gentlemen, I'm afraid I have bad news. I've decided to cancel the war. And I feel like when they said, the beef's over, we're squashing it because we're millionaires and we're going to be fine, but everybody else is screwed now. It's like, it reminded me of that scene, and it also reminded me of Batman Under the Red Hood, where the Joker started laughing maniacally and said and everything like that. He was like, Batman, you eagle-eyed goth loving marksman, I love it. You still found a way to win. It's like, and yet everybody loses. And then the bomb is about to go off, and he goes like, I'm the only one who's gonna get what they want. We all go out together. I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Those are the two scenes that specifically played in my mind with this whole thing of like where the Joker's laughing maniacally, like, oh yeah, we're all gonna go out together. I'm the only one who gets what they want. I'm the only one who wins tonight because we all lose. Like, that's what I thought about this situation where it's like, okay, well, that's YouTube is over party. Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, Daniel. But not for many of us, but literally the problem is anyone with an axe to grind knows, target the sponsors, target the money, Now, the good news is, if you haven't done anything, they'll have to make something up or take something out of context. The bad news is that you can't rely on a marketing manager to vet anything or to do anything but take their word for it and all this nonsense, depending on the relationship you have with your sponsors. Easier if you're a big, popular YouTuber, harder if you're a mid-tier or smaller YouTube channel. And again, the millionaires have the buffer. The big YouTubers have the buffer. They're multimillionaires. They're good. They've got investments. They got second businesses. They got third and fifth channels that nobody knows about, or they're part owner equity, or they have 30% equity in their protege. Like, you don't know. But the people that are at the lower levels or are mid-tier or are large but not making a living because they live in LA or New York, well, most YouTubers rely on their sponsors for a living. Most entertainment-based channels don't get high CPM rates, so their ad revenue isn't even worth it, to be honest, for YouTube, not full time. And then a lot of these people, they have teams, they have people who they employ and that they provide for those people's families. And it's unfortunate that 12-year-olds and lazy, angry, like man children on the internet and Karens like want to literally just destroy. Now, the thing is, the creators might even survive this. It's more that they'll have to let go staff or teams or contractors and everything like that. So innocent people who have nothing to do with anything, that are doing their job and everything, are going to be impacted and hurt by this and by this cancel culture. And I literally, this is kind of why I don't want anonymity on the internet anymore. I want every single person to have to sign up with their social security number to use the internet now, and that's not a popular opinion and stance and everything, or at least in the Western world I want that, because of the entitlement and the selfishness and the lack of accountability and the fact that people can do this and ruin people's lives with no consequences of their own behind faceless troll accounts. I want all of those people exposed and like held accountable by their job and everything like that, if that's where we're going to go and everything like that. Because if people have to be on YouTube and show their face and have their real name and have their stuff out there and everything like that, trolls shouldn't be allowed to hide. Trolls shouldn't have a lack of consequences.
Agreed.
Trolls shouldn't have a lack of accountability and everything. Every single one of them should be dragged out into the light of day, and we'll see who's vampires and who burns.
They should have to have a profile picture. They should have to, like, we should be able to know who they are. And, like, I totally agree, because now people will create accounts just to hate other people and then hide behind a generic profile.
That damn anonymity and that anonymity is something else.
Yeah, no, again, they're using it as a weapon to wield against people who are in the public eye. It's like, I don't think anybody who hides their identity should be allowed to say anything about a public figure and be taken seriously. I think that if you're going to call out a public figure, you have to put your own name and you have to put your own face on the line. You're not some damn whistleblower. You're not some freaking vigilante and everything like that. It's like, we're going to put, like, you should be unmasked. You should be unmasked and you should be exposed and you should be forced to stand in the light.
If you're willing to say it, you should be able to stand behind it.
If you have if you feel you have some moral obligation or moral duty and everything like that, you shouldn't hide behind a mask. You should stand in the sun, and we'll see if you burn.
No doubt. So I was talking about this on Friday night. I think somebody had brought up the point. Well, didn't the sponsors know what they were signing up for when they agreed to sign with Keemstar? And I said yes, but at the same time, when you have like so many potential customers or customers that are coming at your neck about he said this and he said that, as a brand, you have to react there in the moment, because as a brand, your whole objective is to get the most money possible. That's the whole point of a corporation, company, whatever. They want to make the most money possible at any time. So when you have something happening, no matter what type of relationship you have with that creator, if something is happening that's surrounding that creator that has a negative impact on your bottom line, that's no preservation mode, baby. You got to still preserve at all costs. So unfortunately, even if they did their due diligence on that creator when they signed that sponsorship deal, if that creator gets into a kerfuffle, whether it's right or wrong, or whether it's the creator's fault or not, when that creator creates a negative cloud around them and it can impact your brand, the brand is going to cut bait. It doesn't matter. And that's just the unfortunate reality.
I'm going to say most of the time, it's all dollars and cents. If it no longer makes dollars, it doesn't make sense.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? And once it doesn't make them any money, they cut loose. You saw how many people dropped PewDiePie.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, by the way.
I don't either.
But they're publicly traded companies, which makes a difference. They're publicly traded companies, and they had headlines from the biggest publishers. So in that regard, here's the thing. I'm ruthless as hell. I probably, as a company, would have made some public show and not like, and we would have waited out and probably kept the creator on payroll. And
Mr. I'm about my money. You would have did that?
Here's the thing, because the thing is, we'll get the opportunity when the heat dies down and when
people
the news
get
cycle
over
is
it,
over.
and then all of a sudden 2 months later, and you have another sneak contract in there, and then all of a sudden you're posting about that brand again and driving dollars.
All I have to do is have something in the contracts that allow for, like, look, we're gonna suspend this. We're gonna suspend publicly backing you, and we're going to publicly distance from you, and we're gonna make some speech, and we're gonna do some stuff. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a suspension of your contract so that we legally aren't lying when we say that we've done this and everything like that. And the thing is, however, what we'll do is we will incrementally pay out the rest of your contract as if it was honored, and then we'll start up at a later point a new contract. And the thing is, it'll be in consideration of all previous payments rendered. And so basically, to break ties, we'll actually fulfill or we'll let them out of their contract. We won't sue them for breach of contract. We won't sue. We could hold you to the morality clause, which is not called a morality clause in legal speak, but there's a clause in there that's basically, which is why I'm surprised. But I'm surprised that with all these companies, that none of these creators were in breach of the clauses. Because me and Shelly, if we do anything with brands and everything like that, we're held to a code of conduct kind of thing in our contracts, unless we redline it. And to redline it, you have to take less money a lot of the times, unless you have the clout or the leverage, which they may have done. So it depends on what their lawyers got them. But basically, I would have done a buyout on their current contract, but by canceling that contract and doing the buyout, I can legally say that we severed our contract with so-and-so. I just won't use the phrase sever ties. I'll say that we severed that contract with that creator, and that they're not part of our plans for future campaigns, which is only true until it isn't.
And then lo and behold, a year later.
So I'll just get the lawyers and the PR people to legally get us into a place where we can publicly look like we distanced ourselves from their backlash, and when they're in the good graces of the public, or when their fan base rallies, or when we've done the calculus to where it's a bad time for them to run that news cycle again, or there's more stuff going on. Like, I don't know, when there's a pandemic and they have to cover that, or when Donald Trump tweets and they have to cover that, then we go ahead and we come back to our stance with this person because now it's repetitive or it's old news or it's repetitive or it competes with a headline. And now there's no consequences publicly from the media. And we only get the benefit and joy and support from their fans. And we also have already prepaid for this contract off of the last one. And now, because we've doubled down with this creator, they're not going to price gouge us in the future and everything like that. I told you I'm a ruthless businessman. I know how this game is played, so I would snake the media. I would play the media.
Roberto, now this make total sense to me, you and Shelly, right? Obviously, I think like Shelly said, people are going to forget. So even if there's some controversy and negativity going around,
YouTube
people are
should
going to
release
forget.
PewDiePie, scare PewDiePie season 2 tomorrow. They should do it.
But here's the thing, though.
There's no
we know that people are going to forget and move on in like a month, 2 time. People are going to forget. Like tomorrow, next week, this will be old news. But how come Brad is so quick to cut the tie instead of doing what you suggested and maybe like just kind of lay back for a little bit?
It looks the same.
So here's the thing: expediency, and the thing is, you don't know that they haven't done what I.
It looks the same on the surface. You
don't
say
know
like, "Oh,
that
we've cut ties," but they're still paying.
You don't know that they haven't done exactly what I'm saying on the back end. You don't know that they haven't done that. I'm an industry guy. You don't know that they haven't done that.
So what you're saying, Roberto, is that just happens all the time. That's what you're saying, right?
No. But I'm saying if you think about all the people who've been canceled, like Jeffree Star has been canceled how many times? And guess what? His latest palette released on Friday, so 2 days ago. It's called the Cremated palette. Yeah. Okay? It sold out in 20 minutes.
For all the backlash of how insensitive this is and
people were
COVID
so pissed
and everything
off.
like that.
And you know what? There was
and
no good time to release
and it sold out. People are broke and it sold out.
People don't even. We have the highest unemployment we've ever had. People applying and people lined up to pay for this $65 palette. What? They sold out in 20 minutes.
In 20, record time.
20 minutes.
$60 palette. What?
And how many times has he been canceled?
Exactly. How many times has he racial slurs, chasing straight men, all this stuff, like all these controversies, all this is like, it's like, come on. That's like, it's absurd. Think about it like this. Think about all the backlash and think about all the people burning their Nike shoes in effigy over Colin Kaepernick. Nike stock shot up. I wish I'd bought during the dip. That's another one I need.
People had already paid for it. Like, what was the point of that?
You're burning your Nike shoes.
You paid money for that.
By the way, I literally went out and bought 3 pairs of Air Force Ones when people started doing that out of spite. Like, I'm not even joking. When people started doing that, I was like, oh, I got y'all. I'm going to go buy more now. I'm like, I wish I'd bought some Nike stock while I was at it. But, like, come on. Because, like, they burned stuff there earlier, and that doesn't hurt Nike.
That's like the people who burn the Dixie Chicks albums
after. They got $40
after.
million in free, what was it, $40 million of free publicity they got? Was it $40 million of free publicity, and their stock price went up, and, like, they sold out. They made their money. It was the best thing ever. It was the
people who were so upset about the Dixie Chicks and, like, broke all of their CDs and burned their concert tickets.
You already paid for it, homie.
You already paid money for all of that. What is your protest really about?
Throwing their coffee makers, their Keurig coffee makers out of the thing, and then like the Fox News guys had to go say, "Oh, wait, don't." They came back. They're sponsoring us again. Like, oh, you already did it? Oh, well.
Oh, you have to go buy a new one now because you're a dumbass? Oh.
Whoops.
I mean, we already know that some of these people aren't playing with a full deck. So, I mean, is any of this at the project? Any of this that's surprising, though? Not really. I don't think.
Yeah. So, no. Why do brands do this? Well, one, brands are worried about headlines. Some of them have a right to be because they're publicly traded companies, and regardless of how well they do anything, a bad news headline dips the stock price, and when that happens, shareholders are pissed, jobs are on the line, and millions of dollars can be lost by investors like me, and so collectively, not me personally, because screw that. But like, but I don't have that kind of money, but you see my point to where they do it because it's responsible, and then 2, they don't want to be associated with these things, and they take the concept of boycotts at their word. I would remind them that people who got the time to be mad on Twitter are broke as hell.
And you know what? When it comes to haters and stuff, when you really think about it, they are not other successful creators because they do not have the time to come
There
to
you
your
go.
channel
There you go.
and say all kinds of hateful stuff.
So
Nope.
they ain't got money to boycott.
It's a
They ain't got
14-year-old
money to
that has
boycott.
no time
Boom.
and is angry at the world,
Yeah.
and it takes like some time to process that. But like, I am not going to Roberto's channel to be like, you're wrong and you're dumb and I'm not watching. Guess what? If I don't agree with that video, or if it's not something that's interesting to me, I will click on a different video, because I am a mature ass adult, a grown ass woman, and I can recognize that if that's not something that I jive with, I don't have to watch it. That's the amazing thing about keeping
It's
scrolling.
really simple. It's
But
really
it's not
simple.
something that mature people have like
Oh Lord.
mastered.
So eloquently stated, Shelley.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
It's like, I mean, the people who are emotionally invested in this drama and want to talk about these two almost 40-year-old men and which one of them is worse or whatever, or which one of them started it, or bring up their histrionics over the last 5 years. It's not that I don't believe in holding people accountable. I'm saying if you're more emotionally invested, if you're this emotionally invested in this and you got time to be commenting and watching multiple back-to-backs of these multi-hour-long videos, if I ever see you tweet or complain about your life, or about making money, or about not having time, or about being tired, or about hustle, or about toxic productivity and everything like that, I'm going to flying freaking tiger uppercut you, hurricane kick you,
And plaque
psycho
you.
crusher, every Street Fighter I'm going to spam every single Street Fighter move and everything like that, because you're full of it. Because the real reason that crap ain't right in your life is because you invested all of your time into watching two 40-year-old or close to 40-year-old men be petty. You literally are investing your life and your energy in watching two 38-year-old multi-millionaire YouTubers
Right.
be petty. And
And
then
it
you're
affects
going
your
to,
life
and
how?
then you're going to
Oh, that's right,
blame
it doesn't.
capitalism or your dickhead boss for your life being hard, when you literally are spending 3 hours being an internet detective so that you can argue in a Reddit thread about these two YouTube millionaires and their petty internet beef.
Roberto with
Like,
the ether.
you
Woo!
are a loser who should work harder and never ever complain about meritocracy or capitalism or your crappy job, because it's a you problem, homie. Because the reason you ain't got time for a side hustle, the reason you ain't got time to educate yourself and get a better job, is because you spent 3 hours being an internet detective so that you can argue for another 3 hours on fucking Reddit.
The less you
Roberto
watch
dropping that
sometimes
fire.
of other people and get involved in their drama, the better it is for you. Because all of a sudden, I found myself, like I said earlier, to that Tara Michelle vlogs with the crazy neighbor. I invested 3 hours in this, and then all of a sudden, I was ready to throw bows at some grandma that I'd never even heard of before, because before this TikTok video. And I was just like, I would be so much better off actually spending those same 3 hours actually making my next video. But like, that's a decision that hours later I came to, versus, you know, that 13-year-old who's going to go on and only be like, who is this old lady? How can I find her? How can I report her? What can I do? How can I show this person that I really, really am their number one fan and I support them? And it just goes down this bad trail of like bad decisions. And that's what ends up where all of a sudden you think you know this person, you show up at their house and be like, hey, I know it's your dad's funeral, but
Oh,
can we
yeah.
get a photo?
Oh, man.
Please?
Yeah, literally. And the thing is, these people are patting themselves on the back thinking that they're going to literally hurt these millionaires' livelihoods. It's like, you have no idea how many revenue streams they
No,
got. You have
even,
no idea how many. Again, and these sponsors, a lot of them are going to publicly, we cut ties, or we did this, or we did that. And it's like, nah, you're still on
No,
payroll,
even
homie, in
and
3
one of his
months, we'll be back.
response videos, even Keem thought that I mean we're fine. Like that, me and Ethan, me and you were fine. It's the smaller creators that are gonna take the biggest hit from this stuff, because
When
now
people
now
go
open
after
it-
them because it
Right.
works, when they've got a thing. And again, a lot of people are now going to be watching their mouth. You guys, both of these guys are big free speech advocates. How much free speech is there going to be on YouTube when people are worried that if they respond to a comment or respond to a troll or make a joke about somebody, that their sponsorship, their Patreon, their PayPal, their donations, who's gonna what free speech then, when they're tying their livelihood to their ability to have free speech? Who's gonna have free speech then when they can be canceled? You see,
I mean we
and it's
already
not
worried
gonna
about being
be-
demonetized. So yeah,
and it's not going to be oh, it's not going to be social justice warriors and everything like that. It's going to be trolls. It's not going to
All
be
the time.
political. It's going to be trolls. It's going to be people with an axe to grind, or it's going to be people who want to see the world burn and they're hurting and they're financially struggling and they're like, oh, these entitled people get to sit at home and make all this money making videos on the internet while I have to be here on the front lines and risking my health and everything. Screw this. I'm going to go on the attack and I'm going to get people to help me, and we're going to like and
have
then
an
these guys
army
are gonna,
of people of hate.
Yeah,
and like a lot of the times those people, you go look at their channel and they're like, you suck and your videos suck and your audio sucks and your lighting sucks, and you go look at their channel
And they don't
they've
be a
got
channel.
Nothing.
Nothing.
There's no channel.
They
and
don't
it's
make
not
videos.
And that's the thing, is just like, I look forward to watching your video that is better than mine and superior in all ways, so that I can comment congratulations and that I'm happy for you, because there should be more good content on the interwebs. But until then, I am trying the best that I can with what I have in the situation that I am in. Yeah. Next.
No doubt. Before we go any further, for those of you all that super chat tonight, thank you for super chatting. I appreciate it. Somebody just brought me a coffee. You did it anonymously, but thank you anyway. You guys have the option to buy me a coffee if you don't want YouTube taking 30% of your super chat donations, which they do on all super chat. So,
by the way, thank you. You bought me a coffee.
I did. Yes, I did.
Thank you.
It was
That was like probably the second coffee I've ever gotten. It was like you and Travis. I think.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I brought you a coffee.
Oh,
2
and
weeks ago.
thank you for anybody from the Roberto Raid team that super chat during my stream as well. Thank you guys.
No doubt. We appreciate you guys. You guys are the reason why we keep coming back and doing this every week. And we've been here 4 hours tonight, and some of you all have been here an entire 4 hours. So thank you. And for those of y'all that came over from Roberto's live stream, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate you all. But yeah, like Shelly, Roberto, and me, like we're saying tonight, there's a lot of a-holes on the internet, and they will try to drag you down if you let them, but you just can't let them. Can't let them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, and the thing is, the sad thing is, this is, you know who this is going to hurt? This is going to hurt the edgier content creators, because the communities of most of the positive people, the family vloggers, the business people, they have their trolls and everything like that, but not in the numbers that we're talking about here and everything like that.
Right.
And so the people who got hurt the most by the adpocalypse were the people who weren't that advertiser friendly, but the brands came to them and came to their rescue and said, we'll work with you directly one-on-one. But now, if the brands are going to take heat for that, the recourse going to be left to these people and everything like that? And then if they're having negative backlash, then like individual people can only buy so much merch. I mean, so like what then? And hopefully, again, and it will, the biggest creators, it won't be a problem for. It'll be the mid-tier people who just made enough to then start doing that. And it'll be their employees. It will be those video editors. It'll be those graphic designers. It will be the people on their team. It will be those assistants that have to be let go for them to have to go back to making content the way they did on their own and everything like that. It'll be, and the quality will go down, the quantity will go down, and they'll also maybe even get discouraged and start putting less time into YouTube to do something else part-time to make sure that they have an exit strategy in case this goes sideways. They just made YouTube inhospitable. And the thing is, Keemstar is a necessary evil in the YouTube community, and he has done some good things, and he does have his points. So I'm not here to criticize him, but like the exposed video that H3 did on him notwithstanding is, well, there's the evidence. I believe in evidence, and I believe in the facts and everything like that. But I'm not here to make moral assertions of people's character. That's what those two channels do. I sit here and I'm here about the business sense of this, and the business sense of this is that everybody loses. And by that, I mean mostly their community. Their community of fans loses because, again, people who tell it like it is, people who go hard, people who curse, people who make edgy jokes, people who don't want to be politically correct. If you love that kind of content, congratulations. Keemstar and H3 just ruined that type of content for you. With their petty beef between each other and everything like that. And again, I'm not saying that they didn't make valid points of criticism about each other. I'm saying that these videos maybe didn't have to be made, and if they did, maybe they didn't have to, maybe the sponsors didn't have to be dragged into it. I do understand the argument for, well, what about accountability? Are the sponsors on the hook for the people they promote? And I'm like, yeah, but again, you're literally
I would say,
talking
but also
about,
no.
like, well, in real life, that happens too. I mean, look at what happens with Fox News. Like, love them or hate them. Like, but look what happens with celebrities when they lose deals and everything like that over a scandal, or when they can't be the face of a brand anymore. Like,
it only comes down to dollars and cents. If it no longer makes dollars for the brand, they'll
if it doesn't make
put up
sense,
with a lot of like backlash or, people hating it. But when it no longer makes dollars for them in the positive, it no longer makes sense.
There
So
you
then
go.
they cut ties.
I'm the more ruthless type of brand to where we're gonna double down on our boy or our girl or whatever and everything like that, and we're just gonna double down on their fans and everything like that, and then we'll literally, I mean, it's not like it's unpopular to go to war with the mainstream media today and everything like that. We will literally just, I would literally just go, we're gonna go rogue, because we have a rogue person. Where we have a rogue person, they're already edgy and everything like that. We will win a whole we will win. The kind of people who go in on these people, they don't do anything halfway. They go to extremes. We will just double down on that audience, and they will literally, if we decide that we're victims of the media and the PC machine of the media and their propaganda and mainstream media is attacking this, or if we make it free speech absolutism and everything like that, we go to the mattresses with them. You know what happens in that scenario? You know what happens? People roguely sit there and they'll buy 10 of whatever you're selling just to stick it to the man.
Well, Roberto,
that's
it's a
true.
lot like what happened with Nike and Colin Kaepernick. Instead
That's my
of bailing
point.
out on them,
Yeah.
go down on them, and like you said, they blew up kind of. Their
The
stock blew up.
people who buy Nike were not the people who were mad about him kneeling.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what, though? I think people also mistakenly correlate that a brand is like a person or like a living, breathing organism. A brand is
God,
a
yes.
brand. They are a money-making
Keep going.
machine.
Organism,
Keep going.
but it's-
There are
Keep
people.
going, Shelley, keep
no,
going.
I'm saying there are people that work at a
Keep going.
brand and they have feelings
Yeah.
and they can be swayed. But a brand itself, like Tarte Cosmetics, doesn't give a crap
Yeah.
about the influencer.
Keep
what
going.
they care about is if that influencer puts a link in their bio, in their Instagram video, in their YouTube video, can it equate into dollars, sales, revenue for that company? That is the only thing when it comes to a checks and balances, when it comes to most of the time relationships with any of the influencers. Can you make me money? Because if you can't make me money and it's not worth the heat of dealing with you or not having you on our payroll or whatever it is, then we cut ties with you. It's pretty simple. So if you think that Tarte cares about me because I mentioned that I love their blush the most of all of the rest of the other different companies, you are sadly mistaken. So the day comes when you come into a big scandal and you were racist and someone comes up with your tweets from 2 years ago that says the bad thing, all of a sudden, do you think that Tarte is going to be like, but we love you, Julia. We love you.
Jelly, and they go deeper when we're talking about like brand customers. Some of these customers have this insane brand loyalty. They think these brands care about them. These brands are not sending you Christmas cards. These brands aren't giving you money back. All they care about is your money. Once you
And
make
if
that
they
transaction,
if they are sending you Christmas cards and birthday presents and you just had a baby, congratulations, it is because you are a translation into more revenue for them. And then you post that on your story on Instagram and you're like, oh my
Boom.
God, you guys, this company loves me so much. And I love
Boom.
all of the people there. And guess what? One day Susie doesn't work there anymore. She works at Elemis, the skincare company that you haven't talked about in 3 years on Instagram, but you're gonna now because you're loyal to the Susie who was at Tarte, right? No, that's not how it works. So if you think about the whole fact that these companies are going to send you PR, and that's how it works. They send you PR, they send you thank you, because why? Because they want exposure, because exposure is exposure to more people that have money. And that's all it is. Again, I'm going to come back to it time and time again. If there is a cost-benefit analysis ratio that you have on a spreadsheet of all the other influencers that Derma E or Pixie Beauty or whoever, they look at you and they say, like, we gave this person a code last year, or we didn't. Or we look at how many times they've posted us in their Instagram stories or on their main feed. And if it's not enough and it's not up to par, they don't continue to send you free stuff. If you're not filming an unboxing of PR stuff that you got every Saturday and talking about them, guess what? They don't send you stuff anymore.
Yep.
Because that's not how it works.
they don't care.
They are not a living, breathing organism that cares about you.
They are a corporation.
are a money-making machine as a corporation that is looking for exposure, and
Preach.
they want access to your audience because that is the cheapest advertising they can give you, because they can write off the $50 of free product that they sent to your house, so that you can advertise to your 10,000 people on Instagram. So you can say, swipe up, I love this company so much, which equates into $1,000 of sales, and they gave you $50 for your
Damn!
for free.
Capitalism at
And that's how it works. And so they're willing to send some people some free product, even though they've generated nothing in sales, because they also have people on like the payroll that are getting thousands of dollars for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just like BoxyCharm. They can give out some free boxes, but they also pay money to some of these bigger influencers that have 4 million
y'all hear what she's
subscribers
saying?
so they
Yeah.
can get more exposure and like their audience. Because it is cheaper to pay a big beauty guru $10,000 to do a sponsored video and say, hey, I gave you this box for free when you make this video, so that their 4 million subscribers will be like, oh my God, I can get all this makeup for only $25. I need to do that. And then that company then goes and gets $10,000s. And then when that
Damn.
no longer makes sense to them because you no longer generated any sales for them, do you think you're going to still get that box for free? No.
Exactly.
Did
They're
y'all
gonna
hear what
find
she
someone
said?
else.
She said these brands
And
don't
there's
care about
no
you.
shortage, and there's no shortage.
There's no shortage.
Now again, when you build relationships and when you've been their top earner, and the thing is, when they know that you still have that potential and you have a loyal fan base, they don't want to lose that accents. Once you become a commodity, they want to lose that accents. And a little bit of media backlash doesn't make you less of a commodity. It just makes you, temporarily inconvenient. And that's why, again, remember, even with Keemstar, he said that what G Fuel came up with is a suspension of their involvement and so on and so forth. And he accepted that and was willing to walk away because they don't deserve that. But they weren't breaking ties with him, and he's done a lot for them. And he's like, they're not stupid. And the thing is, they know that if they they have a lot of other influencers and people on payroll and everything like that. But again, they know that, and now that that's out there, in a way, the media and the public are gonna be like, and the outside the community are gonna be like, all right, they separated over that, all right, good for them, whatever. But the reality is, people who are down for G Fuel and people who are down for Keem don't care. And the thing is, now that the community kind of knows that, oh, they still got Keem's back, they're not gonna boycott G Fuel over it. And now there are people who dislike him who are going to do that. But I don't really believe them. I think they're going to say that in Twitter, and I don't think they're going to do it in real life. Or they might. Or they might be too broke to actually buy the thing anyway, because it's not like it's that cheap. So, I don't believe people. I don't genuinely believe people who say they're going to boycott, and people who say that and who burn product they've already bought are just dumb. And it's like they're disposable to a brand anyway, and they're still giving them free publicity and free press by saying they're literally going to boycott them. That's how it works. Mm-hmm. So it's like there's not a downside, which is why my answer as a brand and my advice to brands is you can either privately stick with your influencers and publicly distance yourself from them and keep the back end relationship, or you can just go rogue and double down like Nike, which is my real answer, because it's like then their fans are going to feel like activated, and they will then really support you with their wallets, and they'll double down because then they'll be anti-establishment, and that's popular right now. So I would just play populism and go, if my influencer is big enough and already has a reputation with the non-PC crowd and everything like that, they're already not mainstream enough for it to matter. And even if the news picks it up and everything like that, people are going to finger wag and da-da-da, but the people who do that aren't even my customers, and no one cares, and it makes me look bad. As long as I'm not a publicly traded company where I have to worry about stock prices, it doesn't matter. If I have to worry about stock prices, then maybe. But
yeah,
I just but you know what kills the stock? You know what helps the stock prices when the media press is bad? The sales numbers always override the media attention. Sales numbers always.
Or their next quarterly earnings are above average, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, what happened there? That's so weird. Okay, wait, I have something quick to say.
Quarterly earnings.
First of all, I saw that Greg's Gadgets is in here. You seem like a very nice person. I don't know why Travis and everyone are always trying to cancel you. So if you want to explain that, I know, but I always see it and I'm like, but he seems nice. He seems nice, and I know it's joking to someone. I don't know where the joke originates from.
I just want to tell if anyone else from the outside that doesn't know, that's an inside joke.
I know. I have always known. I just have never been on the inside enough to get it. So I'm just saying. I guess I
wasn't even aware of it when it first started, and I was like, "Hey, no," and I went to War for Travis, and it's like, no, oops, my bad.
So Travis and Greg have a podcast called Gadget Cast, and I think it started there. Yeah. I don't know how the exact joke started. But yeah, it is a joke. Nobody trying to cancel Travis.
Oh, no, I know it is a joke. I'm fully aware. I just don't know the origination.
Yeah, I'm just letting Roberto. I'm just letting everybody in the chat know that nobody trying to cancel Greg. Yeah. It's a joke.
So cancel Greg, cancel Travis is an inside joke. It's like.
Yeah, Greg, we got your back, Greg. We got your back.
I know you don't even know who I am, but I am sticking up for you. But I will say Travis is a friend of mine too, so I will also stick up for him.
Yeah, my thing with this whole H3 Keen war, and I don't really have a stake in this, and I'm not really picking sides, but I mean, my big thing is that I think, like, my answer is everybody loses, and it's like, and by that,
And everybody wins all at the same time.
No,
because then
because
you'll
the
have these
attention-
hero brands that come in and be like, oh, you got dropped by Gatorade or whatever it is. Let me be the brand that's going to pony up some money because you know what you are? You are a cash cow waiting to be milked. So why don't you come on over here to this
So-
sweet home barn that I have so that I can be your savior and give you this money and I'll gently...
Greg goes at it.
Favorite brand.
You know what I'm saying?
Right? Captain Save a brand, right?
Yeah,
Man.
and all of a sudden
So, like-
that brand comes in. It's like because all of a sudden, if Keemstar or someone comes on and be like, "You guys, this brand, they really saved my bacon, and they knew what a hard time I was going through, and oh, please support them." And then you've got all these people being like, "Oh my God, this brand is amazing! Go Cliff Bar, go you!"
I just talked to
You know
Gary
what I
Vee
mean?
and find out what he puts in this wine, man. Because this wine got her on fire tonight.
But here's the thing,
Seriously.
I believe you, Shelly, but I also wonder how many brands are gonna look at this from the outside and just decide influencers and creators are toxic, they're not worth it, everything like that. We can just
Oh,
buy
no,
ads.
no.
But I think enough of them
No, that's
subscribe
happened
to
before,
the no
dude. Viper,
publicity
you
or
know,
like
that
all
happened
publicity is
after-
good publicity. So they'd be like, my
Not everyone
name is
believes
in
in
your
that.
mouth. No, I said not all, but I said enough of them will be like, my name's in enough people's mouths that it's moving the needles. Because again, if I make dollars, this whole deal makes sense. Like, and,
There's
and
some
that's all it is.
brands that are very, very protective of their image and very extraordinarily conservative, and there's enough of them. There's like a lot
No,
of them.
I'm sure,
especially-
but especially with what's happening in the world right now, brands are relying more than ever on influencer marketing, and it's only going up, man. So I
That's
don't know.
true. I agree with you. I'm saying that this could turn the tide because it's not just the backlash, it's the extremes that the fans will go through and being tied to those headlines, like literally hacking the websites.
Yep.
Like when fans go to extremes, it's like, because that's a headline no brand wants, is, oh, my website was hacked and held hostage because of a Twitter beef and a YouTube beef between two 38-year-old YouTube millionaires and their toxic ass fan bases. It's like, from the brand's perspective, again, I'm not calling them that. It's that.
I mean,
it's
but
the-
every few months we got something going on with creators on YouTube messing up brands and stuff. I mean, we got Logan Paul in the
nothing
forest.
this extreme in a while.
I think the Logan Paul stuff was pretty extreme.
But that didn't directly involve the brands, and he had consequences for that. He lost a 7-figure brand deal over that. YouTube suspended all of his ad revenue for 90 days.
It wasn't that long, and you know, like how many of his fans rallied to buy his merch, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
came back stronger than ever from his hiatus with more subscribers than like he had lost.
But he
I
did
mean,
not make up on revenue, and by then he had committed and into deals that then were never seen through, but he had put money into the beginnings of projects that were never allowed to come to fruition because of the damage control, and he lost millions, and he did not make up the losses in revenue compared to the previous year for his projections against that one. And like
but if you look now, he's basically back.
Yeah, the podcast does well and everything like that. But he also lost YouTube Premium, Google
But only for
Preferred.
90 days.
No, he lost,
Right?
well, no, they suspended all ad revenue, but he's no longer in Google Preferred. And it was a big hit. And as someone in Google Preferred, I know what kind of hit that was. It was not insignificant. PewDiePie was like, oh, that wasn't insignificant at all. And for him, losing his sub NCN deal where he had a cut of the revenue of like 12 of his homies, that was not an insignificant loss at all. And the thing is, he was planning to build Revel Mode into like an outright true media entity. He had a plan. So he had 4 years of hard work invested. When PewDiePie lost that was not he was very candid about, oh no, that was serious, and if I had it to do over, I wouldn't have necessarily picked a fight with the media back then. Yeah, you know, I mean, even now he's kind of bowed out of a lot of media attention and controversy, and it's like, all right, I'm not on the front lines of free speech anymore. It's too much stress in my life. The New Zealand thing that the guy put my name in his mouth, I'm done. The mental health aspect of what that did to him, the guilt, he's like, yeah. But to me, not everyone has as much of a conscience as PewDiePie.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's concerning. But again, there are going to be people who straight up, they'll take risk and they'll back YouTube millionaires, but they won't back mid-tier, non-politically correct, non-family friendly creators.
Oh, no.
That's the big loss, which means that a lot of these edgier content creators, some people we know and some people we like a lot, that do some stuff, like they're going to just not go there, and they'll put the money elsewhere, and they'll put it into family-friendly creators and people who are just less of a risk. You and I both know, Shelly and Viper, like brands, as we've talked about, are risk adverse. They're risk adverse. They are conservative, they're risk adverse, and they're not wrong to be that way. And they play for pretty high stakes, and they've taken decades to build reputations that are merited. And Viper, you've seen this. Brands, even a lot of these up and coming brands that they're not mega brands, but they back creators. I mean, remember I did that whole thread this weekend about like say thank you to the brands that support small creators. Like there's like a lot of them, they can't risk being associated with a scandal the way that a G Fuel or a Old Spice might be able to. And
yeah, but if you think about the persona of the customer that those companies are going after, absolutely they can withstand some and weather some of that storm, because it is not the same audience as like the Merrill Lynch 56-year-old. It's a completely different.
I got you, but see, because they're not big publicly traded companies, their risk comes with how their principal investors feel. Because those principal private investors are the people who decide what happens, and so something that sets that person off or offends that person is where the pressure will come from. You get what I'm saying? Like, because that's when, like, when you went to blah, 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 5 millionaires and asked for their money, and then you mess up, that's a whole different thing. And you just may not be the CEO of that brand anymore. Like, because, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole different kind of pressure. Whole different kind of pressure. And again, that's not uncommon with a lot of these startups. You know, startup culture is.
I would say it would depend on the brand. You know, you think about like Fire Festival and like who they advertised to and who they paid as influencers, and you know they weren't putting their money behind like the grandma cooking show. They invested in like Bella Hadid and you know Kylie Jenner, and they knew exactly pointedly, you know, the audience of the people, of the influencers.
Look, Tana's not canceled.
Like, well, she was, but then you have Shane Dawson come in and save her.
Daddy Shane to the rescue.
Daddy Shane came in and like made her actually, same with Jake Paul, made him almost like relatable / in a point where he is,
how is it
you
that
feel
Jake
bad
Paul,
and sorry for him.
How
like,
is it that
possible?
Shane Dawson is so masterful that no one really holds Jake Paul to account that he used Team 10 and his social media agency as a casting couch to sleep with Instagram models, pulling a Harvey Weinstein Jr. and no
not
one
only
has
that,
held
but he
him
took how much of all of their contracts for even if they left Team 10 for like the 3-year contract and the percentage.
But literally, forget that for a minute. Literally, I'm talking literally in the middle of peak Me Too and Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby, Jake Paul does not get canceled when Shane Dawson literally and Jake Paul's 2 ex-girlfriends literally expose that
what
Jake Paul
crappy person he is.
used his social media agency Team 10 as a casting couch to sleep with Instagram models.
Oh yeah.
And he still literally has teenage girls fawning all over him, and he literally still has big YouTubers backing him and hanging out with him and propping him up, and he literally, like, I mean, I can't how did we gloss over that because Shane Dawson thinks he's a good guy? How?
Because he can paint a story about how he's less than his brother, about how his dad isn't nice to him, about how his girlfriends have always used him, and all of a sudden you start looking at him like maybe he isn't a scumbag. Thank you, Shane Dawson, for doing that and creating the narrative.
I could have overlooked a lot of the rest of it and said, 25-year-old rich kid and everything like that got to his head. Or, sorry, not even 25, 22-year-old or 19-year-old rich kid, everything got to his head. And rich out of nowhere coming from the Midwest. Oh, yeah, what like, my bored friends, like, in the South and everything like that, doing craziness and everything. What would have happened if any of us became richer than our, like, wildest dreams and, like, our parents couldn't tell us nothing because how can they? We're millionaires and they're not. Like, there's a point where if you're 16 years old and you become a millionaire parents tell you anything? Like,
But I
when
will
you're
say
broke.
good for them for being able to convert from Vine, being
Yeah.
able to capitalize on and realize what they have as like the power of influencers is monetizable.
Good on them for
is
being tremendous
rewardable for
athletes,
that.
by the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there are not a lot of people that were able to successfully transfer all of their popularity from Vine and make success like on YouTube.
It was like a dozen people who did it.
Yeah, like him and Gabby Hanna and a few others, like very few.
Very
and
few.
the fact
David,
that they were able
yeah.
to do that, and he is, I will say, an extremely smart business person when it comes to how can I monetize. I think
he's
one
a damn
thing that,
shark.
yeah, one of the things that bugs me so much about him is because knowing how young his audience is. There is like this ruthless, like buy my merch, and if you go watch any of his videos, you cannot go like a minute and a half without like buy my shirt, be a Maverick.
The best video
all of
covering
this
that
stuff.
and covering him was done by Nerd City. Nerd City is like literally the best researcher and probably the most original, like aside from Mr. Beast, one of the most original content creators on this platform. Nerd City's exposés are not done as a takedown. They're done of exploration of a wider issue using one person as an example, and not to be hypercritical, but to like Nerd City's the best. Like Nerd City is, I'm like, God, I can only imagine. Like Nerd City might be the place for all these sponsors to put their money at this point. Like
if you look at like his videos, they are formulaic in when they place the merch and how they place the merch and when they do the call to action and how they do the cliffhanger and how they, like all of it. If people wanted to study it, it could be a case study on how to be successful.
Jake Paul, whatever, if people cancel him or whatever, is like any company that markets to young adults or athletic wear or men or whatever, or even certain like a female demo, even like they should literally hire Jake Paul and make him chief marketing officer or VP and everything like that, and turn his little Don Draper ass loose.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not even joking.
No, he is. I'm not giving, like, he is absolutely smart and brilliant when it comes to that.
And he's ruthless. He's got that killer
apparent.
instinct. He belongs on Madison Avenue. He belongs on Madison Avenue. He's a shark. He's a killer. He belongs in the ad agency world.
And when you look at how he forces, whatever you want to say, his team to work, when they get up in the morning, how much content they produce. And it's basically the equivalent of the Hype House now, which, on TikTok, where there's all this drama. Absolutely. It is all the same because it was a brilliant model. Here's a great house. Here's all these attractive people. You do nothing but create content and collaborate with people. We take a brand deal. We take all this money. We do the business for you. I mean, it is like so smart. So I'm not going to ever say he is not a brilliantly smart business person, because he is.
If it wasn't for his immaturity and his attitude, he really could have been his dream, which is the first social media billionaire. I think that Joe Rogan will beat him to it.
I think he's extremely smart, and for Israel's nighttime voice ASMR, it's fine if you disagree with me.
I don't think me and Shelly even disagreed.
I don't even think we're disagreeing. I think we're just talking. But if you want to side with Roberto, that's fine.
I think I think they were disagreeing about the whole brands like leaving the platform or shifting their revenue elsewhere. And I think we're both right. I think we're both right, because there will be brands that do it one way and brands that do it the other way. I think that depends on the brand. And I think it just depends on the influencer, because again, a little bit of cursing, a little bit of beef and drama doesn't do anything. But the accusations that we're talking about in many cases are things like racism or doxing or some other extreme things, or false accusations. And like those are pretty big things that could be headlines. And it also depends on, then again, like I don't fully believe that for everything else that they can cover, that like the Wall Street Journal or Forbes or Business Insider will really go that hard on this H3. Like when it's PewDiePie, he's the biggest guy. Like, like that makes sense. But I don't think that they'll go in on this. So I think that that's not the issue. I think the problem is the community. And I think the problem is I'm not even worried as much about the brands leaving over the drama as the brands leaving because of what the fans do about it to the brands.
I didn't even hear about this whole thing until it came up on my YouTube stuff feed one day.
Yeah, not even the spamming them thing, but the extremes. If these people go and do anything in person, or they commit crimes like hacking a website or hacking their social medias or doing like any number of things, or harassing the people in the brand organization
Oh
via
yeah,
email.
they find out who they are, like on LinkedIn. They go
That
find
is
them.
the-
They start like harassing them. They're like, "Screw this! Who's this YouTuber that's like
and it
generating all
might
this?
just
Just cut
even
ties."
turn them off to the platform, because again, they could go to Instagram people, TikTok people. They could be like, they could literally, and again, like I could see people doing that. I could see it. I could see them doing that and putting it, because again, to your point, Viper, influencer marketing is big. Maybe they don't sour all the way on influencer marketing, but they might sour on YouTubers, because YouTubers are like painted in a very negative light compared to a lot of other communities at this point. And again, we have this history. We have the headlines with PewDiePie. We have the Logan and Jake Pauls. We have constant, like it might be like, you know what? It's like TikTokers might be not so bad.
I would say it's all cyclical. They just take their money and move it into a different piece of the social media pie. It's like not YouTube working out, doesn't make dollars, doesn't make sense. How about TikTok? TikTok is cheap. Why don't we try this out for a little bit? Oh, you know what is really underpriced right now? Facebook.
Twitch.
Oh, you know what? You know what else we could try? Because it's all about, at the end of the day, the return on investment. So if they find a creator or a platform or whatever it is that gives them like more sales, great. They'll just keep dumping money there. That's all it is. It's pulling levers and being like, hey, if we have this entire pie, and instead of doing 25% on these 4 different platforms or whatever it is, why don't we dump 50% in TikTok and see how that works out? Oh, at the end of the day, does that make dollars? Oh, it makes more dollars than just 25%. You know what I mean? Like that's all it is. It's just levers.
I agree.
Yep.
So it goes back to the whole brands don't really care about you. Brands
No.
are a money-making entity machine. So they go where the money flows.
Which is why we at Tech Creators laugh at some of you all any comments when y'all have any flame war between, oh, Apple sucks, Samsung great, or Samsung sucks, Apple great. None of these brands care about y'all. As soon as y'all give them that money, that's where the transaction ends for the brand. They don't give a monkey crap about you. They're not coming to your crib and parties. They just want your money.
Yeah. And when they send you a free phone, it's not because like, oh my God, Travis, you are the best. Or Andrew Edwards, you are the best. It's because you know what? Andrew Edwards has a community of 200,000 people. And so when he does an unboxing and 3 weeks later, I did this on my Apple iPad keyboard, he gets 15,000 views. And that's, some people that might actually swipe up or purchase that from a link for a $379 accessory, which stupidly I purchased because I wanted it okay, whatever. But I'm saying that is the only point, because you know what they do is, I'm sure Andrew would tell you, is like they have probably sometimes a special link that they give to a creator that says, hey, put this in your description box so that people can like do this, or we'll give you a discount code, because what they're doing at the end of the day is they're just tracking how well you're doing for them, so that they know that in the future,
that's all.
You know what? When I gave a code to Andrew, we sold out. Or when I gave a code to Viper, we sold 15 units. And when I gave a code to Roberto, we only sold 2. So we're not going to give Roberto any more free phones. We're going to give one to Viper and invite him to the Samsung Unpacked event, so that we can also be like, oh my God, we sold 3 phones now. Instead of the $1,000 phone that we gave him, we made $3,000 in sales, because you know what? That makes us dollars. So you know what? This makes sense.
If it don't make dollars, it don't
If
make
it don't
sense.
make dollars, it don't make
DJ
sense.
Quick!
That's all it is.
Roberto knows about that, don't you, Roberto? DJ Quick.
I will say that forever and ever. If it don't make you dollars, don't make sense.
Don't make sense.
No lie, no lie.
Absolutely.
That's the real. That's the real. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's all marketing. That's all a part of marketing. No matter what niche you're in, whatever brand you work with, they want to know that you're making them money. And if, like Shelly said, if you're not making that brand money, they're cutting back and moving on to the next influencer. And it's the end of the cycle. It is what it is.
You're absolutely right.
Yep. Roberto knows. Roberto, the emperor knows.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, my like, to your point and to your question, it's like my what's my view of this thing is that it's bad for the platform, it's bad for the industry, it's unnecessary, it didn't need to happen, it didn't need to be this bad, it didn't need to go this way. YouTube itself, Aunt Susan Wojcicki herself, decided to intervene and said, you guys got to stop this is not good. But the genie's out of the bottle. It's already a little late. The fallout from this will affect those not safe for work or not PC or not family friendly creators the most, and they already were getting creamed. They already massive demonetization, and the terms of service being much more extreme. And we have some friends that are like borderline or in that community that are going to be affected. And there's a lot of people who want that content. And now what's the incentive? What's the incentive to make content for the crossover audiences of a Keemstar or an H3H3? What is the incentive to make content for that audience, knowing that your sponsorships are at risk because of the way the community wants to behave, and because it's exposed your community to like the 4chan, 8chan stuff, and the people who just want to cancel people to see if they can do it. It's exposed the vulnerability there and for everything else. And then it's exposed the vulnerability for your channel stuff being falsely flagged or whatever. Yeah. It's exposed the vulnerability for like you might already be suffering either low monetization or demonetization on a frequent basis because of your subject matter, but you're doing it for the fans and they're supporting you, and they're supporting the sponsors and everything like that. A lot harder to do when every avenue to do that gets taken down. That's what's vulnerable here. It's too much of a risk. Why would you do that versus, you know what, I'm just going to make a family-friendly gaming channel, or I'm just going to make vlogs, or I'm just going to make tech videos and everything like that? Why would you do commentary, or why would you do drama, or why would you do memes if this is going to be how the community does things and this is the risk? So if this is a high risk, no reward, monetary like thing, what's the incentive to make content for that community? And there's a lot of people that like that content, and they're going to miss out. And they're going to miss out because it will not be financially viable to be that type of creator. And so people who also wanted to make that content and go into that, they're going to be sitting there looking at what's happening with H3 and with Keemstar, and then the channels that are crying out against them in their own community. Their own friends are saying, no, guys, God Lord, you've taken it to the next level. Their own friends are like, oh, this is bad, we're all doomed. And like, you're not listening to your own community, and the community's not listening, they're following the example that's set for them. Well, the downside, I mean, and Paul can speak to this, he knows better than most people, he knows this stuff, like the downside is there's no incentive to make that content for that community, so that community has very limited options in terms of the content consumed. And then the content that they already consume, a lot of those creators will change because they'll be looking for an exit strategy of how do I protect myself, and or I'm going to abandon this, or I'm going to keep doing this for now, but I'm going to make another channel or go to Twitch or do something else, and then I'm going to dip out of this community or out of this. Like, you're going to have good creators leave that were in that community that did nothing wrong. You're going to have sponsors leave that were supporting those type of creators who did nothing wrong. They're going to support other creators that are less risky. You're going to have this entire wave of demonetization that probably is going to happen now because like YouTube's aware of this now. So like, who knows what they'll do about it beyond saying, hey, kids, calm down. You knows what they do. Like, and I can't blame YouTube. They want to protect their interest. So like the community that these people are in, they just made it inhospitable for everyone like them, and they just eliminated all of their future successors and competition because, like I said, they're millionaires. They can afford to keep going at this. They can afford a war of attrition, so to speak. Yeah. They can afford to lose every sponsor, but there are a lot of people who can't. And so all of them lose, and it's unfair and it's unfortunate. And that's what happens in an industry like this is the biggest people there. Look, like there are brands that took a pause or lowered their spending because they started to view all YouTubers as Logan Paul,
as the dead body in the forest guy. This is what YouTube is.
Yeah, rough.
But I want to say something about Genosis's comment. So he was saying that Andrew was saying he focuses on statistics, and I will tell you 100% that is true. So he had told a story before about he had gotten a code for an HP computer, and this was a few years back, and they gave him a special code to a specific computer, and he sold out that computer, and they didn't have a ton of units. But here's the thing is that video did not have a ton of views. But do you think he was happy? Do you think the company was happy because they sold out of those things? Do you think that he continued to have a relationship with them? Do you think that he was able to use those numbers in his like media kit to pitch to other brands? Because he doesn't really care if you ask him, if you congratulate him on his next subscriber milestone that he hits or however many views, he'll be like, oh, I wasn't even paying attention. You know what he pays attention to? He pays attention to his bank account. What the brands pay him or what the commissions are. And if you ask him and you sit down with him, he will tell you, he's like, I don't care. if I have 200,000 subscribers. That doesn't matter to me. It matters to me that I have that HP computer sell out and they come back to me. And then the next time I do, I say, not only is my rate higher, I want you to do 3 videos with me and give me a different, code. And that's what he cares about, because then he locks them into a contract. And that's why you see him in commercials for Comcast and Samsung. And he's flown out to all of these different industry events because he's doing 3, 4, 5 video contracts with these companies, even if it lives on his channel or not. Because he is a very smart person that realizes that bundling all this stuff together is one way to do it. Getting a commission code on all of the stuff that he ends up selling is another thing.
Being the face of these products matters.
Exactly.
And it scales
That's
his
what
reputation
matters.
and his...
and he's on multiple platforms,
and
too.
here's the
And
thing
that's
he does
real
not
clout.
give a shit if he has 200,000 subscribers, because subscribers do not pay your bills.
No,
People who
he's
purchase
playing
things
the game
do.
bigger. There are people with 5 million that aren't playing the game at the level of Andrew Edwards.
Yeah.
That dude's a genius.
Andrew's really, really smart. And if you have the chance to sit down with him and talk with him, he will be like, I don't care about all of those vanity metrics. That HP video may have only gotten 5,000 views. I don't even know what it is. But he's like, but we sold out of units. Do you know what that means for a company?
Yep.
Yeah, and
It's funny,
you know what that means for your reputation? It's like I go, because a lot of my stuff is with software companies and everything like that. I show them the data on the TubeBuddy deals, and I show them all those installs. And I show them that I'm like, guys, they're one of my big sponsors and one of my big affiliates and everything like that. But I have a minimum. I promote so many things, and I have a minimum amount of TubeBuddy exclusive content and everything like that. It's it's a very not hard sell relationship. I have a very I don't really hard sell anything. But look at how many installs.
Because here are the numbers.
But look at the installs, and they go, and I go, you guys are a software as a service company. Your whole model is subscription based. Well, here is a subscription based product, and here's what I've done for them with my relationship. And
yeah, especially when you've got TubeBuddy and HostGator and Bluehost, or all of these different companies that all have their own affiliate dashboards. You can be like, literally thousands of people have installed this and have this on their machine because of me. What would it mean to you? How much would you spend on a normal ad campaign to have 1,000 installs? Because my price is much cheaper.
Yep. I mean, it's funny that Shelly says that if you sit down with Andrew, he would tell you that, because you all know I sat down with Andrew on the podcast last week, and he said the exact same thing that Shelly is telling you. He doesn't care about his subscriber count. All he cares about...
He does not care at all.
He doesn't care at all. All he cares about is how he's doing with these brands. The more that he produces for these brands, the more they come back to him, and all he cares about is how much these brands come back to him.
And that's how he makes a full-time living,
Well,
way before his subscribers were. And I was the first to congratulate him on some subscriber milestone. I was like, congratulations. And he's like, oh, I haven't looked at that. He did not give 2 shits.
Yeah,
and I was like, no, this is amazing. And he's like, I don't care.
I have to somewhat leverage that subscriber number a little bit more as a awareness gateway, because I don't have because I put time into multiple business ventures. I don't have the time to put into, because Andrew puts in the work, but Andrew has a very narrow lane of where he puts in his work. I have my hands in a lot of things all at once.
The emperor.
And it has its consequences. It's not that I'm not doing those things all well. I am, but I'm not necessarily scaling them to their fullest potential or as quickly, or it's all of them slowly growing together, but it's part of a grander plan. And there's a point where my plan is to find people and then maybe to delegate them their time to more of those things in the future, or put systems in place. Because the thing is, there's nothing that I'm excited enough about to give 50 hours a week to. That's the harsh truth. So I don't. I split time between multiple things, and I do them to my satisfaction and to a point that is not making a small amount of money. So I'm fine with it. So
I think yours is more of a breadth versus depth type thing.
It is for
because
now,
you have
whereas,
so many different things, like you said, that you have your fingers in.
Yeah.
And if you were to use Andrew as the pointed example of opposite of you, he has like
massive
diving
depth.
deep, massive
Iceberg.
depth when it
Yeah,
comes to it.
iceberg.
And the truth is, though, like he has built and honed that over however many years
Yeah.
that it took him to get to that. And if you talk to him, he will also tell you that he is like the person who originated unboxing. We had a
Yep.
whole talk about this once
Oh, yeah.
because he was one of the first person to ever do it, especially around technology. But I think that's just maybe one of those differences is like you have definitely a library that is wider than he does on a
And
library
I'm
that is
building,
deeper.
and I'm building now. I'm building product and service silos across those things because it goes to my varied experience, Shelly. It goes to I've lived a career and a life over the years where I've gotten the opportunity to do so many different things, and at the time that I was doing them, I was in love with them, you know. And the thing is, I still love them. I'm not necessarily in love with all of those things and everything like that. And I always find something else as time goes on to be in love with momentarily and to move on to that.
That's that
'Cause-
multi-passionate entrepreneur.
yeah, because I think
spirit.
what I love is I love discovering new things and new people and building new things, and I just love building things. I love challenging myself, and then when I'm get good at something, it's not as much of a challenge anymore. And so therein lies the problem. And then just making money at it isn't always enough of a challenge either. Like it's not enough of there's like. It's like going from making $100,000 at something and then turning that into $1 million at something is a mathematical equation that's not that interesting. It's believe me, I would like that number and that money, but that's all it becomes at that point. It becomes oh, I guess I could do that and everything like that. It's more likely that it's like, oh no, I'll go do another thing and then scale that to that amount, and then it's like, and now it's boring again. It's like there's a cap to where it's like that. Literally, I just like. Now to literally to grind this out or to scale it to be in 5 times or 10 times bigger it becomes uninteresting. In fact, I literally, in terms of growth numbers, because the thing is, I just kept making content when I grew to 100,000 subscribers. I just kept making content. That's all. I was like, oh, I like making content. I like all these different types of content, and it's working. And I'm like, I hit 100. And then it's like, and I still like making content, but it's like, it just got doing it daily. Didn't work once I started doing more public speaking and travel, and I decided that I loved that so much and I wanted to become a really good speaker. And when I started doing coaching, I didn't have as much time either. So it's like, and those things were successful and they were diversifying and it was great. So it's literally, I didn't like my friends who are on their way to 1 million or have surpassed me and are at 500, 600,000, they want to be YouTubers. Like specifically, they specifically want to be YouTubers. I want to be a mogul. I want to be a serial entrepreneur. Like, I happen to be on YouTube. Like, that's...
Yeah. I think, and if you talked with Andrew ever, he would be like, he almost always will start a conversation with like, in a presentation, be like, who wants to be a full-time YouTuber? And then he's like tricking people into raising their hands.
Yeah.
It's like, you're stupid. That's not a thing. Like, stop trying to do that. Like, that's not a goal. That's not an end all. Or, like
Yes.
if you were a full-time Viner, or like, it is about all of these different platforms and all the
Platform
different ways.
agnostic, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a distribution avenue. But people see like, oh, the success of whatever, and they're like, I want to be a YouTuber, as if that is like the verb of all end all be alls, and it's not. It's just one avenue that some people can go. Yeah. And so I think it's interesting watching people, especially when they're starting, be so romantic about what they think.
Yeah.
That journey, what that destination
course-correct
really
it.
looks like.
I'm trying to course correct.
Yeah.
All right, Shelly, I need some more fire from you real quick here.
Oh no.
So, no, it's nothing bad. So I asked Andrew the question. I'm interested in your thoughts about it. So what would you say to an up-and-coming creator who is pretty much just starting out, maybe a few months into it, maybe a year into being a creator and things like that, and they want to work with brands, but a lot of times these brands, they're looking at the subscriber count and things like that, and they might not want to work with a smaller creator. But what advice would you give a smaller creator trying to work with brands, when they don't have the numbers?
I would say look at it from the eyes of a PR person at the brand. Why would they want to work with you? Why would they want to send you free product? Why do you think you deserve to be paid? What kind of relationship do you think you have with that brand? If you have not met them in person with the PR person at the latest beauty conference that you went to, just sending them a DM and Instagram is maybe not your best bet, So as much as I say brands don't have a soul and they don't have any of that kind of stuff, the way that you get a brand to notice you is You post about them. You meet their representatives at different conferences. You talk about the benefits of their stuff. Maybe you have something like a Magic Links account where you can say that, hey, every time I post about Urban Decay, this makeup company, I have made this much in sales. And that is something that you can go into a DM with someone once they go into your Instagram or whatever, or Twitter, and you want to have a conversation with them. Then you start saying, hey, you know what? The last time I posted about Urban Decay, I had 5,000 impressions, and I was able to have on the swipe up feature, whatever, 15 people do that. And because I have a Magic Links account and I was able to track all of the purchases, I was able to see that however many people purchase this, or on Amazon or whatever it is, and you know what? I was able to drive $2,000 in sales and pallets to your guys' company. So the next time that you guys, you say, I have a series where I review these makeup palettes, and what I really want from you is I want this Naked Honey palette, which is worth $54, and I want you to send it to me for free, and I'm going to give you an Instagram post about it. And you start negotiating with yourself from a position of actual having numbers and influence, because if you are trying to get stuff from a brand, you are saying that you are an influencer. And if you are saying you're an influencer, you must have influence. And to be able to prove that you have influence, you have to have numbers and data to back it up. Because again, a brand is not like a person that you appeal to say like, I just love you guys. I would love to have your product. No, you say, here's the thing is I post about you and you get attention, and I want to convert that attention to revenue, and I want to help you guys do that, because when I do that, I also make money, and you like to make money because you're a company without a soul that makes money. You leave that part out of the DM and you say, here you go. Let me help you make money because I love your actual stuff. And you don't just say that about products that you don't care about. So maybe you pick and choose about the stuff that you actually put out a relationship and a message about. So I'm just saying that like there's a few different things to unpack there. Is like, if you're new, what makes you think that any company and brand needs to work with you unless you have any kind of influence? What's the point? If you have no influence and you can't make them dollars, it doesn't make any sense.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
You know what's interesting about that? And here's another variation on that answer. When a brand hires a content creator / influencer, they're not just hiring you for the access to your audience. We already talked about the problems, but there are perks to someone's reputation and somebody's body of work. And if you don't have the numbers, but you do extraordinary work and you use the brand to accomplish that task, that is a good representation of what the brand's product can do. And so that can be valuable. Example, our good friend Leela from YouTube is like in deep with Adobe, and it's because of the unique quality of her work having nothing to do with her subscriber count. She's already been compared to Peter McKinnon in terms of quality, not size. And everybody starts somewhere. And so that is powerful. And then there are only so many top tier female filmmakers out there in terms of that level. And so that is compelling, and that has a demographic impact, and that's not a commodity that they have a lot of people competing for with their product lines, especially on the After Effects side. And so you have that. You also have so body of work and reputation. There's also storylines. There's also, what does the story of this creator represent? So Audrey Ember, brands have worked with her, and Adobe's worked with her, and Epidemic Sounds and Storyblocks and so on and so forth and everything like that. And in large part, it is not only her talent and her ability, because she does some great work, but also she has a very interesting story as a young filmmaker. And so that is compelling. And then there's a demographic. They want to reach the next generation of filmmakers. They want to reach that young audience and get them hooked into their ecosystems. And they want to reach and show that they support the female creators in that space, few that they may be. They want to increase those numbers, and they want to show that if you join that community, there will be support for you. And so there is power, as we said earlier, in your story, and then your work will speak for itself when your numbers don't, one way or another, whether
Yeah.
that's sales, because that can be sales like me, or it could just be the quality of your work.
There is
Yeah.
a unique proposition for quality of work when it comes to, so it's on Instagram, they're on TikTok, I'm not sure who they are, but during quarantine, I think it's a husband and wife or a girlfriend boyfriend where they've decided to make commercials. I don't know if you've seen this, commercials where
have.
they shoot and film it and edit it in one day. One day. That's their challenge during the pandemic, is 30 days of commercials. And one of them was for Aviation Gin, which is Ryan Reynolds' gin company. And they did that and posted it on TikTok and on Instagram and tagged the crap out of him and had all sorts of people tag the crap out of him. And Ryan Reynolds actually was like, "Who are you? How do we hire you or kidnap you? We're still debating which one to actually do." But here's the thing is they were doing this, and because of the quality of their cinematic work and all of that all that stuff, they were able to catch the attention of this brand, and it was one of 30 videos that they wanted to do that month. And because of the quality of it, they caught the attention of the person, or the brand owner, and they were like, "Holy crap, who is this? We need to talk to them." So that's another thing. If you're already making that content and getting the attention, that's another thing, because maybe you don't have the influence when it comes to like your subscriber numbers or purchasing power, but you do have it when it comes to exposure. People can equate that to a dollar value. Is that worth sending you a product for free to start with, or whatever it is, or is that worth paying you?
Yeah. And again, there's also, I see it all the time. People say, and people cry and complain and say that brands don't support smaller or micro influencers or do enough and everything like that. You had literally the Nomad team on this Stream Viper. You had the Ridge team about to come through for you. I mean, you've had people want to say, "Oh, big YouTubers don't do this or don't give me a chance." Because people use them as a commodity and they use them for their clout, and they don't see them as people, and they don't want to have a conversation. They want a shout out. They want to. You've never asked for those things from anybody, and that's why you can have me, Romina Marquez, Shelly, Sarah Dici. You've had so many people come through. Jonathan Morrison, John Prosser. You have people here that literally sometimes, in many cases, have 100 times the following of you,
And they say no to other people.
And yeah, and we say no to other people like all the time, and like
All the time.
and like I mean, and again, I'm no slouch. I'm no Marquez Brownlee, but I'm no slouch, and I've probably literally spent hundreds of hours with you. And it's like, it's like, it has nothing to do with people's subscriber counts and everything like that. They're using that as a scapegoat and an excuse for their lack of candor and the fact that they ultimately can't be honest about the fact that they want to use a big creator to ride their coattails and to get something out of them. They don't want to actually build a relationship or get to know the person, or they think they're only attracted to what they perceive or believe of that person from those snippets and sound bites. They're not interested in getting to know that person.
Keep in mind, there was that influencer that had like 3 million followers on Instagram and then was crying all day and night about how she wasn't able to sell more than 16 t-shirts when she had it for sale. It's because
building an audience doesn't make you good at marketing.
Building an audience is not the same as having influence. So
it's also not the same thing as being, to be fair and to be kind. She didn't really market her product, and she didn't even really try to sell it. She expected people to love her enough to do that, and she didn't realize there was an incongruency between what she was selling them versus what she wears herself, and that was a disconnect. And why would they do that? And then she didn't account for how young her audience is, and that they don't got no money anyway. And so, and again, she thought she didn't have to do any work, but she thought, well, I have influence. I'm an influencer. I'm big. I will do, and meanwhile, Shane Dawson literally broke Shopify. Jeffree Star sells out in 20 minutes. Like all these other people, raise money and do things and stuff like that. It's like, there's like no amount of, she could, like, I'm not picking on her, but she couldn't sell 16 t-shirts. I've sold over 1,000 people the YouTube starter kit. Like, it's the, like, but it's not the same skills because I don't have millions of followers either and everything like that. That's a different skill set. That's a different personality type. That's a different, and like, people need to respect that being a successful quote unquote influencer and building an audience doesn't make you a good business person.
Yeah. And also, people need to realize that just because someone has a large subscriber base, it doesn't mean that they have real influence. If you can't actually influence people to do something, buy something, click something, it's just a vanity metric.
I have clients with over 1 million subscribers. My biggest client has 6 million subscribers. They come to me for business acumen more than anything to do with their social media and their YouTube. They come to me with a couple of things. They come to me with the business acumen stuff because they want to like build something that lasts beyond YouTube, outside of YouTube, even a YouTube exit strategy, believe it or not, or they want to diversify because they're afraid of the algorithm, the advertisers, or even their own audience.
I think if they saw anything that happened to the kids' channels, they would be like, hell yeah, get me an exit strategy because I have no idea what's going to happen if I get shut down. Like, what do I do?
That was the thing. Yeah. Some people did talk to me about that. That was a whole thing. So that's a thing. Some people talk to me about their workflow because it's like people really are like, well, you know, like you're not doing as much content as you used to, but you had a workflow for being daily. And I'm like, I could still be daily. I just actually decided to have a life. Like I could still theoretically even pull that off, to be honest, and everything like that. I'm just very nitpicky lately about what I push publish on. It's absurd because everybody's fine with what I make. I could be daily. I have an absurdly efficient process for everything I do. And people are like, but I worked in corporate America, so of course I would, because I had these absurd deadlines. It's not like high school, it's not like college where they give you 2 weeks for a project. You get 2 hours. Like, I mean, I'm not even joking. So there's that. I was a freelancer for a living. How do you think you make money as a freelancer living hand to mouth? You finish your work as quickly as damn possible. You don't spend an hour more on it than is necessary to get paid. There's like, I'm like, are you kidding? Perfectionism? No, it's like, okay, it's done. Approve it. Pay me. Like there's like, so I learned efficiency and workflows that literally have saved YouTubers an extra 4 hours a day. So they actually get to feel like they're a good parent again. I mean, that's what people come to me for, is they come to me for time savings because that's their life on the line. They come to me for stuff around the money stuff because I've diversified and I don't have to sit on the YouTube treadmill. I could take a month off and still make an absurd amount of money. They want things that are like, they know if they don't upload for 2 weeks, they're screwed. Like there are people who realize that I'm getting much better brand deals than them with a fraction of their audience. And then it's about, well, you don't know how to negotiate, or it's like, what's in the contract, or what is this? Or why do you think, wait a minute. You've been selling and promising them views and then being held in the contract because you're having to make 2 videos because you didn't get a certain amount of views. Why the hell would you do that contractor deal? Here's how I do it. Here's what I redline. Here's why I send it to a lawyer. Here's what, like, call up Ian, do that. Like there's all these things that people take for granted, and they look to big YouTubers, and I'm not knocking them or nothing, but the people look up to these big YouTubers and think that they're perfect or smart or brilliant or this and that, and they are at growing an audience, but that doesn't make them good at everything. You have to remember, a lot of them got here by accident, and that's not to say that it was luck. I'm saying accident in terms of they woke up one day and realized that they're an entrepreneur now, and they didn't have a plan for that. Like,
you know, influencing the strange thing, man. Last year in the summertime, I took a trip to Starbucks and I brought a more Frappuccino, and I posted about it on Twitter. Shelly's knowledge, you know where I'm going with this.
No, I know. I've been watching. Please bring it back. Please bring it back. Please make it permanent. I've seen it.
They should. But
I follow you on Twitter. I see it.
You do. You throw it from Berto. But I went to Starbucks last year. I brought the more Frappuccino. I posted about it on Twitter. And it became a movement, Roberto. It's like, what? And that was not my intent. I was just posting about it. I enjoy it so much, and I just posted about me enjoying it. But almost everybody started like going to Starbucks and buying this thing last year, and it's happening again this year. This is so crazy. Like, just my one little tweet about how much I like the s'mores frap has turned into this whole entire Starbucks movement on Twitter, dude. It's ridiculous.
I have never had a s'mores frappuccino, but I
so
did
good.
discover recently that there is a s'mores Pop-Tart, and it's actually pretty decent because instead of like the regular crust. It has like almost like a graham crackery crust. So as awful as Pop-Tarts are, the s'mores one is actually pretty decent.
You need a more frap in your life. You need.
I love it so much. Both the Frappuccino and the Pop-Tarts are so good. Thank you. Like so good.
The frap and bay.
I've got to oh, this is interesting. So let's see here.
Oh, what's interesting?
Oh, I was looking at my Twitch stats, which I need to actually start actually trying. I happened to simulcast tonight to Twitch, by the way, but I'm planning to do some more casual content over on Twitch, and I got Animal Crossing now, so I actually might play that a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Roberto joined their club.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm working on those little bit of Twitch stats that you need, because I mean it's really actually very moderate to get to
Affiliate.
partner and then affiliate. Wait, what comes first? Affiliate. Or
Affiliate.
partner?
Affiliate. pretty
Affiliate
much.
and then partner, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm even like I'm on You Now. Like I try and do simulcasting like as much as possible. So if I do any like music live streams, I'll do it on You Now /YouTube or sometimes
Yeah.
on my Facebook page, because you just never know. And as easy as they make it to simulcast to all these places, like why would you not? And just see what happens.
I used to simulcast the YouTube and Twitch until I became a Twitch affiliate. Then I had to stop because Twitch does not like that.
Oh, they don't like it, the simulcast, once you become like partner and
Once
everything.
you
They have
become,
like yeah, they have a lot of rules when it comes to
Yeah.
that. But like
Yeah.
up until that point, like why
No,
not?
yeah, no. Once you become affiliate, they're like, no, you can't do that no more.
Yeah.
Got to stop that.
yeah.
Because like I think I was hooked up with Restream for a while, and I was like Twitch and like like everywhere, and it's I'm like, why not? And I know some people, like I've talked to some YouTube coaches and everything. I'm like, stop simulcasting, and I'm like, first of all, you're not my real dad, and you can't tell me what to do. Okay. Second of all, I do what I want, and third of all, like you don't know what's gonna hit, so like, what's the like damage in trying it? So.
Oh, Janothans, I mean, they both follow me on Twitter. They've seen my hell story about auto caption.
I was the one who put him onto it.
Yeah, Roberto's the one who told me about him, so they already know, dude.
Yeah, I know. You can't turn that off, but you can either go in and edit your own, or you can pay, like rev.com or something to fix it. But like, unfortunately, it is what it is.
But the thing is, it has so many consequences if it's not right for whatever
Yep.
reason.
Oh, yeah.
In Vipers,
Yeah.
the problem is that they're not even in the right language, and he has it set to it, and it's like, is it every time you upload, dude, that it's doing it?
Damn near, yeah. Well,
That's
it's not. Well, it's not captioning in the wrong language every time, but almost every other time. But the problem is, even when it captions in the right language, it will put in some words that I didn't say, and then that's a whole
And
other
they're-
can of worms.
Right.
I just pay for it. And you could do something. So one of my favorite services is
I use
mixed
Rev. captions.
And like mixed captions, you pay for blocks of time, and you can export the SRT. You can have it burned into the video. It doesn't matter, whatever it is. The blocks of time are so much less expensive than like rev.com or any other
Really?
like
And
service.
so it's mix. You said
Mixed captions. Yeah, I use it for like my Instagram stories, but you can do 23 languages. You can do videos up to like an hour long. You can update your own like fonts and stuff like that. And it's probably, if you want to pay, I think it's like $5 for 20 minutes as opposed to rev.com, which is $1 a minute. So yeah, you can go in there, and it does it all through AI, and you can go in there and edit it. But now they have
Okay,
the option
so-
where you can export stuff.
so it's because it's AI instead of a human.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Whereas, the other one, you have to go in and rate
accurate,
them and all that
how
stuff.
accurate do you feel they are?
I would say they're like 94% accurate. It's not anything that I can't go in and fix.
That's good enough.
It's not that bad.
That's good enough. That's good enough and cheap enough.
It's so cheap that I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like you can go in there and fix it. Though they're not great at punctuation yet. So if you want exclamation points and like commas and stuff, it's not necessarily going to be there. But it's a really, really good service. The only caveat I would say, you pay $89, you can get like 1,400 minutes or something like something stupid. Yeah, it's crazy. So it's a smartphone app. You can use it, iPhone, iPad, all that stuff. The only bad thing is, I would say, if you end up purchasing a higher package, it is device specific. So you have to export it on that device and then go on to do like the rest of it. And then the thing is, like, you better hope that device doesn't get stolen, damaged, whatever it is, you don't transfer to a new one. So I would just say don't buy the $90 version of 1400 minutes if you know that you're going to upgrade your phone in a couple months. Pay like the $20 version to get, however many minutes that is. It's a really good deal. I really like the service a lot. Yeah, I use it on my Instagram stories a lot.
I feel like this is something that I can use to do closed captions when my stuff doesn't hit 10K views, because my team and I decided financially that it isn't practical. Because I've been just closed captioning everything that's not a live stream pretty much for years now. I've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars through rev.com on live streams, and I've done that specifically for the community that wants and needs those for accessibility. And it's just that, like, it's become a point with Rev increasing their prices to where it's like,
is it more than $1 a minute now?
Yes. It's $1.25 a minute now, which for long form content like mine significantly increases the cost burden, which was already fairly high. It's different if you're a multimillionaire YouTuber getting millions of views a month and you're getting all this stuff and everything like that. It's like, okay, fine. And when it's a brand deal, I obviously sponsor it, and then sometimes a few extra videos. But like, if videos are not even going to, and I know that like there's a community of people, but it's not the largest community of people, but it's like there's that want and need that, but it's like it's not financially, it's not fiscally justifiable at a certain point for the amount of content I do and the amount of content I want to do. But at these prices, even if it's not like perfect,
IGTV, like, and you don't have a whole bunch of like overlays coming up on the screen and stuff, you could just do the burned in ones. And the cool thing is you can go in, and once you have like a project kind of like saved.
Stylistically, I don't like that. I want the RST file stuff. So.
Yeah, and you can do that. But like, I like that you can go in and you can then mess with them. So if you decide that the project stays in your library, so if you decide you want to move the captions to the middle of the screen or like the lower third or upper third, you can go back in and they don't charge you again. It's like, it's just all the same price. So you can just kind of manipulate it however you want to. So I kind of like it for that.
For me, for this, I just want the like SRT files. But like, yeah, I can
I think if you pay $90, you get 1,400 minutes, which if you think about that, that'd be $1,400 or now more, it'd be $2,000 in Rev. So even if it's 90% accurate and you still have to go in and futz with it a little bit, like, for me, that would be okay.
See, the problem with me is that I do all my shooting, editing, and publishing on the same day, so caption services don't work fast enough. So basically, if I want to handle it, I got to handle it myself.
Well, this one's AI based.
This one is mixed. So you send it in your phone or whatever, and it comes back in, I don't know. So like sometimes it's a few seconds or minutes, or for yours, if they're super long videos, then it's going to take a little bit longer because it's basically uploading it to the cloud, trying to figure out what it is.
This is for his regular videos, not the streams. Yeah. This is for the regular videos. So like.
I don't think it would be that long then.
It's probably seconds, if not minutes.
I think like minutes. You're talking about minutes, because rev.com sometimes is like an hour to get back to you or something like that. So it's going to be way less than that. And even when you go in and edit them, it's still less. And then you just have the option to like download the SRT file into a file thing, and then you can just upload it into YouTube as your caption service. So and they just added the SRT thing in the last like update, which was like a week and a half ago. So and actually what's funny is I spoke to them because it's a company that I found before, and I talked to them about how much I like their product, and I said, hey, I've been using your product. Would you guys basically give me some free minutes or something like that so I can talk about you more? And they ended up giving me enough minutes so I could have some on my phone, on my iPad, and I just said I would tag them when I have some Instagram videos and say that I use their service. And they were super nice about it. So I'm saying it's one of those things where like I already found the product, I like the product, I use the product, I reached out to the brand and I said, I use your product, I really like it. Could you help me out with something? And they gave me, a bucket of minutes, which was really, really nice, and I didn't have to pay for it. So I don't have a code or anything with them, but I think it's still a really good service. So I'm saying you can use that as one of those, hey, this is something in my life that I actually like and use. Contact them. I reached out to them on the email that is listed in the one for their app store, and I said, hey, I use your service, I really like it, I want to talk about it some more, will you guys give me some more minutes? And they did. And we talked back and forth about it. And I talked about how burned-in captions wasn't always the greatest option, and how we needed SRT as like creators, especially for things like on YouTube and and how they could really compete with like Rev.com and all these other services. And they needed to do that to be competitive because they're so much cheaper than anything else that's on the market. And they really needed to branch into that so they could like capture the YouTube audience. And what do you know? 3 updates later, they have SRT files. I'm not saying I influenced that. I am saying that we had a conversation with the guy, and we went back and forth several times about like, why is this important to creators? And I gave him several examples as to why creators would want SRT files and not burned in screen captions. And, I'm just saying.
Hey.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah, the whole. So shout out to Jeff for Joy for the $10. Thank you for hanging out with us. Appreciate you.
The name of the app is Mix Captions, MIX Captions. And its like direct competitor would be Clip-O-Matic. But the reason I don't like Clip-O-Matic, even though you pay $5 and you have it for life, is you only can record in-app, you only can record 60 seconds, and you only have 4 options of like where the text is placed and how it looks. And Mixed Captions gives you way more options, the ability to add your own fonts and like more languages. And you can upload videos that you already have recorded, and they can be longer than 60 seconds. So I would say Clip-O-Matic for $5 will get the job done. Mixed Captions is a way better deal than anything else you'll see on the market for captionings.
Mm-hmm. Gabe, what channel are you talking about? Not this channel. This channel called Vibe Live.
I think he was talking about Mixed Captions. That's why I was saying that.
Oh,
the name of the app.
Oh, I'm like, wait, what? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Interesting. And so, yeah. I think that Clip-O-Matic is meant specifically with like Instagram video,
Instagram
and
stories.
And,
and it only does 60 seconds. And one of the things I hate most about Clip-O-Matic is the video quality of the in-app camera, because you cannot import camera like videos. You can only record in, and they have like maybe 5 filters, but the camera quality is so awful that it's just not even worth having.
I don't know why they can't just use the iPhone.
Yeah, it's so bad. It is awful. Yeah, and that's what I love about Mixed Captions is it doesn't matter. You can just upload any of your existing videos and make a 30-minute video, no problem. Like, you can't do that in Clip-O-Matic. So even if I use Cut Story and cut it into 31 minutes, like who wants to do that, like one at a time and then try and stitch them all back together or something like that. And it's still only burned in captions, no SRT file. So especially if you have like on-screen animations and stuff like that you don't want to cover up, that is not the app for you.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I went divergent there.
That's a good question. It's a good... it's a good question.
Good information. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, interesting. Like more channel memberships is like, I mean, you've seen this, Viper. They're rolling it out to more small YouTubers.
Yeah, I've been a recipient, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome. I don't think I have it. And you know what? Even if I don't think I would enable. I don't know if anyone would pay to
just
be a channel.
let them decide. Like let them surprise
I know
you. Let
the
them
whole
stop,
let the people decide. I know it's the whole. We go back to imposter syndrome again and again.
Mm-hmm.
Better quit it, Shelly. Don't start that stuff.
I know.
Don't start none, won't be none.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
The self-confidence thing. Got it.
Yeah, some streams I come in here and I see like all green and kind of nutty. So they support, man. They support.
Yeah, no, I mean, people, like, again, you don't have to have the biggest community. I mean, it's like, Viper, you don't have to drop numbers and everything like that, but it's like your community comes through for you and everything like that, even without you getting a ton of views and everything like that. I imagine that you're getting these YouTube payouts every month now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, think about it. You just got monetized how long ago?
Like 6-7 months ago, I think, on this channel.
But you probably been getting a payout every one of those months, which is not the norm when creators get monetized.
No, not at all. I think
when I first started, I'm just saying it took 3 months to roll over into a payout for me. Like I got paid so little that I would be like, one time I got like 99.01.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I got that too.
And I almost cried. I was just like
I think
that was after 2 months. 99.01, and it had to wait and roll over to the 3rd month to get paid.
I think one of the first streams Viper did when this channel got monetized, like we came through like a wrecking ball, and People just came and just made it rain.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. There's only been 1 month recently that I haven't gotten paid on this channel. I think it was back in March or April. I think it was March. But other than that, yeah, like I said, I've been getting payouts every month for this channel. Now the main channel is a different story entirely.
Yeah.
I don't get nothing on the main channel. Although it kind of combines into this
on it.
channel, so it worked out.
Well, you got one AdSense account, so
Yeah.
so it works out. That's another upside because you get paid out based on the AdSense account, not just the individual channel.
Right.
So it's like that's another advantage, by the way, to multiple YouTube channels.
Yep.
Like that people don't consider.
So
I'm waiting to
am I
get
using?
monetized on other channels.
24
Not there yet.
millimeter, 24 millimeter Sony G Master lens.
Oh, he's fancy tonight. Okay.
Yeah, with that A6600.
Well, it looks nice.
Thank you.
The new hotness, nice.
One of the best parts is it's rigged up with this standing desk.
Oh, he is like extra fancy tonight. Okay,
There we go.
okay.
Stretch my legs. Stretch my legs a little bit.
You go, Roberto. You go. What's up? Extra fancy.
Yeah.
Fancy pants. That lens is not cheap either. That G-Master, those G-Masters are expensive.
Oh my lord.
I wish that
No,
I could
this-
get my like Canon. I have the like the 80D with the Sigma like 18 to 35, which is my absolute favorite lens. But it won't do the clean HDMI out. So when I have it hooked up to CamLink, I have to use my Lumix G7 with like the 30 millimeter with the like, and it's just not the same. No matter,
Wow.
I was telling Viper earlier, I was like, no matter what I do and I mess with the color balance, I just always look like gray. Even
The
when I go in and
Sonys
mess
are
with like the
for the clean.
Kelvins.
The
Yeah.
Sony's color science and the Sony's clean HDMI, it's why my recommendation is I know, and I bought a cheap Canon M50 and I just bought the SL3 for unboxing videos because of my new Creator Gear Guide channel.
Even the Sony A5100 has clean HDMI out. And I'm like, that's a $499 camera, and my Canon 80D does not. And I have this, $800 lens hooked up to it, and I can't get a clean HDMI out. And I'm like, this is stupid.
Which is why for $600, the best overall all-around YouTube channel camera is the Sony A6100, even though the Canon cameras are cheaper and everyone loves Canon right out of the box and the color science and everything like that. And these cameras will work as a webcam, I believe, for clean HDMI. But the reality is that the Sony A6100 is the best all-around YouTube camera, period. End of story, because it has the microphone input jack, the flip-up screen, clean HDMI out, and it's got that Sony autofocus.
Boom.
But the G7, I will say, is still pretty good because it does have the 4K, the flip screen, the mic input, the ability, all the other lenses. And so, like, for the money, I mean, that one is
The
usually
autofocus
like
is
on
the
sale
problem.
for
I
$499.
agree.
Yeah, it's not great. It goes in and out.
Yeah, I have the G7.
Yeah.
I have the G7. I have the 6600, which I believe is superior to everything, but it's cost more money.
Yeah.
So, and Romina is sending me the footage from the A5100,
Even the 5100, like, it's still good.
which you can use with an external microphone and then sync
Yep.
in post. But like, I specifically ordered these two cameras, and then I have my G7 specifically so that I can make a comprehensive video on the budget cameras for YouTube that are under X amount of dollars, like around $500 or less. And I
I
can
still
make
think the G7, because like I compare it to like the Canon M50, and it's just like it's not even close. Like, I still would prefer the G7, even with all its quirks and everything. So, and it's funny because I got this one
I'm
basically
not
strictly
grabbing the
for
EOS
streaming.
R5. I'm not grabbing the EOS R5. I'm a Sony shooter, and I'm being
Sony?
seduced.
You even went to the Sony like camp, right?
He did.
Yeah,
he
Sony
did.
That
camp.
was pretty amazing, and I was pretty jealous of that. That was
camera camp camera camp
Yeah.
camera
I was
camp.
jealous.
Like, yeah, I
It
went
looked
with
good.
Baby Shark, but I've replaced it with Camera Camp.
Oh no,
But
we
I
knew
would-
what you were doing.
Yeah, best days of my life, honestly. Like, it was so good of an experience and everything like that. It was so good. It was literally so good. Again, I went sailing with Manny Ortiz, and we almost died. It was great. It's
I
like,
saw you there with iJustine, and no, I saw that, and I was like,
yeah,
oh,
finally met
it's so
Justine,
cool.
and I knew Jenna already, but I had never met Justine in person, so that was actually cool getting to spend some time with her. So like, and so many other creators, and I got to hang and spend time with D for Darius, and Swoop was there. We got like, it was
Yeah, I
so
saw that. I love her. She used to be the MC at a lot of the Ipsy Generation beauty events that I would go to.
Yep.
Yes, she's great.
Yeah, no, she's dope. And she's been on here before, I believe. She's been
Yeah.
on. Yeah. So like, no, I'm a Sony guy. I was a Nikon guy, and I was a Sony guy technically before I
I
was
used to be a
guy.
Nikon girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm that Z6 though. It's seducing me. It's a foul temptress.
I had the Nikon D3100, the the 7100.
The D3200 was one
Yeah,
of my main.
the
was my main
3200.
YouTube- Yeah, that was my
Yeah.
main. From almost,
One of the best things about Canon, though, honestly, I can't say, is the EOS utility. I use that all the time. All the time. And Nikon, wanted to charge, $150 for it or something. So I was just like, for, an equivalent, which EOS, utility is for free.
Hey, Roberto, I am curious. Where did the idea come from for the podcast that you, Audrey, and Romina do? Wait, did that just come out of
the
nowhere,
name
or
of it, or
just the podcast in general? Like
we'd wanted to do that together for a while, and Romina actually had it in her vision board for a while to do a podcast with two good friends specifically, and so Romina really was adamant about it. I was down to do something, and I kind of even thought about doing a podcast with Audrey, and so it was perfect. And as you know, for a while we were all Atlanta creators until Romina moved and went to Florida. So like we, and then with Marine moving, that was actually more of a reason for us to do it, so that we could always spend that time together. So that's how, as a trio, we ended up doing the No Assembly Required podcast.
I should have you guys on my podcast.
Okay.
I have, no episodes, but
Okay.
I should do it. It's another on the to-do list. I've got,
We've
25
done 13
episodes.
episodes in a row, and the only time we missed one, we were all together in Florida at Podfest. So it
Nice.
was and we decided it's like, no, we're all here. We're going to be human beings, and we're going to just spend time together without doing the show. Even though it would have been ironically a good opportunity to do the show when we were all physically together instead of just remotely. But we've done 13 consecutive episodes, and it's been glorious, and it's one of the most consistent things I've ever done. But that's because I have two good friends to hold me accountable to it and to say, hey, we doing
You
the
need
show?
to do this. I will say, I did do Podmas, not last year, but the year before, which was a podcast every day
I remember
through
that.
Christmas. Yeah. Do you
I remember that.
That was quite the learning experience. And I remember I had a huge fight with my WordPress account that was hosted, and because it just refused to acknowledge. It was a whole thing, and I ended up trying to go in to do the back door and put in all of this stuff, and it just it would not acknowledge it no matter what I did, and it made me hate WordPress so hard that I took my entire site off, and then I switched over to to a Rivet account just because I was just F you guys, I cannot do this. But I will say, I did do recently, I did a web. It's not my day job, but I did do a web refresh for someone's YouTube. For their their entire website. I set up their e-commerce. I set up everything, and it was through WordPress. And I was almost like, "Holy shit, this is so
WordPress
easy.
recently.
Maybe I should re-look at this." And so, every once in a while, I'm like, maybe I should just do this because the WooCommerce thing was so easy to integrate, and all hooking up PayPal, and I was just like. It's making me think.
For e-commerce, I prefer anything else.
Yeah.
and that's also a payment and security and all that stuff in the processing and the like. I don't trust WordPress on any of that shit. So, like, but that's where I will like, all right, Shopify, like I'll back Shopify's play. Interestingly, I've set up a recently, so it's just started and I haven't set it up to sell yet, and I still have to do the designs and stuff like that. But interestingly, I just started a new print-on-demand business, and I will never reveal the name and everything like that because I decided that over the course of this summer that I'm going to build a print-on-demand e-commerce business as automated as possible after I do the design work. And I picked a niche to do these print-on-demand designs on. I picked a very specific niche, very specific audience, and I'm going to automate this thing with ads, and I'm going to build a brand Instagram account that will never use my face and never use my name, and no one will ever know it's me. And so I decided to literally build another secret business, and I'm going to really just stick it in the craw of people that, yeah, I can build a business without having
You
an
don't even know
audience
who
to
I
start
am,
with,
and it's still
with
successful.
as a nobody. I can build a business as a nobody, never show my face, never make it about me, never
And you have
use
nothing
my
to
clout,
say, like,
only
yeah.
use my skills, and build this print-on-demand business in this very specific niche, and automate the hell out of it, and make decent money, not necessarily quit your day job money, but really good side hustle money, and maybe I would even no, this is as high as the gain goes on this mic. And so I wonder if it's the cable stretching or something like that. But yeah, so I'm gonna build this thing from zero with just skill and all of my knowledge, and when it starts making money, because the designs will be dope and the niche I picked is so brilliant and everything, I'll never reveal it. I'll blur out everything and I'll just show the numbers, and I'll just like scroll enough and stuff like that to say, yeah, it's real. It's like, it's this, it's that. It's like, nope, it's not Photoshopped, and I'm too lazy to Photoshop an entire interface for you jackasses. It's like, no, this is a real thing. And so, but I'm going to do it to make the point that it's like, yeah, it can be done. You have to learn the skills. You have to put in the work. You have to make something that people want. You have to study a niche. You have to actually be capable of doing something. It's like, but the systems work, the tools work, and you can do this. And no,
Anybody can do it, yeah.
And you don't have to do, well.
No. I meant as in, like, you can prove that anybody, yeah.
There's not a barrier to entry for you. It's not a barrier to entry to you as outside of doing the work and having the skills and being good enough. Like, that's it. Being good enough actually matters. And I'm going to do it. And again, it's because, well, with Corona, I didn't get to do remember how I was going to, I have all this camera gear and I actually like photography and I actually don't mind, and I'll just say yes and no to the clients I want, and I'll do high-end wedding photography here in Atlanta, and, blah, blah, blah. And maybe I actually get to go to some cool parties because of the circles of the people who could afford it out here, have money, and there's like a celebrity culture here in Atlanta, blah, 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 blah. Maybe I meet a cute girl, blah, 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 blah. So, like, but Corona squashed all of that. So I was like, well, if I was going to go ahead and build another business this summer, I might as well. And so building a whole print-on-demand business, and it's like, it's actually fun to go through the process of, like, starting something new completely from scratch and knowing that it's literally just going to be my ability and talent. And it's also interesting as a designer to be getting ready without it being like something simple like this or whatever, to actually go out and try and actually make something dope and put massive amount of time and thoughtfulness into making something to be a high quality, like, print on demand product and series.
I see you tech for your needs too, and I'm not sure what you meant about the Podmas. I'm not sure who you are referring to, but yes.
It only it could only be, well, like, you, like, as far as Podness, because you're the one who did it, because, like, none of us.
No, there was a different. It said, I remember you did your Podmas. So I don't know if
he just mistyped. But he's talking about you. I mean, at this point, I could do a podcast every day. Good Lord.
You
and now you have so many guests.
Man.
Yeah,
speaking
you
of
could.
No doubt.
You could. You Viper on that John Lee Dumas level daily.
Man,
Daily Viper.
I mean, at this point, I'm putting out one every other day. Damn it.
Your daily dose of Viper.
Got to get Shelly on the podcast too. Got to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely. I am #offended that you have not asked. So I don't know. When you ask
I'll
me, I'll
happily
have to
come
check
back.
my calendar, and then I'll say no.
I'm happy to come back anytime.
All right, we can do that. Yeah, it's been a while. We can definitely do that. We can definitely do that.
Actually, and then I'll have you on my podcast about
Done.
creating community and all that.
Done.
No doubt, I can do that.
Yay!
You're both welcome on mine, of course. When I
Yes.
actually start.
Same.
Like, I plan to actually start doing. I have literally a YouTube channel for live streaming podcast like this, and so I plan to actually use it, and then I can simplify by outsourcing the editing because I already prepaid Music Radio Creative. I just need to actually use them to edit instead of doing it myself. So.
All right, folks, we've been here almost 6 hours. On that
I
note,
need to
I'm
go to
gonna
bed.
I'm
That's
gonna
a long
wrap this
time.
up. Shelly out there sipping wine. She gonna be up forever. She get
Yep.
it done.
Pretty much.
But thank you guys for hanging out tonight. It's like still 31 of you here, even 6 hours later, which is just bananas. But for those of y'all that came over from the Roberto raid, thank you for hanging out. Usually these conversations are tech based, so hopefully you guys are down for the tech talk and normally tech, but every now and then we veer off into different non-tech areas and things like that. But I'm a tech creator. Normally I talk tech on this live channel. I have a second channel where I do tech videos and things like that. All of that good stuff is in the description if you want to check it out. But I will be back here on Tuesday evening with another podcast. Josh Keone will be on the podcast on Tuesday night, so we'll be doing that. But thank you to Shannon and Romina and Shelly and Roberto for joining me tonight. Appreciate you all joining me. For those of y'all that super chatted and brought me coffees and subscribed to the channel tonight, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys rocking with me all the time. I still cannot believe there's like 30 of you here and it's like 2 a.m. Central Time.
We got you up to, I mean, we're not John
Jesus.
Prosser getting you all the way up to like 380 people or nothing, but we came through on that raid. We had 100 people in here.
Dude, seriously, like it was always like up at the 90, like 97 people in here at one point. Yeah, man. You get it done, Roberto. You got that clout, Roberto. But we out of here tonight. You all have a good evening. Enjoy your holiday. For those of y'all that are here in the States, acknowledge Memorial Day. For the rest of y'all, enjoy your Monday, and I will catch you all on the Twitter. Peace.
Bye.